Chapter 3901. Oh. Seeing that Chu Yun, who didn't have the highest cultivation, was the first to find a way to control the puppet of the celestial and demon, Duanmu Jianxing frowned. He naturally thought of the condition Chu Yun mentioned before entering the celestial and demon blood swamp. He then looked at the silver clouds and thought to himself, could it be that there are some extremely powerful imperial weapons in the celestial and demon blood swamp? Could it be the strongest imperial weapon, the soft like water sword, that can restrain the godly demon chess? Forget it. Who cares what it is? Let's keep this puppet of the gods and demons first. Duanmu Jijian's sub-body moved closer to the silver clouds. Sure enough, a noble chi familiar to Confucian cultivators came out of the silver light. Duanmu Jijian was overjoyed. He urged his 5 Chi's unification technique to absorb the silver light while urging his Jin Chi to expel the blood on the torch dragon god golem. Kacha. Similar to what happened to Chu Yun, bursts of lightning came out of the blood pillar, trying to stop the silver light from entering. The lightning was very fierce, and even someone as strong as Duanmu Jiji couldn't stop it. The Jin Chi in his middle dantian was extremely shaken, and he couldn't control it for a while. Poof. Duanmu Jiji opened his mouth, and another 5-colored light fell into the silver cloud above his head. Swoosh. A huge amount of silver light fell like the power of the moon and stars. Boom. The silver light on the godly demon puppet rippled like a tide, and rushed towards the blood-red light. Just like that, under Duanmu Jiji's control, the silver light gradually drove the blood-red light from the godly demon puppet, and finally reached the bottom of the puppet. At this point, Duanmu Jiji was powerless. The silver light and the blood-red light were in a stalemate. Duanmu Jieshe was a bit anxious. He knew that if there was another literary saint to help, they would definitely be able to take the fiend god puppet out of the blood pillar. However, none of the 12 literary saints would let go of the 12 fiend god puppets, so no one could succeed. Duanmu Jieshe took a moment to look up. It was just as he thought. Although the cultivation of the other saints was about the same, there was a huge difference. Except for Murong Jun and Duanmu Jieshe, who had both washed the blood to the bottom of the puppet of gods and demons, the other 9 were all around 80%. Chu Yun, who had the lowest cultivation, only reached 75%. In fact, when Duanmu Jiji took the time to look, the other literary saints also looked, and they all didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The literary saints were in an awkward situation, and Xiao Hua, who was injured by Duanmu Jiji, was even more troublesome. At that time, Duanmu Jieshe originally thought that it was another literary sage who wanted to snatch the demon god's puppet from him, so he didn't hold back at all in that punch. Even though Xiao Hua was very strong now, he still didn't count for much before reaching the 8th level of elemental energy. This round of attacks nearly killed him. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's body had just been reconstructed in the godly demon blood pool whirlpool, and in this space, a strange wave kept flowing from his body. This wave was like a water wave, and blocked part of Duanmu Jiji's fatal punch. Xiao Hua was very lucky to be beaten dizzy, and fainted after just one glance at Duanmu Jiji. This time, the fainting was different from before. All the primordial spirits in other spaces fainted under the literary saint's punch, without any exception. Although Xiao Hua was lucky not to be killed on the spot, unfortunately, his body was sent into the blood pillar by Duanmu Jiji. Duanmu Jiji discovered that it was Xiao Hua, and could have saved him, but in order to steal the torch dragon god puppet, Duanmu Jiji abandoned Xiao Hua like he was a fallen leaf, and allowed Xiao Hua's body to be sucked into the spinning blood pillar. Xiao Hua's body fell into the blood pillar, and with the flickering blood light, he quickly fell towards the triangular blood pillar. That blood pillar was very long, and the triangular blood pillar was also very big. Only when Duanmu Jiji began to urge the silver light to wash the blood did Xiao Hua fall into the triangular blood pillar. Inside the triangular blood pillar was an even more strange space. Layers of fluctuations produced extreme spatial distortions. Xiao Hua's body floated along with the fluctuations like duckweed in the water. Every time a fluctuation passed, it would produce a strange phenomenon, either stretching Xiao Hua's body to the extreme, or compressing Xiao Hua's body to the extreme. Moreover, the blood that could no longer be seen as a blood wave was condensed into specks of blood. Every time a speck of blood touched Xiaohua's skin, it would burn an extremely deep bloody hole in his skin. Xiaohua's tough body was barely able to maintain itself in this space, let alone the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. Even if these literary saints above fell in here, they would probably be burned to the point where not even their bones would be left. Granny, it's really troublesome. At the critical moment, these brats are not enough, so I have to take action. Green-robed Xiaohua's arrogant voice came from Xiaohua's body. This guy was hiding in the space to teach his disciples, so he was not injured by Duanmujiji. Now he could only control Xiaohua's body. And from his tone, he must be used to scolding his disciples in the space, so there was a faint majesty in his voice. Just as green-robed Xiaohua took control of his body, Duanmujiji, Murongjun, Chu Yun, and the other literary saints began to expel the blood pillars. These 12 blood pillars rushed towards the triangular blood pillar. Green-robed Xiaohua, who was hiding in the triangular blood pillar, immediately faced a huge pressure. Oh, not good. Seeing the 12 blood pillars smashing towards him with great force, green-robed Xiaohua was not as calm as Xiaohua. He also didn't have a specific understanding of Xiaohua's body, so he hurriedly wanted to take out his Kunlun mirror. However, just as he flew into the space and faced the blood pillar falling from above, he immediately thought of the scene of the billions of incomplete sword wills and sword chi falling from above. He almost didn't hesitate to take out Lil Do from the space, waving his hand and placing it above his head. Boom! The blood pillars fell and a huge amount of blood mist rushed into Xiaodo. Xiaodo shook slightly at first, then a faint suction force appeared, as if it was tasting the blood mist. And with the urging of the 12 literary saints, even more blood mist rushed into Xiaodo. Xiaodo's suction force suddenly increased and waves of blood mist fell into Xiaodo. Just like before, at the opening of Xiaodo, strands of extremely pure blood seeped into Xiaohua's blood vessels. This old man is a genius. Green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. If this lord was here, he might not be so quick-witted. After a while, the blood pillars and the silver light were in a deadlock. The blood pillars didn't fall, so Xiaodo's suction force turned towards the blood triangular space. Seeing Xiaodo like this, green-robed Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his right hand and dripped a drop of blood essence into Xiaodo. Originally, Xiaohua's blood couldn't fall into Xiaodo, but now that Xiaodo was absorbing the blood mist, he didn't discriminate and merged it into Xiaodo. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, green-robed Xiaohua became even more smug. He felt that one drop of blood essence might not be enough, so he dripped another 9 drops of blood essence before stopping. When the 9th drop of blood essence fell into Xiaodo, Xiaodo violently trembled and suddenly released fluctuations. This fluctuation followed the blood mist into the triangular space. This fluctuation and the triangular space's fluctuations intertwined, causing the entire space's fluctuations to become chaotic. At this moment, the literary saints in the sky looked at each other and finally began to act again. Mu Rongjuan slapped his head and a 5-colored true energy flew out from his head. This 5-colored true energy was different from before. It was only as thick as a thumb and was almost crystallized. What was special was that there were faint traces of blood at the edges of this 5-colored true energy. These traces of blood had Mu Rongjuan's appearance. This was the life true energy of the literary saints. As soon as this 5-colored life source true chi came out, Mu Rongjuan's face turned deathly pale. Moreover, the sub-body that had merged into the void shrank by more than 30%. Go! Mu Rongjuan was very cautious as he urged this 5-colored life source true chi to rush towards the silver-white clouds in the sky. Yes, this is how it should be. Only by borrowing the power of the unknown silver clouds can we completely expel the blood pillars. Duanmu Jianxia saw Mu Rongjuan like this and understood. He also urged his own true energy. His 5-colored true energy was similar to Mu Rongjuan's, but the arrangement of the 5 colors was a bit different. When Duanmu Jianxia's 5-colored true energy fell into the silver clouds, a surging aura several times stronger than before poured in. Fellow immortals. Wuxia Xianxia quickly said, "This must be the sacred artifact of our Confucian cultivators. Our individual strengths are too weak to activate it. The ancients have said that a lone hand can't clap, a lone tree can't support a tree. We need to work together to succeed." Good, how could the literary saints not know this? When they spoke, they activated their 5-colored natal energies. Boom! Boom! The natal energies of the 12 saints of literature fell into the clouds, causing the clouds to tremble like lightning and thunder. Beams of silver light sprinkled down like the sun. Under the light beam, not only did the 12 puppets of deities and demons expel the darkness, but the entire space was also shaken by the light beam. The fluctuations that filled the entire space became disordered. Black and white cracks appeared in the blood-red space. The silver and black lattices that were laid together began to fall rapidly. Black and silver intertwined. Strands of lightning and thunder suddenly appeared. The silver and black lattices that hadn't fallen down started to flicker crazily. The flickering luster rushed to the triangular region at the bottom. Quick! Wuxia Xianxia saw this and loudly said, "In this space, the silver cloud's power and the blood-red power are in balance. When we 12 literary saints suddenly intervened, we destroyed this balance. The silver Confucian sacred artifact's power surpasses the blood-red power. I'm afraid this space is about to collapse. Let's put away the demon god chess and escape." Since Wuxia Xianxia could see this, how could the other literary saints not know? Other than Chu Yun, who had an awkward expression on her face, it was as if someone had seen through her thoughts. Everyone else hurriedly activated their secondary bodies and prepared to collect the 12 godly demon puppets. Chapter 3902. 1. The ripples below the 12 divine runes became even more chaotic. The suction force tore apart the blood pillar, the silver light, and even the surrounding space. Zhu Wenxing only thought that his arrival had disrupted the balance, but their sentiments were wrong. Within the blood-red triangle, the small funnel's suction force grew stronger and stronger. Strands of blood crystals and the silver crystal threads behind them also fell into Xiao Hua's body. Sigh. The poor Xiao Hua just woke up. He didn't have time to scold the green-robed Xiao Hua for his recklessness. He hurriedly urged his primordial spirits to clean up the mess. However, with the experience of the sword tomb, Xiao Hua didn't panic. Right now, his nascent soul was like a sea of stars, and his middle dantian was like a sea of qi. It was Xiao Dou that absorbed the blood. Xiao Hua's only worry was that he would be discovered by the 12 divine runes. Wuxia Xianxia's punch was still fresh in his mind. If the other divine runes found out, he would really die. Luckily, the current space was extremely chaotic. The ripples were everywhere. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, they were all torn apart. Even the clear eyes technique was torn apart. Xiao Hua wasn't worried about being seen by others. Moreover, the 12 divine runes wanted to collect the 12 puppets the most. None of them could be distracted. Whoosh whoosh. After the pillar of blood and the black gas were absorbed, the silver clouds were also pulled into Xiao Dou's suction force. The 12 puppets of gods and devils and the 12 saints of runes were also pulled into the suction force. Even the entire space was now rumbling, as if it was being ravaged by lightning. It looked like the space was about to collapse. Not good. Seeing the change in space, Chu Yun knew that things weren't good. He glanced at the divine runes with resentment, then looked at the silver cloud that was gradually becoming thinner due to Xiao Dou's suction force. Knowing that the thing behind the cloud would soon be discovered, he hurriedly punched his chest. Pfff. A mouthful of blood fell into the air. Chu Yun raised his hand and the blood exploded. Tens of thousands of blood runes tumbled out. Go. Chu Yun hurriedly channeled his true qi. The blood runes were like blooming flowers as they flew towards the Go Mang God demon puppet in front of him. When the blood-red runes landed on the Go Mang God golem, a strange sound rang out in the space. Then, the Go Mang God golem was covered in a blood-red color again, but this blood-red color was extremely bright in the silver light. Withdraw. Chu Yun waved her hands, and the blood-colored godly demon puppet began to flicker with a thin whirlpool. The silver clouds also began to rotate, and the huge godly demon puppet began to shrink. The speed of its shrinking slowed down at first, then gradually accelerated. The head of the Chu family, Chu Yun, used his family's secret technique to capture the Go Mang god demon puppet. Gongshu Yanyin of the Gongshu family also used his secret technique to capture the Shui by god demon puppet. The other divine runes also didn't want to be left behind. They all took out their trump cards. Duanmu Jiji of the Duanmu family took the Zhu Long god demon puppet, Murong family took the Chang Liang god demon puppet, Huangfu Gongqing of the Huangfu family took the Ru Shou god demon puppet, Zhangsun Ji of the Zhangsun family took the Gong Gong god demon puppet, Yuan family's Yuan god demon puppet, Kong family's Kong Cheng took the Fu Hai god demon puppet, Meng Meng of the Meng family took the Di Jiang god demon puppet, Mo Xia of the Mo family took the Tian Wu god demon puppet, Zhou Zhen of the Zhou family took the Xian Ming god demon puppet, and Lu Chen of the Lu family took the Zhu Rong god demon puppet. Although Chu Yun was the first to use his secret technique, his cultivation was the weakest. So, after he captured the Go Mang god demon puppet, the other 11 divine runes had already flown towards the silver cloud. Fellow immortals. Chu Yun panicked and yelled, "We already agreed when we came in. Apart from the 12 godly demon chess pieces, our Chu family has the right to choose first. What's behind the silver cloud?" Before Chu Yun could finish, Duanmu Jiji's cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend Chu, what's behind the silver cloud? How can it be ordinary if it's used to suppress the godly demon chess pieces?" Well, Chu Yun was a bit hesitant, but seeing that the silver cloud was almost torn apart by the huge suction force, he knew that there was no point in trying to hide anything. Just as he was about to speak, boom. The entire space gathered towards the triangular area below the divine runes, and the silver cloud was finally torn apart. Kung! A strong sword sound came from behind the silver cloud. Then, the divine rune's eyes lit up as a 10,000-mile-long sword ray slashed across the sky. The space that was originally a mixture of blood and silver light was immediately split open, and layers of thunder mixed with wind and rain came out from the crack. Tian, son of heaven's sword. All the literary saints were dumbfounded as they stared dumbfoundedly at the huge treasured sword that emerged from behind the clouds under the thunderstorm. Sword light radiated from this treasured sword. This sword light was different from ordinary sword light as it didn't have the coldness of killing. Instead, it had a warmth that seeped into one's heart and lungs. Within that silver sword light, there were tens of thousands of sword wills. The inner layer of this sword wills was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscription. What was similar to what Xiaohua saw in the illusion at the bottom of the Saint River was that the hilt of the sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons and phoenixes. The blade under the sword ray didn't look sharp at all, it didn't even look sharp. There were no spikes at the tip, only an oval shape. How is this possible? Murong Jun and the others couldn't help but mutter, "The Saint River hid the Emperor's sword, and the Emperor's sword came out to suppress the 9 provinces. Wasn't the Emperor's sword put under the Saint River? How did it appear in the godly demon blood pool?" Woo! While the divine runes were still in shock, Chu Yun turned into countless rainbows and flew towards the Emperor's sword. Unfortunately, before he could touch the Emperor's sword, the sword intent within the sword turned into a gust of wind and blocked him. Even a divine rune like Chu Yun couldn't get any closer. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chu Yun in such a sorry state, Duanmu Xianxia laughed. "Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, you. I don't know what to say about you. I didn't expect you to scheme so hard to get the Emperor's sword. Didn't you see the hilt of the Emperor's sword? The Emperor's sword can't be held with your hands. You have to use your heart to hold it. Only a benevolent heart, only a sword heart that carries the supreme will of God can control it. What right do you have to dare to hold the Emperor's sword that can shake the 9 provinces? Not to mention you, even I, don't dare to take it." I. Chu Yun's face turned green and red. She only dared to mutter in her heart, "Do I have the guts to be a noble or a general? Whoosh! Just as Wuxia Xianxia was laughing at Chu Yun, the Emperor's sword rose into the sky and escaped from the spatial crack. Let's go, the space is about to collapse. The literary saints finally woke up from their shock and amusement. They each urged their clouds to fly out of the collapsing space. They did not even dare to think about the blood-red area within the space that could resist the Son of Heaven's sword. Just as Zhu Wenxing flew out of the space, amidst the violent wind and rain, a huge cloud pillar fell from the distant horizon. It transformed into a huge hand in front of everyone and grabbed the Son of Heaven's sword. This giant hand was naturally the one that crushed the Buddhist sect's teleportation channel. Seeing that the cloud pillar was filled with a majestic aura and a will as vast as the starry sky came from the rain, the 12 divine runes immediately stood respectfully in the air. No one dared to move. Divine Rune Star, the highest divine ability of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. It was revered by all cultivators. Whoosh! The giant hand fell and the flying emperor's sword was stopped. The emperor's sword released a gentle sword light that blocked the giant hand. However, the giant hand bent and the inscription chains on the emperor's sword began to collapse. The world began to distort and the emperor's sword was about to fall into the giant hand. Boom! At this moment, dark green clouds flashed in another part of the sky. A thick green cloud pillar also rolled over and turned into a giant hand that grabbed the emperor's sword's tip. The 12 divine runes were shocked. They wanted to leave but didn't dare to. However, the emperor's sword was on the verge of exploding and instantly enveloped them. In the sky above the god-fiend blood pool, air currents began to wreak havoc. The space within 5,000 kilometers was filled with a cold air that wanted to tear everything apart. Rumble. A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A gigantic lightning pillar fell from the sky. Between the edges of the lightning pillar, images of dragons and phoenixes surged. The lightning pillar was filled with reddish-yellow draconic aura. When the lightning pillar fell, it transformed into a gigantic hand. This gigantic hand was different from the previous 2 gigantic hands. It was shaped like a heart, but also like a jade seal. After a few transformations, it grabbed the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword. Whoosh! The Emperor's sword's hilt was grabbed and the entire sword will changed. Golden spears and armored horses, a sea of blood and yellow sand, and thunderbolts came out from within. The originally smooth sword tip turned flat and sharp at the same time. As the sword light flashed, the thunderstorm and raindrops in the sky all turned into swords. The 2 giant hands that were grabbing the sword tip were cut in half by this supreme sword tip. Whoosh! A huge wind howled. The 2 giant hands turned into pillars of air and quickly retreated. The lightning pillar roared and brought the Emperor's sword back into the sky. With the Son of Heaven's sword gone, the entire space immediately fell silent. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder was like a dragon, and the lightning illuminated the faces of the 12 saints of literature. Everyone's faces were dazed, and their eyes were filled with shock. After a while, Murong Jun was the first to fly away, not leaving behind a single word. Then, the other divine runes left in a hurry and also didn't leave a single word. Chu Yun and Chu Yoji were the last to leave. They looked down with some unwillingness. The blood pool that was originally thousands of miles long had now become barren land with countless cracks. Not a single trace of the blood from before was left. At this moment, the cracks were being drenched by the rain. It wouldn't be long before it became a lake of rain. Chapter 3903. Chuyan tried his best to cast the eye-cleansing technique to see how the space had collapsed, but he was disappointed, as he could not find anything. However, he raised his head and glanced into the distance, and let out a sigh. If even that person couldn't see it, how could I see it? Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I planned for so long to be the oriole, but in the end, I realized that I was nothing more than a pitiful cicada. In the end, I was caught by that person. Chu Yun sighed and flew away. However, Chu Yun didn't have too many regrets. Although the Chu clan didn't get as much as he expected, he achieved his goal. He even got a god-demon puppet. Chu Yun didn't work for nothing. With this god-demon puppet, the Chu clan's position in the hidden immortal continent would be even more stable. They would become a third-rate clan sooner or later. Everyone left, and the third day of the storm also gradually passed. Just as Chu Yun saw, the 10,000 miles of blood pool had disappeared. The seemingly barren land had turned into a rain pool. Under the sunlight, the rain pool gradually evaporated. However, if there were no accidents, it would take another 10,000 years before there would be any signs of human habitation. After all, how could a land eroded by demonic qi be so easily fertile? Many people in the hidden immortal continent knew about the god-demon blood pool. Even the news of the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector appearing in the god-demon blood pool quickly spread across the hidden immortal continent. In the next few months, countless cultivators came to the god-demon blood pool. Unfortunately, they only watched and listened. Everyone knew the process of the bloody battle, but no one knew the true ending of the bloody battle. The 12 families of the literary saints kept their mouths shut. No one knew that the god-demon chess had fallen into the hands of the 12 families, and no one knew that the emperor's sword had appeared. Under the god-demon blood pool, the bloody space, after several months of collapsing and absorbing, had fallen into the small bucket. The space had now turned into a tiny dot of blood. Within the ripples in the void, no eye-clear technique could see through them. And the source of this fluctuation was a triangular blood-colored bone lying quietly in the small bucket. After several months of quiet cultivation, Xiaohua's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, Xiaohua was now very calm. Not only because his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but also because his cultivation path was different from the path of ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world. He felt that his cultivation was closer to scattered nascent soul. If one were to ignore the spirit severing or out-of-body process in the Daoist sect's cultivation realm, Xiaohua's current realm should be the early stage of the spirit severing stage. Of course, using cultivation realm to estimate Xiaohua's strength would only be falling into Xiaohua's scheme. How could Xiaohua's strength be merely at the lower stages of the 6th grade of essence energy? Actually, Xiaohua had already discovered this triangular blood-colored bone when little Dou had retracted the space. He had even taken the opportunity to send his mind into the space to investigate. After all, this triangular bone was really too obvious. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, that triangle was the same as the triangle in the space where the white bone top gate was. Needless to say, the one who controlled the puppets was the last piece of bone in his space. However, during this period of time, Xiaohua had been hesitating and indecisive. Because he still didn't know the power of the puppets, but Xiaohua was very clear about what kind of existence the blood pool of the gods was. Since this blood-colored bone could create a 10,000 li wide blood pool of the gods, then it was definitely not a good thing. Xiaohua didn't know what kind of consequences would arise if he collected this bone and put it back. He even felt that in the space, even the Jade Archive Xiaohua might not be able to restrain the complete bone. Therefore, looking at the triangular bone in little Dou, Xiaohua acted out of character and didn't immediately retract it into the space. Perhaps I can only wait a little longer. After thinking for so long, Xiaohua already had some plans in his heart. Wait until I find the origin of this bone, or until my cultivation is enough. Seeing the last of the blood-colored light fall into the blood bone, Xiaohua stored little Dou and the blood bone beside the great derivation exquisite pagoda in his Naiwan palace. Firstly, under the innate divine restriction, the blood bone wouldn't be discovered by others. Secondly, the blood bone's fluctuations were extremely useful for Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua wasn't willing to let go of such a rare cultivation opportunity. After packing up, Xiaohua didn't dare to directly fly out of the blood pool. Instead, he flew into the distance for a long time, and only flew out when he felt that he was far away. At this time, the blood pool of the gods was already secluded. The barren land and faint mud were no different from ordinary wastelands. Xiaohua released his divine sense and didn't find anything wrong. Of course, the current Xiaohua was clear that he could only discover this much. There were many things that others didn't want him to discover, but he couldn't discover them either. After calculating with his fingers, Xiaohua realized that he had missed the appointment. He had spent too much time in the blood pool of the gods. Even if he rushed to the North Sea now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. Forget it, I'll just take my time. The matter of the Chu clan can drag on for dozens of years. Perhaps the selection of the North Sea can also drag on for several years. Xiaohua helplessly moved his body and prepared to fly towards the North Sea. However, he had just flown 100 miles when his heart suddenly jolted. His body stopped in midair, and his gaze passed through the clouds and fell on the ground that used to be the 10,000 miles blood swamp. This 10,000 miles blood swamp has now become land. This land is indeed barren, but it is still land. The hidden immortal continent is currently in chaos. Although this has nothing to do with this Xiao still took over the 9 cauldrons. In the future, this Xiao will definitely return the 9 cauldrons, but during this period of time, what should I do about the calamity of the 9 prefectures? It's a pity that the land is now barren. If it can be filled with food, this Xiao can also make up for the mistake of taking over the cauldrons. In the eyes of the compassionate Xiaohua, the life and death of the people was much more important than the appointment of the North Sea. Since it was already too late, then let it be a little later. Thus, Xiaohua released Yuanya, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, and even the black bear, golden eagle, and white lion from the space. Each of them took a Qinquan bag and let them spread the seeds of food within the territory of 10,000 li. The territory of 10,000 li didn't sound big, but 10,000 li was an extremely terrifying number. Xiaohua also didn't want to let those hidden things see his true strength, so Xiaohua also patiently accompanied the group of disciples to slowly spread the seeds. After spending no less than 10 days, the seemingly boundless territory of the secular world was planted with the seeds of food. The place where the seeds were sown the earliest had already begun to produce seedlings. Only then did Xiaohua take out the mountain and river seal and pretend to put the group of disciples, except for Fu Jiwen, back into the mountain and river seal. However, when Xiaohua took out the Pegasus and flying chariot from the Qinquan bag, a leisurely voice came from who knows where, a Daoist master Xiaohua, who cares about people's hearts, compared to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, who knows how many times stronger. If Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was replaced with Daoist Master Xiao, this old man will definitely agree. Ah! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily stood in the air respectfully and bowed towards the distance. Junior Xiaohua greets Senior. Junior doesn't dare to compare myself to some Buddhist bodhisattva. Junior was only born in a farmer's family, so I have always felt the hardships of the farmer's family. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity, I want to do something for the hard-working farmers. Moreover, Junior obtained these grain seeds from the hands of great Master Dao Shan of the Bronze Pillar Country's 7 Sons Temple. At that time, great Master Dao Shan would rather starve himself than forget to give porridge to the beggars. Junior is untalented, but I am willing to fulfill great Master Dao Shan's last wish and help the common people of the world escape from disaster. Speaking until here, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He took out the golden steel from the 7 Sons Temple and took out a dozen Qinquan bags. Seeing the grain seeds flowing into the Qinquan bags from the golden steel, Xiaohua's eyes looked all around. Naturally, he didn't dare to release his divine sense. When the dozen Qinquan bags were filled with a lot of grain seeds, Xiaohua received the golden steel and respectfully sent the dozen Qinquan bags into the air. He bowed and said, "Junior is only a cultivator of the Dao school. My strength is weak, and I am far inferior to all of you seniors. Now, Junior asks all of you seniors to gift these grain seeds to the common people of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. This is the blessing of the common people, and also the fortune of the Confucian cultivators." You little child really know how to order people around. Another voice was also faintly discernible. However, while they were talking, one of the Qinquan bags mysteriously disappeared. However, for the common people, this old man is also willing to be schemed against by you. After one Qinquan bag disappeared, the other dozen Qinquan bags also disappeared. Finally, a thumb-sized jade buckle fell into Xiaohua's hand out of thin air. The voice from before sounded in Xiaohua's ear. This old man is the true Confucian, Sun Tian. This is my candidate for the true Confucian. Right now, your cultivation is too shallow, so you don't need to know the origin and use of this token. Wait until your Confucian cultivation reaches the realm of the sage of literature, then you will understand. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He didn't know what this true Confucian was. However, to have such a high cultivation Confucian senior give him some kind of token, it was enough for him to fart. He hastily received the jade buckle and bowed. After Xiaohua got up, the entire surroundings became silent again. Xiaohua released his divine sense, but still didn't find anything. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay for long. He ordered Fu Jiwen to drive the heavenly horse flying carriage and hurriedly fly towards the North Sea. Disciple, have you heard of the true Confucian? After flying for several days, they were already far away from the blood pool of gods and devils. Xiaohua asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Fu Jiwen shook his head slightly. Disciple doesn't know. I've never heard of it. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that this was another secret of the Confucian cultivators. With Fu Jiwen's family background, there was no way for him to know. However, Fu Jiwen immediately smiled and said, Master is so amazing. There are so many sage of literature in the blood pool of gods and devils, but they didn't dare to make a move against Master. Instead, they helped Master spread the seeds. In this way, Master doesn't need to rely on the Murong family. You can also be on good terms with the various Confucian families. The forces of the Immortal Palace won't dare to casually make a move against Master. Chapter 3904. Hee, of course. Xiaohua also smiled mysteriously and said, sometimes cultivation isn't omnipotent. But without cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Fu Jiwen replied, if Master didn't come out of the blood pool of gods and devils alive, how could you have the chance to meet these literary saints? But then again, Master, what happened in the blood pool of gods and devils? It actually attracted the attention of so many literary saints here. These people. I'm afraid they're not just literary saints. Hearing Fu Jiwen mention literary saints, Xiaohua immediately thought of Duanmu Jianshi. However, he couldn't be sure of the cultivation of these scholarly cultivators. He was only puzzled for a moment, then told Fu Jiwen the truth of the blood pool of gods and devils that he knew. Finally, he said, under the blood pool of gods and devils, there are 12 godly devil chess pieces. But from what Master sees, they're just puppets of gods and devils. Now, those scholarly cultivator families, including the Chu family, have obtained them. As for which families, Master doesn't know. Without the godly devil chess pieces, the blood pool of gods and devils naturally doesn't exist anymore. If, in a few years, the Chu family comes to the blood pool of gods and devils again, and they see that this area is all fertile land, Master, what do you think the Chu family head's expression will be like? When the Chu family head or senior Murong Tsongyun knows that this is Master's work, what will they think? Fu Jiwen asked with interest. How others see Master, it has nothing to do with Master. Xiaohua replied meaningfully, what Master wants to do, is only what I want to do. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied, if disciple has Master's realm, disciple's heavenly book will be able to break out. Sooner or later. Xiaohua looked at the setting sun in the distance. With the seat of the blood pool, the land of fish and rice won't be far away. With faith in your heart, hope won't be far away. Under the evening sky, the heavenly horse's brilliance overflowed, dragging the flying carriage forward. In this boundless night sky, it was like a faint hope in people's hearts. Although it was rare, it was still common. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't expect that the sowing seeds that made all the literary stars look askance would attract hundreds of millions of townspeople not long after. With people, there's a family, there's a country. Under the support of the people, a country. Under the country's country. Under the support of the people, a country's Dao empire faintly formed. Although the empire's empire, it didn't have an empire. The scorching sun was like a huge fireball hanging high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the whole world was filled with glaring sunlight. At this time, Xiaohua was standing on the airship with his hands behind his back. His eyes were staring straight at the ground. His gaze was like the sun as he slowly looked through the town on the ground. Fujiwen still stood behind the Pegasus. He looked at the town below the flying carriage, and then looked at Xiaohua's expression. He waited until Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes before he asked tentatively, "Master, this Lu town, is it the one Master is looking for?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "No. Yes, this is the 12th one." Hearing this, Fujiwen agilely urged the Pegasus and said, "From Jiaxing Lu's Jade Eyes, there are 177 Lu towns in Gun Province. On the way from the God-fiend Blood Pool to the North Sea, we can pass by at most 36 Lu towns. This is only the 12th one. Master, don't be anxious. As long as this Lu town is on the hidden immortal continent, we will find it sooner or later." Sigh. Hearing Fujiwen's comforting words, Xiaohua felt bitter in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Lu Zhen he was looking for was in the hidden immortal continent. He even hoped that this Lu Zhen was in the Gun Prefecture. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, Xiaohua said, "How far is the next Lu town from here?" "Master, there are 2 Lu towns closest to here. These 2 are not on our route. One is more than 3,000 li away, and the other is more than 4,000 li away. If Master is in a hurry, I'm afraid you can only go to one of them." Fujiwen replied confidently. "Moreover, Master, disciple feels that you can actually use your divine sense to search. You don't have to fly close to carefully search." Xiaohua ignored Fujiwen's suggestion and waved his hand. "Then let's find the one closest to our route." "Yes, Master." Although Fujiwen did not dare to ask too much, but from Xiaohua's cautious attitude when looking for Lu Zhen, he knew that Lu Zhen was extremely important to Xiaohua. He only replied and urged the heaven horse to fly towards the closest Lu Zhen. After flying for a while, Fujiwen seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Soon after, he took out another pink jade eyes and looked at it again. He then raised his head and smiled at Xiaohua. "Master, do you still remember the Broken Heart Mountain that Senior Jiaxing Zi and Senior Gusuchuri went to?" Xiaohua was a little absent-minded and casually replied. Of course I remember." "Then Master should also know that saying, right?" "What saying?" Xiaohua pulled his thoughts back from the Lu town and looked at Fujiwen curiously. "So Master doesn't know?" Fujiwen said with a smile. "On the Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is tied. On the Broken Heart Mountain, one's intestines are broken. This is a saying that has been widely spread among the scholarly cultivator aristocratic families." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart ached slightly. He naturally thought of the miserable expression on Fairy Jing's face that day. Xiaohua had always felt guilty about Xue Xue's death. Not only did he have doubts about his relationship with Fairy Hongxia, but he also rejected Fairy Jing and Xian's faintly discernible good feelings. Perhaps Xiaohua didn't feel Fairy Jing's resolute indifference that day, but after the passage of time, Xiaohua could feel that kind of heavy love. "What? Is there some beautiful legend about Broken Heart Mountain and Cast Emotion Mountain?" Xiaohua smiled stiffly and said. "Is it as moving as the 10 great imperial equipment?" "Of course." Fujiwen smiled. Scholarly cultivators don't lack literary thought and writing skills. Even if something didn't happen, it would become an untainted story in the hands of scholarly cultivators. "Oh. Tell me about it," Xiaohua asked with interest. In the early years, there was a cowherd at the foot of Dragon Jade Mountain. This cowherd didn't have a name, so he was called a cowherd. This cowherd had no parents since he was young. He grew up alone and relied on his family to feed him. After he grew up, he relied on herding cows for a living. One day, when he came back from herding cows, he found that one of his cows was missing. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't dark to look for it. But strangely, he couldn't find his cow. Seeing that the sky was already dark and the moon had risen, he was really tired. He sat on a rock and cried. As he cried, he vaguely heard the sound of a cow in the distance. Thus, he stopped crying and hurriedly followed the sound of the cow's cry. In the end, he found his lost cow in a completely unfamiliar mountain. What surprised him was that the cow was holding a colorful piece of clothing in its mouth. This cowherd was an honest and considerate person. Of course, he couldn't take someone else's clothing, so he followed the cow's footprints. In the end, he found a group of women bathing in a hot spring in the mountain. Nonsense again. Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Since the cow was holding a piece of clothing in its mouth, how could it make a sound? Master, can you listen to disciple's story? Fujiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That year, disciple. At this point, Fujiwen hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't continue. Ha! Xiaohua laughed. Say it, master won't tell Wanwan. Okay, Fujiwen's face was embarrassed and continued to tell the story. After the women bathed, they all flew to the 9 heavens. Only one woman couldn't fly because she didn't have any clothes. The cowherd took the opportunity to come out from behind the tree and asked the woman to marry him. Then, he would return the clothes to the woman. The woman had no choice but to obey the cowherd. Although the woman was unwilling at first, she later lived with the cowherd and fell deeply in love with him. After a long time, the cowherd found out that his wife was actually the younger sister of the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor, Mysterious Maiden. That year, because she sneaked out of the Immortal Palace to play, the cowherd bumped into her. Later, Mysterious Maiden missed her family in the Immortal Palace, so the cowherd returned the heavenly clothing to her. Mysterious Maiden wore the immortal clothing and promised the cowherd that she would come back after a year. However, the cowherd waited at home for 3 years and still didn't see the shadow of Mysterious Maiden. The cowherd missed his wife, but he couldn't fly. In the end, one day, the missing cow said that as long as he peeled off the cow's skin, he could sit on the cow's skin and go to the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd really peeled off the cow's skin and went to the Immortal Palace. When he arrived at the Immortal Palace, the cowherd found that it wasn't that Mysterious Maiden didn't want him, but that the ruthless Immortal Emperor hated his younger sister for finding a cowherd and imprisoned Mysterious Maiden in the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd broke into the Immortal Palace and rescued Mysterious Maiden. However, when they were escaping, the Immortal Emperor got angry and turned the cowherd into a mountain. Mysterious Maiden would rather die than return to the Immortal Palace, so she also turned into a mountain and fell from the sky to accompany the cowherd. Thus, the 2 mountains became the Heartbreak Mountain and Mysterious Maiden's tears became the water of forgetfulness. Sitting on the cow's skin and ascending to the sky? Granny, isn't this the legendary boasting? Xiaohua smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents, and asked again, then what about the Cast Emotion Mountain? Is it the love story between the Immortal Emperor's other younger sister and a butcher? Ah. How did Master know? Didn't you never hear of it? Fujiwen pretended to be stunned and asked. Hey, Master naturally never heard of it. Xiaohua spat and scolded with a smile, but Master knows about the crooked intestines of those Confucian aristocratic families. Isn't this story used to make up stories about the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace? Confucian cultivators emphasize on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. They emphasize on propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. That woman betrayed herself and slept with the cowherd just because she couldn't return to the Immortal Palace. How could she still have face? Moreover, after living together, she actually followed the cowherd wholeheartedly. Who is this cowherd? He is the most despicable person in the secular world of the hidden immortal continent. The dignified Immortal Emperor's younger sister actually broke off relations with the Immortal Palace for this vulgar person. Isn't this scolding the Immortal Emperor for not having etiquette and education and not being worthy of being in charge of the Immortal Palace? If the Heartbreak Mountain has this kind of story, then the Cast Emotion Mountain is naturally more or less the same. Of course, it is the love story between the Immortal Emperor's other younger sister and another despicable person. Chapter 3905. Ha! Fujiwen claps his hands and laughs, Master really understands. However, the story of Casting Emotion Mountain is the story of Immortal Emperor's 10th princess and a Daoist cultivator. Oh. 10th princess? Xiaohua's heart moves as he laughs. It seems that not only does the Immortal Emperor of Immortal Palace have no sisters, he also only has 9 princesses. There is definitely no 10th princess. This. Fujiwen's eyes turn as he understands something. He nods and says, Master is right. Although disciple doesn't know how many princesses the Immortal Emperor has, if this story comes from a Confucian family, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to use real people to mock them. It can only be fake, and the people of Immortal Palace and Confucian family are not fools. Xiaohua says disdainfully, if it is really true, Immortal Palace can use the immortal law to punish them. Can they let this story spread in the world? Hee, Master, you really don't want to hear it? Fujiwen laughs. The jade eyes that by and gave disciple recorded the location of Casting Emotion Mountain. It is just 1,000 miles in front of us. This is the origin of the story of the Daoist cultivator and the 10th princess. Master, are you not interested? Oh. Is that Casting Emotion Mountain in front of us? Xiaohua raises his head and looks into the distance. Is there anything special about this Casting Emotion Mountain? Master, won't you know after listening to the story? Fujiwen himself doesn't feel that he is very strange today. He has no reason to tell his master a story, and one after another. Xiaohua laughs, then tell me. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Yes, Master. Fujiwen clears his throat and says, a long time ago, on a rainy dusk, Immortal Emperor's 10th princess couldn't bear the Immortal Palace's rules and regulations. She longed for the mundane world and secretly slipped away from the Immortal Palace to the hidden Immortal Continent. In a place called Linglong Mountain, she met a handsome Daoist sect cultivator. This Daoist sect cultivator was just tempted, but because he was impetuous and eager for quick success, he thought that he was the best in the world and flaunted his power around Linglong Mountain. When the 10th princess saw that the Daoist sect cultivator was so ignorant, she warned him. Of course, the handsome young cultivator was no match for the 10th princess of the Immortal Palace. After he was defeated by the 10th princess, they agreed to fight again in 10 years. The 10th princess didn't care and agreed casually. As a result, the two fought again 10 years later, and the handsome young cultivator was defeated again. The Daoist cultivators were not convinced and said another 10 years. Just like that, the Daoist cultivators fought with the 10th princess 9 times in a row. The Daoist cultivators were defeated time and time again. After the 9th defeat, the Daoist cultivator put forward a condition during the battle. If he could defeat the 10th princess for the 10th time, the 10th princess would marry him. The 10th princess and the Daoist cultivator got to know each other after fighting. She actually secretly fell in love with this unyielding Daoist cultivator. Therefore, the 10th princess not only agreed to his condition, but also gave the Immortal Palace's secret heavenly book of 5 Chi's origin to the Daoist cultivator. What was the result? Xiaohua frowned and asked. The result was that the 10th princess didn't appear during the 10th battle. Fujiwen was really good at telling stories. He slowly said, the Daoist cultivator waited for a year, but he still didn't see the 10th princess. According to the agreement, the Daoist cultivator won. However, not only was the Daoist cultivator not happy, but he was also extremely sad because he found that he had fallen in love with this unruly 10th princess. Although the 10th princess didn't say her background, the smart Daoist cultivator found clues from the heavenly book and used the magic he learned from the heavenly book to kill his way into the Immortal Palace. Not only did he break through the southern heavenly gate, he even broke into the Lingyun Palace and used the 5 Chi's origin sutra to force the Immortal Emperor to tell him the whereabouts of the 10th princess. It turned out that the 10th princess lost the Immortal Palace's treasure and couldn't explain it to the Immortal Emperor. She was also unwilling to say the whereabouts of the heavenly book, so she was suppressed by the Immortal Emperor under a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Moreover, when the Immortal Emperor suppressed the 10th princess, he said that unless someone could split the mountain in half with a sword, the 10th princess would never be able to escape from the cage. Therefore, the Daoist cultivator could only rely on his magic to save the 10th princess. When the Daoist cultivator reached the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, he found that this mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain. With his cultivation, he couldn't split it at all. Therefore, the Daoist cultivator built a hut at the foot of the mountain and accompanied the 10th princess while cultivating the 5 Chi's origin. As the saying goes, sincerity can split open metal and stone. The Daoist cultivator cultivated bitterly under the mountain for 1,000 years and refined the casting emotion sword. With a slash of his sword, he really split the 10,000 zhang tall mountain in half. The 10th princess flew out from the bottom of the mountain and lived together with the Daoist cultivator from then on. They were very happy. The name of the casting emotion mountain was spread from that time. As long as there were couples who went through the trials on both sides of the casting emotion mountain, they would definitely be able to forge their feelings into solid gold and obtain a happy marriage. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, although this story has a happy ending, but isn't this process too ridiculous? To think that a scholarly cultivator family could come up with something like this. Although Daoist cultivators are much stronger than cowherds, in the eyes of scholarly cultivators, they are also unbearable. Compared to Daoist cultivators, the southern heavenly gate was actually broken by Daoist cultivators, which is even more shameful. Although the story is slightly rough, men and women in the secular world like this kind of unyielding bones that don't fear power and also like to pursue happiness the most. Therefore, this story is widely spread in the secular world. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, when Disciple found out that Bai and was a female official of the Immortal Palace, I couldn't help but think of this story. Bai and even told Disciple the location of the casting emotion mountain to express that her feelings for Disciple are stronger than gold. Xiao Hua woke up and pointed at Fu Jiwen, Disciple, so you want to go to the casting emotion mountain? You should have said so earlier. Why do you have to beat around the bush with Master? Master. Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, even if Disciple wants to go, Disciple will go with Bai and Disciple is just telling Master. Then, where is the Linglong mountain in the story? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and asked again. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, Master has read a lot of scholarly cultivator books. Presumably you also know that there are countless mountains in the hidden immortal continent, but there isn't a mountain range called Linglong Mountain. Perhaps the person who made up the story did it on purpose, or perhaps Linglong Mountain was afraid of the Immortal Palace and changed its name long ago. Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly he remembered, that's right, what are Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan like now? AI, don't mention this pair of quarrelsome lovers. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen said with a tone like mud that couldn't support a wall, this Yu Zhongquan is a stubborn donkey, the better Chang Yuan treats him, the more he avoids her, except for sword cultivation as a last resort, he doesn't talk to Chang Yuan at all. However, Disciple has secretly asked little junior sister, this is already not bad, compared to when we were in Yifeng country, they are much better. Do you think it will be useful to send them to the casting emotion mountain? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, you said that the story was made up by the scholarly cultivator family of the Immortal Palace. Why do you still believe in the use of the casting emotion mountain? Just treat a dead horse as a living horse. Xiao Hua shrugged. After all, Master promised Chang Yuan. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes, looked at Xiao Hua, and muttered, knowing that it's a dead horse, how can you treat it? Master, this is called grasping at straws. In Disciple's opinion, it's better to cook rice. Bah! How could Xiao Hua not hear it? He scolded with a smile, of course you are willing to cook rice. How could your little junior sister do such a thing? If you don't do it, I will drug little junior brother. Master has countless spirit pills, this will definitely be a piece of cake. Fu Jiwen said without blushing or panting. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, Disciple's idea is not bad, Master will reward you well. There is no need for any reward, Master can just teach Disciple some divine abilities. Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. And then Master will first seal your heavenly book, then seal your middle dantian. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Master, please don't. Fu Jiwen was shocked and shouted, then Disciple will really become a male prostitute without any strength to truss a chicken. how can I bring you to the casting emotion mountain? Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, that's true. Fortunately, Bai and is just an unremarkable female official in the Immortal Palace, otherwise, the story between you and Bai and would also be used by the scholarly Cultivator family to make a big fuss. Yes, master, please take pity on disciple. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, quickly help disciple cultivate to the realm of literary sage, otherwise disciple will be separated from Bai and won't even have the chance to drug her. Ha. Xiaohua laughed and pointed at Fu Jiwen again. That day, you used these secret drugs to drug Bai, right? Fu Jiwen's expression changed, and he nodded and said, Master is right, there are many kinds of feelings in this world. Back then, disciple also scoffed at the so-called love at first sight, thinking that the feelings between male prostitutes and mysterious women were bullshit, nothing more than carnal desires. But, to tell you the truth, disciple also said before that disciple had an indescribable feeling when disciples saw Bai, and knew that Bai and would be disciple's life, so, sometimes, any subjective assumption can be wrong. When those seemingly absurd things happen to disciple will know the truth. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and said, disciple, you are right, it seems that scholarly cultivators are indeed stronger than Daoists in some aspects, and Wu Tian may not have these experiences. Heavenly Master Wu. Junior brother's situation is different from disciples, we can't be lumped together. Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied, he is already at the gold core stage, and will soon reach the nascent soul stage, disciple can't compare with him. But speaking of this, Fu Jiwen was a little embarrassed, and he frowned and said, Master, Wu Tian is older than disciple, and his cultivation is higher than disciple's. Although he became disciple later, disciple always calls him junior brother, and I am not used to it. Moreover, Lu Yi is still so young, and he is called senior brother, he also feels uncomfortable. Although Master thinks that we are all disciples, and it doesn't matter who is older or younger, disciple and others still feel. Chapter 3906. That's true. Xiaohua laughed, Master didn't want to take Wu Tian as a disciple, or rather, I just wanted him to be an outer disciple. But his situation is a bit special, if he doesn't follow Master, he might face a disaster, so I took him as an inner disciple. Master also wanted to arrange them according to cultivation, but I thought that our fortune gate shouldn't be based on cultivation, but on family ties, so I simply arranged them according to the time they entered the sect. This is just Master's temporary idea. But the problem is, Master's cultivation is getting higher, it's not impossible to take in nascent soul, out of body, or even great Confucian as disciples in the future. People care about face, it's not appropriate for them to call disciples with low cultivation as senior brother, even if they are outer disciples. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly, Master still needs to think twice about this situation. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, actually, among ordinary cultivators, the disciples who enter the sect first will receive more teachings, and their cultivation will definitely be higher than those who enter later. But it's different for Master. You have so many senior brothers, and Master's teachings are all different. Not to mention Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, even within the Tao Gate, everyone's cultivation will be different in the future. For example, Wu Tian, although he's a golden core cultivator now, his future cultivation will definitely not be comparable to Yuanya, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei. Even if he becomes the eldest senior brother now, I'm afraid he will be even more humiliated in the future. Fu Jiwen nodded, Master's words are correct, Master is really a god, your knowledge is as vast as the sea. Although Master's cultivation is not high now, disciple knows that Master will definitely be the number one person in the 3 continents. Master's divine ability is enough for disciple like me to cultivate for a lifetime. Stop flattering. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, you don't know Master's most powerful divine ability. Oh. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then shook his head, Master is right, disciple thinks Master's lightning technique is the most powerful, but after thinking about it, I feel Master's sword technique is the most powerful, but Master's refining and alchemy techniques are also close to the peak, disciple really can't think of which divine ability Master has the most powerful. Escape. Xiaohua answered with a smile. Escape? Fu Jiwen was stunned. He asked in disbelief, "What's the most powerful flying technique?" Xiao Hua looked at the mountain peak that had already appeared in the distance and said meaningfully, "There are 3,000 great Daoists, and all of them lead to the heavens. Don't underestimate this escape technique. Who knows, I might even become an immortal with this escape technique." When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he rubbed his palms together as he said with a smile, "Now that you've spoken up to hear, Master has a plan. How about this, all of you disciples don't have to be arranged in any order. When Master succeeds, the one with the highest cultivation will be the eldest senior brother." "Good." Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and said, "Master, what you said is right. This way, we can cultivate diligently." "Is that cast emotion mountain in front?" Xiao Hua pointed at the mountain peak in front of the flying carriage and asked. "Disciple has never been here before, but looking at the phenomenon on this mountain, it should be cast emotion mountain." Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and carefully looked at the famous cast emotion mountain. He saw that this mountain peak was different from Broken Heart Mountain. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also completely green. There were no plants or mountain paths, so it was impossible for ordinary people to reach this mountain peak. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that although Broken Heart Mountain's forgotten love water was very strange, he couldn't see anything strange about it. However, this cast emotion mountain gave him a very oppressive feeling. Moreover, cast emotion mountain was extremely tall, and there was a seemingly thin crack in the middle of the mountain that split the mountain into two. Even though the crack was empty, it went all the way to the foot of the mountain. An indescribable aura seeped out of the crack, and it was as if a proud and aloof person was facing the blue sky. Hiss. Xiao Hua's pupils shrank when he saw this crack. A huge flying sword immediately appeared in his mind. This flying sword came from the heavens and earth. The peerless sword momentum that was rarely seen in this world appeared in a flash. Then, a huge crack appeared in his mind. That sword intent was already engraved in Xiao Hua's mind. "Fellow immortal." Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said with a slightly trembling voice, This is the true way of the sword. This crack is created by the gods, and it's definitely not something that any Daoist cultivator can split open. I even say that even sword immortals don't have this kind of divine ability. Using heaven and earth as a teacher is the way of heaven and earth. Fellow immortal, I have to go into seclusion for a while. With this sword intent of heaven and earth, I believe that my sword cultivation will reach great success. Okay. Xiao Hua himself also cultivated flying swords, so he naturally knew that the sword intent contained in this sword scar was very powerful. He nodded and wanted to take out the mountain river seal, but at this moment, a dignified voice sounded again, "Fellow Daoist, this old man sensed the aura of the 9 cauldrons. This is Gun Province, and if there's no accident, the Gun Province cauldrons should be within 100 miles. Ah." Happiness came too suddenly, and Xiao Hua was caught unprepared. After all, he had just obtained the Shuzhou cauldrons in Su Province, and how long had it been? These 9 cauldrons were where the destiny of Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was located, so how could he find them again and again? He thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Daoist Longmai, don't be anxious, let's do business first. That Gun Province cauldron won't run away by itself." Okay. Longmai and Xiao Hua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiao Hua took out the mountain river seal and let Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan out. Just as Fu Jiwen said, after Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan came out, they were first stunned, then they hurriedly saluted Xiao Hua. However, after saluting, Yu Zhongquan deliberately moved to the side a bit, as if he was avoiding Chang Yuan. Looking at Chang Yuan again, she didn't care about Yu Zhongquan's small movements and asked, "Master, why did you suddenly call this disciple out?" Xiao Hua went straight to the point and pointed at Casting Emotion Mountain, saying, "Look at this mountain first." Yes. Chang Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly looked at Casting Emotion Mountain. Yu Zhongquan also looked up. After a moment, seeing the confusion in their eyes, Xiao Hua sighed and reminded them, "Look carefully at the gap between the mountain peaks. Do you feel that it's a sword mark?" Was there a sharp flying sword that split it in half? Can you feel the sword force that pierces through heaven and earth? Yu Zhongxuan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Master, if you say it now, this disciple can see it, but this disciple is slow-witted and can't see any sword force. Master, this disciple can't see it either. Chang Yuan was also a bit depressed. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and turned to look at Fu Jiwen, asking, What about you? Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and replied, Master, this disciple doesn't know if the legend is true, but this disciple really can't see any clues. It can't be, right? You really can't see it? This time, it was Xiao Hua's turn to be depressed. I'm afraid this disciple hasn't cultivated to master's level yet. Chang Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, Well, master understands. Master previously had a sword intent that he hadn't completely comprehended. Now that I saw this gap, I immediately felt it. It should be a sign that the sword intent is about to break through the bottleneck. Congratulations, master, congratulations, master. Fu Jiwen and the other two were overjoyed and congratulated him, but they were all shocked in their hearts. They felt that it was incredible. After all, it was just a very ordinary scene that could make people break through their cultivation. They really couldn't understand it. Xiao Hua was also happy in his heart. After all, he always felt that the 9 stars transit the sun swordsmanship was a bit weak, not as strong as the wishful staff. If he could comprehend such a sword intent that could split a mountain, it would really be a shocking blow. Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongxuan. Xiao Hua ordered, each of you choose a mountain peak and go to comprehend it. See if you can get anything. Yes, master. Chang Yuan happily agreed and urged the weak sword light to fly up. Yu Zhongxuan hesitated and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain peak. Oh? What's the problem? Xiao Hua asked. Disciple feels that this mountain peak is a bit ghostly. But if I look carefully, it's different from ordinary ghosts. Disciple can't tell why. Yu Zhongxuan looked at the mountain peak in the distance and replied with some hesitation. Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's eyes were the same as Xiao Hua's, also carrying a kind of surprise. However, Xiao Hua still said, Master understands. You go, sit face to face with Chang Yuan and release your sword intent. Let's see what you can comprehend. When Yu Zhongxuan heard that he had to do everything with Chang Yuan, his neck stiffened slightly, as if he was unwilling. However, Xiao Hua fiercely glared at him, and he could only shrink his neck. Yu Zhongxuan also knew that Xiao Hua wasn't his father. If he angered Xiao Hua, he would definitely have a bitter fruit to eat. Of course, if he knew that Fu Jiwen was going to drug him, he would probably rush over and strangle Fu Jiwen to death. Of course, the premise was that his swordsmanship was successful. While Yu Zhongxuan was hesitating and slowly flying towards Cast Emotion Mountain, Xiao Hua patted his forehead and opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma eye. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that the Cast Emotion Mountain in front of him was just a Cast Emotion Mountain. Not only was there nothing that he couldn't see, there was also nothing special about it. Interesting. Xiao Hua knew that as long as the Delirium Breaker Dharma eye could see something special, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. Yu Zhongxuan landed on one side of the Cast Emotion Mountain. Chang Yuan had already sat down cross-legged on the other side. She formed a sword art in her hand and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yu Zhongxuan's nose twitched for no reason. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen, who weren't flying over. He helplessly sat down cross-legged and formed a sword art. Chang Yuan smiled slightly and closed her eyes. A faint deer figure slowly flew out from the sword art. On the other side, a tiger figure that was much denser than the deer figure rushed out from Yu Zhongxuan's sword art. Chapter 3907. Roar. The moment the tiger form appeared, it let out an angry roar and pounced towards the little deer. The little deer nimbly dodged, a little shy and a little scared as it dodged. Of course, Yu Zhongxuan's tiger form sword intent wouldn't really destroy the little deer's sword intent. It was only frightened for a moment before it wagged its tail and circled around in the distance. The sword hairs on its body sparkled like tiger spots. The little deer was a little shy as it circled around the tiger form. The sword hairs weren't as bright as the tiger form, but the flickering sword hairs were like Chang Yuan's intention. What's the use of this? Xiaohua turned to look at Fujiwen. Fujiwen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to form within 100 miles of Cast Emotion Mountain. The clouds first spread out horizontally, and when they reached the top of their heads, they began to revolve around one another. Then, a thin layer of water vapor appeared on the green surface of Cast Emotion Mountain. This water vapor was like the tears of Cast Emotion Mountain that slowly dripped down. The sound of water was very soft, but it was also like the sobbing of ghosts. High up in the sky, the sound of wind whimpered from the dark clouds. It was also like a mournful moan. The sound of water and wind was like the whispers of lovers between heaven and earth. Master. Fujiwen's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Quick, quick, look inside the cloud vortex, Shu. Since Fujiwen could see it, how could Xiaohua not see it? Xiaohua hurriedly placed his index finger on his lips and said, Just look, don't speak. Wherever Xiaohua's gaze landed, the cloud vortex gradually deepened. Pieces of green light fell from the vortex like green snowflakes floating onto Cast Emotion Mountain. Every time a snowflake fell, Cast Emotion Mountain would fluctuate. Moreover, the fluctuations on both sides of the thin crack were different. However, the fluctuations landed on Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongxuan, who were circulating their energy with their eyes closed. Pieces of light and shadow appeared between their eyebrows. After the light and shadow appeared, they landed on the crack and fused together to form a complete picture. In this picture, there were mountains, rivers, villages, farmlands, and of course, a man and a woman. As the light and shadow appeared, a faint and desolate singing voice came from the deepest part of the gap. I ask Buddha, why don't you give all women a face that shames flowers and obstructs the moon? The Buddha said, that's just the appearance of the epiphyllum, used to blind the eyes of the world. There is no beauty that can surpass a pure and kind heart. I give it to every woman, but someone covered it with dust. I asked Buddha, why are there so many regrets in this world? Buddha said, this is a whirling world. Whirling means regret. Without regret, no matter how much happiness you are given, you will not experience happiness. I asked Buddha, how can I make people's hearts not feel lonely anymore? Buddha said, every heart is born lonely and incomplete. Most people live their whole lives with this defect, because when they meet the other half who can make it complete, they either miss it by negligence or have lost the qualification to own it. I asked Buddha, what if you meet someone you can love, but you are afraid that you can't grasp it? Buddha said, how much love do you leave in the human world? Welcome the thousands of changes in the world and do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if it's a disaster, it's fate. Along with the question of Buddha that was engraved into the divine soul, pieces of light and shadow emerged from the space between Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Pictures of stones, grass, trees, scholars, mandarin ducks, butterflies, women, jade hairpins, all kinds of pictures emerged one after another. Their eyeballs spun rapidly, and the sword chi on their bodies gradually disappeared. The sword will in the shape of a tiger also disappeared completely. Gradually, it transformed into a small deer. Another small deer came over vivaciously, and the two small deers snuggled together. When they got closer, the two little deers slowly merged together and became one. The moment the sword chi merged, a wisp of sword chi spread out from Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan's bodies. This sword chi fell on the deer, and the deer was very happy. Then, the sword chi rushed into each other's bodies through the deer. The sword chi became more and more abundant, and the sword chi of the deer became more and more condensed and clear. Yu Zhongxuan and Chang Yuan were not the only ones who had changed. In the distant sky, Xiaohua and Fujiwen were also standing there in a daze. Fujiwen's mind was filled with Tao Wu's smiling face, while Xiaohua's face carried traces of pain. When Xiaohua heard the song, the emotional strings in his heart were slightly plucked. As the song flowed through his heart, each and every word of the song flowed through his mind. One by one, lively faces, whether angry or happy, sad, frowning or crying, floated through Xiao Hua's mind. Fairy Jing, Xian, Shui, Fairy Hongxia, Huang Mingxiang. In the end, there were even some faces that Xiao Hua was both unfamiliar and familiar with. Peacock, Chen, Zhang Pinger, Xiao Juzi, Nie Qinyu. Although these faces were clear, they were just faces. Xiao Hua naturally felt that there should be one more face among them, but he just couldn't find it. In the end, the faces of Fairy Hongxia, Shui, and the others appeared again. Everything in the past floated in his mind. Slowly, 2 drops of tears flowed out from the corners of Xiao Hua's eyes. The faint resentment towards Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia finally turned into smoke. Even Buddha said, "How much love is left in the human world, to welcome the myriad of changes in the world and to do happy things with lovers? Don't ask if this is a tribulation, it is fate." For love, for Xiao Hua's life, Shui resolutely gave up her own life. This is a tribulation. Because of this tribulation, in the Yin side of the space, in the netherworld lotus, she was reborn. The thousands of years of companionship of the statue of Zhang Xiaohua was also fate. And because of love, Fairy Hongxia decided to be together with the unknown Xiaohua. This is fate. But because of this fate, Fairy Hongxia developed a gap in her heart towards Xiaohua. The result was that although they were born, the 2 continents could not meet. This is another tribulation. The dead are gone, there is no need to chase. And the living are still here, there is no need to complain. If one only remembers the dead and complains about the living, it is truly unwise. Xiao Hua's thoughts became clear along with the song. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. When he raised his eyes to look at Cast Emotion Mountain, 2 cocoon-like sword lights wrapped around Yu Zhongquan and Changyuan. All the light from before fell into the sword lights. The light and darkness overflowed between the 2 sword lights. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the soul execution primary light that was refined earlier. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was somewhat immersed in his thoughts, Xiao Hua's mind fell into the Yin side of the space. He accompanied the netherworld lotus for a long time before flying out. At this moment, the gloomy clouds on Cast Emotion Mountain had already dissipated, and the boundless sunlight shone down. The green light and the sceneries were turned into light dust by the sword radiance. Fu Jiwen was also looking at the vision in front of his eyes. He sighed and said, "Hearts are united on Cast Emotion Mountain, hearts are broken on Broken Heart Mountain." Although the story inside is vulgar and can't stand up to scrutiny, there are feelings in this world that can endure until the end of time. Cast Emotion Mountain's fruit is indeed Cast Emotion Mountain. How is this Cast Emotion Mountain? Xiao Hua said faintly, "This is the Stone of 3 Lives." Stone of 3 Lives? Fu Jiwen was stunned. He looked at the huge mountain in disbelief and said, "Is this the legendary stone that can see the past life, present life, and a future life, as long as you step on it? But the Stone of 3 Lives, is it this big? Who told you that the Stone of 3 Lives is a small stone?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I'm afraid that no one knows that this Cast Emotion Mountain is the Stone of 3 Lives, right?" "But," Fu Jiwen said curiously, "there are more than 1 or 2 cultivators who came to Cast Emotion Mountain. How come no one noticed it? Or what about the other couples? Others didn't notice it because they didn't have Master's divine ability." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "As for what happened to others, it has nothing to do with us. Master only needs to know that Yu Zhongquan and Huang Changyuan are finally married." "Hee, that's right. Master, you're really a good matchmaker." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Disciple admires you very much." Xiao Hua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings before instructing Fu Jiwen, "Disciple, I'm afraid that Yu Zhongquan and Changyuan will be stuck together like glue for a while. You stay here to protect them, Master will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen nodded respectfully. Xiao Hua urged his body, and with a flash of earth qi, he disappeared in midair. Earth escape technique? Fu Jiwen naturally had the insight of a Daoist cultivator. He was really surprised by the exquisiteness of Xiao Hua's earth escape technique. He looked at the disappearing earth qi and his eyes flashed with a strange light as he pondered. With dragon vein Xiao Hua's dragon qi sensing, Xiao Hua quickly found the location of the Gunzhou cauldron underground. At this time, the Gunzhou cauldron was still invisible. However, Xiao Hua could sense that netherworld qi was overflowing in the area. It was obvious that the 9 cauldrons shaking the 9 states had been broken and the Gunzhou cauldron's ability to suppress fate had disappeared. Xiao Hua hesitated for a long time. When he saw that the Gunzhou cauldron did not increase in netherworld qi after taking it out, he felt at ease and sent the Gunzhou cauldron into his middle dantian. As soon as the Gunzhou cauldron entered his middle dantian, it immediately merged with the other 7 cauldrons. The 4-colored true qi in the 8 cauldrons became more lively and vigorous. Looking at the faint aura of the netherworld, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. It seems like there must be a reason for this abnormality that others don't know about. This 3-live stone isn't just standing here for no reason. This place must be connected to the netherworld. After observing for a long time, Xiao Hua flew out from underground. The overflowing netherworld qi was quickly washed away by yang qi and did not cause any harm to the people in the surroundings. In fact, he understood that there must be a reason why the Gunzhou cauldron was placed here. Although the netherworld qi would not cause harm temporarily, it did not mean that it would not in the future. What Xiao Hua needed to do now was to quickly find the remaining Yuzhou cauldrons and then place the 9 cauldrons back in the 9 states. Only then could they truly suppress the fate of the 9 states. When Xiao Hua flew back to Casted Emotion Mountain, the strange phenomenon had completely disappeared. Yu Zhongquan was standing on Casted Emotion Mountain with Chang Yuan. At this time, Yu Zhongquan had a steady expression on his face. He was still holding Chang Yuan's hand. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were unwilling to let go. Chapter 3908. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure appear in midair, Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is really incompetent." Previously, this disciple failed to live up to Master's expectations. Master cherishes this disciple so much that this disciple specially brought this disciple to Casting Emotion Mountain. This disciple will never be able to repay Master's kindness. Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew that Fu Jiwen was talking nonsense when he was not around, but he did not point it out. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is not Master's kindness, but Chang Yuan's love for you. At the same time, it is the heaven and earth's pity for your love. Think about it, among the millions of couples in this world, which one has it as difficult as you two? Now, the 2 of you can finally hold hands and connect your hearts. Don't do anything that will hurt each other." Yes, this disciple was naughty and mischievous in the past, truly unbearable. Yu Zhongquan nodded and said, "Now, this disciple really feels Yuan's heart, and knows that I love her. In the future, this disciple will not let her down. I will grow old with her." "Grow old with her?" Xiao Hua laughed. "How can you grow old after entering my fortune gate? Rest assured, cultivate as much as you want, Master will guarantee that you will remain young forever." "Yes, many thanks for Master's help." Chang Yuan smiled sweetly. Although the phrase, "lovers will eventually find their way together," was very cliché, it was very appropriate to describe Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan. Heart connection and flying sword formation. I presume you two have already deeply experienced the essence of sword Dao. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You two should take advantage of this time to cultivate. When you reach major completion in sword Dao, you will be able to move unhindered in the world." "Yes, this disciple understands." Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan lowered their heads and agreed. Then, they were sent into Xiao Hua's space. AI, Master. Watching the 2 of them disappear, Yu Zhongquan stomped his feet and looked at the green Casting Emotion Mountain below him. Why can't this disciple have such good luck? Not to mention this disciple can't see the 3 lives, just this disciple's cultivation. Looks like junior brother and junior sister are about to catch up. Ah. Who asked you to be so impatient? Ah. Who can you blame? Xiao Hua smiled and said, "The heavenly book can't be opened for you right now, but don't worry, when it is opened, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Although Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan had such a fortuitous encounter, and their sword Dao combined yin and yang, they are still inferior to your heavenly book. Alright, master, this disciple understands. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. This disciple will accompany master to the next Lu town. Another half a day passed. After Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense, he decided to personally make a trip down. When he saw that Lu Zhen wasn't the Lu Zhen he was looking for, he hurriedly left with Fu Jiwen. To Tuza's heavenly palace, Tianz's to. The immortal palace's methods were naturally impressive. Even though Xiao Hua had captured a landlord before, he did not obtain any useful information from the landlord. Now that he was discovered by the landlord again, he did not notice it at all. After a few more days, nothing strange happened. After Xiao Hua was disappointed more than 10 times, he gradually became indifferent. Although he didn't have the time to look for it in detail, he could just leave it behind the Dragon Island. After helping the little white dragon complete its body formation, he could be considered to be free. At that time, not only could he look for Lu Zhen in the hidden immortal continent, he could even go to the Elysium world to look for him. He could also take advantage of this trip to see Jianghu's situation. Seeing that the weather was gradually getting colder, the number of rivers on the ground was gradually increasing. Many rivers were converging here. Xiao Hua knew that he wasn't far from the North Sea. I really don't know what Ao Zhantian will look like when he doesn't see me. Xiao Hua thought to himself and felt helpless in his heart. Suddenly, from the direction of the North Sea, 2 rays of clear eyes technique swept over like sharp swords. When the rays of clear eyes technique swept over Xiao Hua, they immediately stopped. Then, without any scruples, they looked up and down and then quietly withdrew. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and released his soul sense. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, he sneered and said, "How troublesome. Why are these Xianhuang token people endless?" Xianhuang token? Fu Jiwen was shocked. That day in the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, Fu Jiwen was captured by the 3 Xianhuang token people. Of course, he remembered it clearly. Before Fu Jiwen could speak, another pair of clear eyes swept over from behind Xiao Hua. They also cast a glance at Xiao Hua before slowly withdrawing their gazes. Disciple, you should return to the Kunlun immortal realm. These Xianhuang token cultivators are vicious and merciless. They don't have the face to be a senior. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He was too lazy to release his soul sense and said indifferently. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Master, this disciple still wants to see how you will display your invincible might and kill these Xianhuang token cultivators. TSK. You just want to see where your master is ranked in the Xianhuang board." Xiao Hua said as he put away the Pegasus and flying chariot. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and asked disdainfully. "Hee, master is wise." Fu Jiwen grinned, "Master can be ranked in the Xianhuang board. This disciple is actually very proud. Go in." Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen. He said, "Your master was the last on the Xianhuang board. Now after the battle in the Black Wind Ridge, I must have improved. When your master kills these Xianhuang board cultivators, I will tell you." Still Xianhuang board cultivators? The Xianhuang token seems to be just as so. Fu Jiwen smiled. When his figure disappeared, he still mocked, "It seems that they are really tired of living." Yes, they are indeed tired of living. Xiao Hua stood in the air coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and released the green-robed Xiao Hua. The green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, they are just 8 5th-grade elemental energy children. To you, they are just a piece of cake. Why do you need me to take action? One-on-one, not to mention mid-6th-grade elemental energy, even if they were high 6th-grade elemental energy, I would not be afraid." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "But these are 8 mid-5th-grade elemental energy Xianhuang token cultivators. Who knows if they have any secret techniques? Do they have any special imperial tools?" If one or two of them escape, Ai's whereabouts will be exposed. Before we reach the North Sea, we will be hunted down by the Xianhuang board cultivators. Wouldn't our trip to the North Sea be ruined? So that's how it is. The green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He said while flying, fellow cultivator has learned how to be ruthless. You know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. People will always change. As Xiao Hua said this, he raised his head and looked at the 4 yellow-robed cultivators flying in front of him as if he was looking at a dead person. These 4 cultivators were about the same height and had ordinary appearances. If they were thrown into a crowd after taking off their yellow clothes, Xiao Hua would definitely not give them a second glance. However, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over them and he sneered in his heart. These 4 unremarkable cultivators were actually mid-5th grade elemental energy, much higher than Huang Shou and the others from before. It must be because he defeated true monarch Qing Yuan at Black Wind Mountain Range, causing the Xianhuang token to re-evaluate his strength. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over in an encirclement. They saw that Xiao Hua not only did not escape, but also did not have any obvious defenses. He just stood there quietly like a quiet, handsome man. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators' eyes were slightly astonished and they glanced at each other. However, when another 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over from behind Xiao Hua, the 4 people's expressions gradually calmed down. After all, 8 mid-5th grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators were dealing with a person on the yellow board. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the Xianhuang token. The 8 yellow-robed cultivators surrounded Xiao Hua. The cultivator opposite Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, "Are you Xiao Hua? Since you all came to find this old man, how could you not know who this old man is?" Xiao Hua sneered and said, "I heard that the Xianhuang token is an organization of the hidden immortal continent. How could you not know this?" "Hee, Xiao Hua, this old man originally thought that you would deny it, but I didn't expect you to be so frank." The yellow-robed cultivator laughed and said, "Seems like you've already met Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji." Xiao Hua naturally did not intend to hide and nodded and said, "Indeed, I just don't know which descendants of the Huang clan you are. What's the use of a glib tongue when you're about to die?" The yellow-robed cultivator said coldly, "There's no need for you to use any provocation. Our Xianhuang token naturally has basic etiquette. We will also treat the dead with respect. This old man is Huang Jiao. This old man is Huang Yu. This old man is Huang Tu. This old man is Huang Fun. This old man is Huang Chia. This old man is Huang Mo. This old man is Huang Zhen. This old man is Huang Gui." The other 7 yellow-robed cultivators seemed to cherish their words like gold. They only reported their names and did not say anything else. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "This Xiao understands. Making friends, Chia Mo Zhen, your status in the Xianhuang token is much higher than Shou Zhenji. However, this Xiao is a bit strange. I don't know if I should ask." "Sure." Huang Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Hua asked, "This Xiao heard that the first time he was listed on the Xianhuang token was because of the Copper Pillar State's matter. I'm afraid that the Copper Pillar State's king wanted this Xiao's life, so there was a bounty. However, this Xiao has already let go of the Copper Pillar State. Presumably, the Copper Pillar State's king himself knows that he has no reason to find trouble with this Xiao, right? How you got on the Xianhuang token is not something this old man and the others can know." Huang Yu refused to answer without hesitation. "All right." Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "I wonder where this Xiao is now on the Xianhuang token. Speaking of which, this Xiao is also curious. Where can I see the complete Xianhuang token?" "Congratulations, Your Excellency. As far as this old man knows, Your Excellency has now jumped from the last place to the top of the Xianhuang token." Huang Yu replied with a fake smile. "Ah. This Xiao's progress is actually so great. I really have to thank the Xianhuang token for its help." Xiao Hua was very surprised and could not help but cup his hands. Chapter 3909. Yes, you killed Kong Honggu of Yaotai Mountain, Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji, and recently defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan. In the hidden immortal continent where the number of Taoist cultivators is declining, you will naturally be ranked first on the yellow board. In the future, I know that you will be ranked on the Xian board. This yellow board is really small and can't accommodate a great god like you. Huang Yu mocked. Ha. Xiao Hua laughed. Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji wanted to kill me, so I had to fight. Perfected Lord Qingyuan wanted to destroy my Black Wind Ridge's descendants, so I had to fight. However, the Kong Hongwu you speak of has nothing to do with this Xiao. You know it clearly in your heart. This has nothing to do with us. Huang Yu said faintly. As for where to see the Xian Huang board, if someone else asked, I might answer. However, it's meaningless for you to ask this. If you want, you can go to hell and ask the judge in charge of life and death. How can that guy know? Xiao Hua waved his hand. He can't even kill a living person. Ha. Huang Yu laughed. Xiao Hua, this old man has killed so many people from the Huang board, but I have never seen someone who can be so calm and eloquent in front of this old man. Do you really have enough confidence to escape from this old man's hands? Why? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Do you think you can kill the people on the yellow board as soon as you make a move? Where do you get the confidence? Huang Yu looked at the others around him. Everyone was on guard and didn't speak, so he didn't rush to make a move. He smiled and said, of course. We can deal with the people on the yellow board as long as we make a move. If it's the people on the Xian board, we don't need to make a move. Xiao Hua touched his chin and answered hesitantly, this is troublesome. If I kill you, won't I be hunted down by the Xian board again? But what if I don't kill you? You won't be able to report back to your superiors. This world is truly a dilemma. How about this? Can you turn around now and pretend that you've never seen this Xiao? Attack. Huang Yu felt a chill in his heart and sensed that something was wrong. As he gave the order, he raised his hand and clapped. Three-colored genuine qi gushed out. Before the sub-body condensed by the inscriptions was complete, a pair of big hands had already attacked Xiao Hua. The noble qi surging between the inscriptions blocked the area in front of Xiao Hua for hundreds of feet. As soon as Huang Yu moved, the other cultivators moved as well. They clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. Although some of them activated their sword qi, while others activated their imperial equipment, each of them was only responsible for the area in front of them, displaying their divine abilities to the fullest in that area. And these 8 people simultaneously sealed off all of Xiao Hua's escape routes. Xiao Hua had no other choice but to fight. A bunch of kids. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. As he waved his hands, layers of heavenly thunder crazily rolled down. Taking advantage of the heavenly thunder hitting the sub-bodies of the 8 people, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand shook, and a light beam of more than 100 feet struck between Huang Yu and Huang Tu. When the light beam fell, it immediately pierced through the clouds surging around the two, and thousands of inscriptions turned into fireflies and collapsed. The two were shocked and slightly leaned to the side. However, their sub-bodies risked being bombarded by the heavenly thunder and were also prepared to deal with Xiao Hua's forceful breakthrough. But what puzzled the two was that Xiao Hua stood there without moving at all. Just when the two of them were puzzled, 10 rays of light flashed strangely in front of Xiao Hua. 10 Yuanying suddenly appeared. As soon as these 10 Yuanying appeared, they immediately began to teleport and escaped from the gap in the Kunlun mirror. Huang Yu was even more confused. He didn't know why Xiao Hua didn't use these 10 excellent helpers and instead let them escape. However, in just a short moment, Huang Yu understood Xiao Hua's plan. Immediately, panic appeared on the faces of Huang Yu and the other 8 people. However, they understood it too late. The heavenly might of 10 nascent soul initial tribulations was far from what 8 cultivators of the 5th level of essence energy could withstand. Seeing the 10 nascent souls sitting cross-legged behind the 8 people, the entire tribulation cloud covered an area of 100 li. Whether it was nascent souls, Confucian cultivators, or Xiao Hua, they were all imprisoned. And in that tribulation cloud, although layers of lightning were not as fierce as Xiao Hua's heavenly thunder, the power contained in each lightning was several times stronger. Huang Yu opened his mouth and found that he couldn't even say a word. Admittedly, the true energy in his body was stagnant, and the inscriptions of the sub-bodies were also revealed word by word. He moved his eyes with difficulty and looked at Xiaohua. His brain wasn't enough. Xiaohua was also standing there, unable to move. However, Xiaohua's face was indifferent. It was obvious that he was used to the lightning tribulation that was about to arrive. What's going on? Huang Yu's doubts rose again. Even if he's at the upper 5th level of essence energy, even if he's at the 6th level of essence energy, it's impossible for him to not be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of nascent souls is so strange. There's no corresponding record in the ancient records of the mysterious Yellow Order. Could it be that he wanted to die with me from the very beginning? Rumble. Huang Yu's thoughts came to an abrupt end. A thumb-sized heavenly tribulation lightning suddenly fell. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning mainly fell on the 10 nascent souls and Huang Yu, the 8 people, and Xiaohua were just fish in the moat, this scattered heavenly tribulation lightning flashed and one of the 8 sub-bodies was destroyed. At the same time, Huang Zhen, who was closest to the heavenly tribulation lightning, had lightning appear on his body. The heavenly tribulation lightning was like a centipede that instantly climbed up Huang Zhen's body. In the blink of an eye, a small part of his body disappeared. Buzz. Buzz. Seeing that Huang Zhen's body was about to collapse, a strange cloud appeared around Huang Zhen's body. A yellow jade slip appeared under Huang Zhen's feet. With a trembling sound, Huang Zhen's body actually flashed extremely fast and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Huang Zhen moved, and Huang Yu and the others also went all out. The same jade slip floated out of the chests of the 7 people, producing strange fluctuations that wrapped around their bodies and the sub-bodies that hadn't completely collapsed. They actually broke free of the heavenly tribulation lightning's imprisonment and flashed into the void. Damn it, it's really like this. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed as he cursed inwardly. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he could easily ambush and kill Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, when facing 8 profound yellow token experts, Xiaohua didn't have any confidence that he wouldn't let one of them escape. After all, every cultivator had their own ultimate escape technique. Therefore, Xiaohua gave up on doing it himself and used the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 10 nascent souls to kill them. However, today's heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't be compared to the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 6th level Confucian cultivator. At that time, dozens of nascent souls arranged a simple capital heavenly star formation, which sealed off all the escape routes of the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator also wanted to kill Xiaohua, unlike the 8 people in front of him who were ready to escape as soon as they saw something was wrong. Moreover, just as Xiaohua thought, these 8 people all had a secret technique, and this secret technique might be the mysterious Yellow Order's mysterious Yellow Order. As Xiaohua thought, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. Rumble. In the void, layers of 3 corpses in lightning rushed out. The 8 Confucian cultivators' figures had just disappeared, but they immediately reappeared. The teleportation that was forcibly triggered by the Huang Order was forcibly destroyed by Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. In just this critical moment, the 10 nascent souls surrounding the 8 people raised their heads at the same time and rubbed their hands together. The heavenly tribulation lightning that surrounded their spiritual bodies followed their hands' seals and fell on Huang Yu and the others who had just revealed themselves. Ah! Huang Yu and the others were shocked. The yellow brilliance around their bodies collapsed like juice in the roaring heavenly tribulation lightning. Huang Zhen's body disappeared immediately, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. His soul was destroyed. As for the other 7 people, their bodies also melted under the heavenly tribulation lightning. Several streams of true qi rushed out from all parts of their bodies, like ignited fireworks, extremely gorgeous and cruel. Hiss. The heavenly tribulation lightning naturally didn't let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua's body also turned into flowing liquid under the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, the heavenly tribulation lightning of these 10 nascent souls still couldn't compare to the previous dozens of nascent souls. After a while, Xiaohua appeared from the heavenly tribulation lightning. His body was in tatters. Among the 7 Confucian cultivators with the mysterious yellow order, there were Huang Yu and the other 2. Although their bodies were riddled with holes like rags, their primordial spirits hadn't disappeared. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation lightning had loosened, the 3 cultivators fled in 3 directions. Troublesome, Xiaohua frowned. The divine will hammer smashed towards Huang Yu. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a powerful magic power was born, imprisoning Huang Fun, who had already escaped several kilometers away. As for the other cultivator who escaped the fastest, Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Just as the divine will hammer smashed Huang Yu into a meat paste, a loud bang sounded. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light appeared and split that cultivator in 2. Finally, Xiaohua clasped his hands together, and Huang Fun, who was imprisoned, struggled with all his might and was crushed into pieces. Huang Fan's primordial spirit was the same as Huang Yu and the others. It was already weak from the heavenly tribulation lightning. Now that it was killed by Xiaohua, it didn't take much magic power to destroy his primordial spirit. Tsk tisk. Green-robed Xiaohua flew back. He smacked his lips and sighed, "It's really killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It's just 8 middle-stage 5th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators, and you actually wasted 10 scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation. These 10 scattered soul cultivators might be able to kill a middle-stage 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Hee, they will have to face the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. If you don't use it now, they won't be able to hide their cultivation in the future. Wouldn't that be even more wasteful?" Xiaohua said with a grin. He collected the Jianghu bags left behind by the 8 Confucian cultivators. The heavenly tribulation lightning this time wasn't as abnormal as last time, so the Jianghu bags weren't completely destroyed. Green-robed Xiaohua shook his head. "I can't bear to see fellow Daoist's stingy appearance." "If you can't bear to see, then don't look." "Who wants you to see?" Xiaohua said. He released his mind and sent green-robed Xiaohua and the Kunlun mirror into the space. "You should hurry up and teach your own disciples. When they succeed in their cultivation, I won't have to waste the scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation." Chapter 39:10. Master, you're done so quickly. When Fujiwen was released by Xiaohua to drive the flying car, he was very surprised and shouted. "Nonsense, it's just a few 5th-grade elemental energy kids. Do you need to be so serious?" Xiaohua replied disdainfully. Hee, Master, what's your ranking now?" Fujiwen asked while driving the flying car with a mischievous smile. "Guess." "Do you still need to guess?" Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's complacent face and immediately understood. He said, "Since it's the Yellow Order cultivators who attacked, and Master is on the yellow list, and Master was able to defeat the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal Palace, you should have the cultivation of the 5th-grade elemental energy. Although I'm not sure about the mysterious Yellow Order, but now you must be first on the yellow list." Yes, if these 8 mysterious Yellow Order cultivators can't return to the mysterious Yellow Order, then Master can squeeze into the mysterious list. Xiaohua nodded. He knew in his heart that if the mysterious Yellow Order sent people again, it wouldn't be so simple. Maybe the next one would be a middle or upper 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Thinking of this, Xiaohua asked curiously, "Disciple, who do you think would put out such a big reward for the experts of the mysterious Yellow Order to kill Master?" "Master, Disciple doesn't know much about the mysterious Yellow Order, let alone the mysterious Yellow Order. Disciple can't answer your question." After all, Fujiwen's experience was not as good as Jing Xianzi and the others, so he really didn't know these things. "Forget it." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves. Maybe after this, the mysterious Yellow Order will give up the idea of killing Master. "Oh, right, these are the Jianghu bags of those cultivators. Take them and see what's suitable for you." Saying this, Xiaohua generously gave a few Jianghu bags to Fujiwen. Who knew that Fujiwen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, you should take them yourself." Disciple is now focused on cultivating the true qi in my chest, hoping to unlock the seal of the heavenly book as soon as possible. Disciple is not like master who can dabble in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, so disciple shouldn't be distracted. Okay. Xiaohua knew that what Fu Jiwen said was reasonable, so he casually threw the Qingquan bag into his space. If it was in the past, the green-robed Xiaohua would have caught them and checked what was inside. But now, the green-robed Xiaohua was busy teaching his disciples and did not pay attention to these Qingquan bags. Fu Jiwen urged the flying carriage to fly for another few hundred kilometers. Immediately after, another divine sense chased after the flying carriage. After sweeping past Xiaohua, a slightly anxious voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment." When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned and ordered Fu Jiwen to stop the flying chariot. He stood on the flying chariot and looked at the origin of the divine sense with displeasure. A short while later, a familiar figure flew over from afar. It was none other than the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, Daoist Qing Su. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua's appearance from afar and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He called out, "Where are you going? If there's nothing urgent, please follow I back." "Why?" Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked. "I received news that the mysterious Yellow Order wants to send disciples to kill fellow Daoist. The mysterious Yellow Order has eyes and ears all over the world. Fellow Daoist is in danger now, so follow I to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor and ask for his protection." Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua and said seriously. Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, "If I didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers at the Black Wind Ridge, I'm afraid I wouldn't have attracted the mysterious Yellow Order's attention, right? I don't have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, right?" Hee hee. Daoist Master Qing Su also smiled faintly and said, "Even if fellow Daoist didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers, since fellow Daoist was able to escape from the Black Wind Ridge, no matter what method you used, Kong Wukong was killed by you. In that case, Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain was also killed by fellow Daoist Xiao. Since that is the case, why is fellow Daoist Xiao still trying to hide it? Why not make a big deal out of it? It's better to turn the world upside down. Damn it." Xiaohua almost jumped up as he said, "Right now, there are already 8 Yellow Order cultivators with mid-tier 5th grade essence energy chasing after this Xiao. How do you expect this Xiao to continue hiding?" Daoist Master Qing Su was shocked. Eight Confucian cultivators at the 5th level of essence energy. Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He straightened his clothes and bowed, saying, "Junior Qing Su greets Senior Xiao. Junior congratulates Senior Xiao for entering the profound ranking. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the Immortal Palace comes to find Senior and invites Senior to the Penglai Immortal Realm." "What?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Do I have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor to avoid this disaster?" "Yes, that's what Junior meant." Daoist Master Qing Su nodded and said, "The Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor Go Chen has the Supreme Heavenly Mirror and can search the entire 9 prefectures. No matter where Senior hides, he won't be able to find out. Even if you don't use the Clear Sky Mirror, the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears are all over the hidden Immortal Continent. Senior won't be able to hide anywhere." It's said that the mysterious Yellow Order was able to find Senior this time because the Earth sensed it. If Senior doesn't rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the Immortal Palace's pursuit. These Earths are really everywhere. Xiaohua naturally knew how powerful the Earths were inside in his heart. Since Senior has such strength now, you should do your best for the revival of our Dao sect. Daoist Master Qing Su persuaded again, "Senior, you've seen a few Dao sect seniors who escaped from the Penglai Immortal Realm. They heard that the Ancestor had escaped, so they specially came to rely on the Ancestor and do their best for our Dao sect." Daoist Master Qing Su, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force it." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Although Xiaohua has the heart to do his best for the revival of our Dao sect, Xiaohua's wings are not fully grown yet. When Xiaohua feels that it's necessary, I'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. All right. Daoist Master Qing Su's persuasion was fruitless. He nodded and said, Senior's strength is far greater than Junior's. Presumably, Senior's vision is also far greater than Junior's. Junior doesn't dare to say anything. Everything will be up to Senior. Moreover, Senior has killed countless Confucian cultivators. The ancestor appreciates Senior's actions. Junior doesn't worry that Senior will harm our Dao sect. However, Junior is worried that Senior's sharpness will be too exposed. Previously, the Immortal Palace subjugated the Immortal Palace in the Black Wind Ridge didn't pursue the matter. However, if Senior's reputation is too great, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families won't let Senior off. Old man knows this. Xiaohua nodded. Old man has no choice but to kill the mysterious Yellow Order's people. I can't let them escape, right? Oh, right, Daoist Master Qing Su, do you know why the mysterious Yellow Order's people are chasing after Xiaohua? Who put up the bounty? Junior doesn't know. Daoist Master Qing Su shook his head and said, actually, sometimes when you reach the top of the Xian ranking or the Yellow ranking, it's not necessarily because someone put up a bounty. Perhaps the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families or the Immortal Palace can push the ranking of the people on the mysterious Yellow ranking to the top. Alright, Xiaohua understands. Xiaohua nodded again. If fellow Daoist doesn't have anything else to say, Xiaohua will take his leave. Senior, don't worry. Daoist Master Qing Su hurriedly took out a few Qingquan bags and handed them over, saying with a smile, Senior, do you still remember the agreement you made with Junior in front of the Yaotai Mountain? I remember. Xiaohua looked at the Qingquan bags and nodded, saying, is this the material for refining weapons? Yes, Senior. Daoist Master Qing Su replied, there's also a method to refine a communication jade shadow inside. When the ancestor found out that Senior can refine weapons, he was very happy and even gave Senior several methods to refine magic weapons. In addition, the ancestor also said that if Senior is willing, Senior can directly communicate with him through a communication jade shadow. Of course, unless there's an important matter, the ancestor is afraid that the immortal emperor or other people will know. Xiaohua understands. If there's nothing special, I won't reveal the ancestor's whereabouts. Xiaohua took a look at the Qingquan bags and said, so many materials, I wonder what kind of magic weapon the ancestor wants to refine. The ancestor originally wanted to give Senior a list of items. Daoist Master Qing Su hurriedly replied, however, there are too many Daoist cultivators seeking refuge with the ancestor now, and there's also a need for a lot of magic weapons. Therefore, the ancestor said that there's no need for any magic weapons, as long as Senior can refine them. Of course, if Senior has already refined them, that's the best. Junior can take some back first. That last sentence wasn't said by the ancestor, right? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. That's right. Daoist Master Qing Su didn't hide it and said with a smile, just now, Junior suddenly remembered that Senior also traded some things on the Yaotai Mountain. Presumably, there's also materials for refining weapons. Xiaohua looked at Daoist Master Qing Su and said with a cold tone, Qing Su, Xiaohua has always regarded Daoist cultivators as my brothers, and I also regard you and the ancestor in a new light. However, if you try to spy on Xiaohua's whereabouts, don't blame Xiaohua for, Daoist Master Qing Su hurriedly said with a smile, Senior, you're thinking too much. That's what Junior did when he didn't know Senior well. Now, even if Junior has more courage, Junior wouldn't dare to do it. That's good. Xiaohua took the Qingquan bags and threw them into the space. Then, he took out another Qingquan bag and filled it with some magic weapons refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. He handed it to Daoist Master Qing Su and said, this was refined by Xiaohua in the past. Give it to the ancestor. Good. Daoist Master Qing Su took the Qingquan bag and stole a glance. He couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly kept it. He bowed and said, Junior thanks Senior on behalf of the ancestor. Junior didn't take enough materials. Junior will definitely make up for it next time. Oh, there's no hurry. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, coincidentally, Xiao has something to discuss with you. Senior, please speak. Daoist Master Qing Su carefully kept the Qingquan bag and said with a smile. Daoist Master Qing Su, since you can find out about the Xianhuang token, Ancestor must have a lot of spies on the hidden immortal continent, right? I wonder if Xiaohua can inquire about some things, or if there's any news on the hidden immortal continent that you can inform Xiaohua in time. This. Daoist Master Qing Su was very hesitant and said with a smile, this matter is of great importance. It's not something that Junior can decide. When this Junior returns this time, I will definitely report this matter to the Ancestor and ask him to make a decision. Chapter 39:11. Xiaohua was not surprised by this answer. He nodded and said, all right, I'll wait for your news. Also, I'll have to trouble you to ask the Ancestor where there are metal and wood elemental magnetism, metal and earth elemental magnetism, or extreme magnetic light in the hidden immortal continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and Pure Land. I'm willing to use this information as the price for refining. Yes, yes. Daoist Master Qing Su readily agreed. Junior will definitely pass on Senior's message. Junior can also clearly tell Senior that if the Ancestor knows, he will definitely tell Senior. Even if he doesn't know, he will definitely send someone else to look for it. After all, we're all Daoist disciples. It's natural for us to exchange information. Good. If that's the case, I'll definitely thank you. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Junior will take his leave. Daoist Master Qing Su knew that Xiaohua wanted to send him off and hurriedly bowed. If Senior has any news, even if Junior doesn't come, I will send someone else to inform Senior. N. Xiaohua nodded and watched Daoist Master Qing Su leave. Master. Fujiwen, who had been watching from the side, said, a mountain can't have two tigers. As Master's cultivation increases, sooner or later, you will become a threat to the Grand Mist Ancestor. Who knows what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is? If you rely on him, who knows what will happen in the future? Master naturally knows this. Xiaohua nodded. That's why Master never agreed to it. It's because Master doesn't know what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is. In particular, Master isn't interested in any power or influence. I don't even have any great ambitions. I don't like to get involved in these lively matters. Fujiwen smiled. Master's attitude is exactly what a Daoist cultivator should have. However, this attitude is despised by Confucian cultivators. A real man should be indomitable, establish a great cause for all ages, and leave a name for all eternity. Ha! Xiaohua shakes his head. There are 100 kinds of rice in this world, and 100 kinds of people are raised in this world. Everyone has their own life and aspirations. Not everyone can become nobles, generals, or ministers, and not everyone is suitable for cultivation. This kind of world is a colorful world. Moreover, a person's personality decides everything. If you want me to be a monarch or an immortal emperor, my butt will be pricked with thorns. Huh, well said, Master. Fujiwen gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, looking at Senior Brother Xiong Yi, Senior Brother Lan and Senior Brother Li Xiang, this disciple knows that Master is different from them. Even these three Yuanying senior brothers are different from each other. Therefore, we should let those who want to be the sect master be the sect master, and let those who want to cultivate cultivate. This kind of fortune gate is the true seed for the revival of the righteous Tao gate. Xiaohua said, moreover, as I said before, the immortal palace allowed the Tao sect cultivators to cultivate by establishing a country. This was originally changing the Tao sect's cultivation method. If we don't solve this problem from the root, the Tao sect won't be able to revive in the hidden immortal continent. This. Fujiwen smiled bitterly and said, Master's ambition sounds even grander than the Grand Mist Ancestors. I really don't know when it can be realized. Master, you should work hard in your cultivation. This disciple thinks highly of you. After following me for so long, you've actually become so glib-tongued. Xiaohua patted Fu Jiwen's head and said with a smile, I really don't know if Bai and can control you in the future. That. When Fu Jiwen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He probed, Master, this disciple still has Bai and Master and Senior Murong, oh, actually that Senior Gong Shu is also quite good. Xiaohua's face darkened. He glared at Fu Jiwen and said, Is there a disciple who talks to his master like this? I'm innocent, master. Fu Jiwen said with grievance. This disciple is concerned about master. Can't you feel the strong feelings between master and disciple? AI, people's relationships are really complicated. If we don't stay together for life, how can we know if there's any unforeseen event? Master has lived for a long time and has experienced a lot. The experience of relationships is much more difficult than ordinary experience. Xiaohua naturally thought of the feelings he had on the Cast Emotion Mountain and said with some regret. Fu Jiwen somewhat understood and said in a low voice, Master has been looking for Lu Town. Could it be that there's a childhood sweetheart in Lu Town? No. Xiaohua shook his head. Lu Town is where Master was born. Ah. Master. Fu Jiwen seemed to suddenly understand and said with some surprise, You mean? Yes, Master is looking for Master's hometown. When Xiaohua said, hometown, endless homesickness rushed into his heart. The loneliness of a cultivator naturally arose spontaneously. If Xiaohua was like this, how could Fu Jiwen not be like this? After a long while, Fu Jiwen said with disappointment and frustration, Master, this disciple suddenly wants to go home. That's normal. Xiaohua nodded. Confucian cultivators often say that if one's parents are present, one won't travel far. Although the Fu family is unfair to you, the Fu family still has your parents. This blood relationship can be felt even from thousands of miles away. Master, this disciple has a suggestion. Fu Jiwen suddenly said, I don't know if I should say it. Just say it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master's Kunlun Wonderland seems to be huge. If. Fu Jiwen said half a sentence and felt that it was inappropriate. He smiled and said, Is this disciple being too greedy? Of course. Xiaohua said with a smile. The Kunlun mirror is a famous magic treasure of our Dao sect. The universe inside is limitless. There's no harm in cultivating inside, not to mention letting your family live inside. However, you have to think carefully. Although your idea is good, your parents might not be willing. Yes, this is also Junior's dilemma. Fu Jiwen was a bit sad. Disciple feels that the Kunlun Wonderland is full of spiritual energy. Ordinary people living inside will definitely live a long life. Although my parents are Confucian cultivators, their aptitude is ordinary. Their lifespan might not be very long. Disciple was expelled from the Fu family because of my parents' love for me. No need to be long-winded. Xiaohua said with a smile. After Master finishes this matter, I will go to the Fu family with you. With a wave of my sleeve, I will move your Fu family to the Kunlun Wonderland. How about that? Master, you want to rob? Fu Jiwen was in a good mood. He said with a smile, however, disciple likes it. Disciple will accompany Master to rob. And Wang Bianfei's mother. Xiaohua suddenly thought. She is Wang Bianfei's only family in this world. That day, Master only wanted to leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range and let Wang Bianfei follow me to gain experience, but I forgot about this. If this little guy remembers it in the future, I'm afraid he will blame Master. That's right. Wang Bianfei's mother is a secular person. She has never cultivated before. These several decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Wang Bianfei is still young, so he might not know. But in the future, it is really hard to say. Fu Jiwen nodded. Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen and said, I will leave this matter to you. After finishing this matter in the North Sea, we will go to Su Province first, then return to Yu Province. Remember to remind Master. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen was really grateful. He had never heard of a cultivator who was so generous. Not only did he teach his disciple to cultivate, but he also helped his disciple's parents. Of course, Fu Jiwen didn't know that Xiaohua's space was incomparably huge. It was millions of miles wide. Although this space couldn't be compared to the hidden immortal continent, it was more than enough to accommodate the small Fu family. Xiaohua even had some new ideas in his mind. With such a large space, it would be idle. If there were some ordinary people living in it, it would be another kind of peaceful life and work, and also another kind of experience, right? The special thing was that cultivators came from ordinary people. If the space was full of cultivators, it might not be called heaven and earth. There must be some happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in order to be a real world. Xiaohua actually had a feeling that this kind of experience, if it was formed, it would be more important than his ordinary cultivation. Disciple, life is cultivation. If you don't have experience, how can you have experience? You should go back and think about it. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said, Master originally wanted to find a few more Luzhens, but now it seems that the people from the mysterious Yellow Order have already caught up. We should speed up. You go back and cultivate first. Master will speed up and go to the North Sea. Master, you take this disciple. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, your speed is fast. If you don't fly right, it will be even harder to fly back. All right. Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen was right. He put away the Pegasus and flying chariot and covered Fu Jiwen with his big sleeve. His whole body flickered with light and he instantly disappeared in the air. The North Sea was misty and boundless. Countless beautiful stories and legends were born from the depths of the serene blue sea. Some people said that there was an immortal island that was hard to see by ordinary people in the North Sea. On the immortal island, there were immortal immortals. Some people said that there were reefs in the depths of the North Sea. On the reefs, there were valuable sea pearls. There were also people who said that there were fish nests in the North Sea. Not only were there all kinds of fish in the fish nests, there were also mermaids with human heads and fish bodies. Therefore, some people traveled on boats to the immortal mountain to find immortals. Some people traveled on water to the reefs to find sea pearls. Some people went out to sea, and some people returned. Some people went out and didn't come back. Some people went out and came back with a full load. There were many stories in the North Sea. No one knew whether these stories were true or false. However, everyone knew that there was a North Sea Dragon Palace in the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was more real than those legends and stories. However, no one knew where the North Sea Dragon Palace was. Some people said it was on an immortal island. Some people said it was beside the reefs. In the end, they simply said that the North Sea Dragon Palace was in the North Sea. There were many treasures in the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, no one was greedy because they knew that there was a dragon race in the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was a race that the human race couldn't hope to reach. Therefore, people put their hope in the legends. Many people went out to sea to search for these beautiful legends. These people were there in the past, there are now, and there will be more in the future. These people were not so much looking for these beautiful legends. It was better to say that they were looking for their own dreams. These dreams gave birth to ships that carried the dreams, and these ships also gave birth to bays that faced the sea. Chapter 39:12. There are many bays on the hidden immortal continent near the North Sea. There are so many that you can't even count them. These bays are big and small. Among them, Yuling Bay can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Yuling Bay covers an area of several hundred kilometers. The huge mountain range is like a foot that extends into the North Sea. Between these mountains, there are thousands of huge ships anchored in the calm bays, ready to set off. Similarly, outside the bay, there are many ships slowly sailing back every day. The reason why Yuling Bay is big, aside from the several bays deep in the North Sea, is because of the towns between the mountain ranges on the continent. Yuling Bay originally didn't have any towns, but with many people coming here, it has a town. This town doesn't have a name and is different from other towns on the hidden immortal continent. No Confucian cultivator established a country here, and no government was stationed here. This is because in addition to humans who are looking for their dreams, there are also many demons, dragons, and other species that come to Yuling Bay. Many times, there are even more fish demons than humans in Yuling Bay. At this time, it is already dusk, the time when birds return to their nests. Around Yuling Bay, there are many cultivators controlling clouds or flying ships to quickly descend. Because night hasn't fallen yet, the entire Yuling Bay is already brightly lit. It is like a gorgeous homecoming of people waiting to return home. Caw. A cry that was not much louder than a bird's cry rang out in the dusk sky. A ferocious bird that was over 100 feet in size was flapping its wings and descending towards Yuling Bay. Suddenly, a flying serpent that was several tens of feet in size swooped down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. The wings below the flying serpent's abdomen were flapping, and wisps of black flame could be faintly seen. The flying serpent descended and bit the neck of the ferocious bird. The bird was shocked and hastily dodged. At the same time, it opened its mouth and a flying sword-like brilliance pierced out. The flying snake didn't dodge and bit down on the raptor's neck. Clang! With a light sound, the beam of light from the raptor hit the flying snake. Sparks flew out from the scales of the flying snake. The ferocious bird felt the pain and flapped its wings rapidly. The strong wind caused its entire body to tumble in the air. Furthermore, it took advantage of the moment when the flying snake's body rolled over to grab the flying snake's tail with its sharp claws. Hiss hiss. A black mist came out of the flying serpent's mouth. Bang bang. The flying serpent and the bird's body violently collided. However, in just a moment, the bird's body crazily trembled. Then, its wings became stiff and its entire body fell straight down from the sky. Looking at the flying snake again, its entire body was slowly shrinking. The wings under its abdomen slashed across the ferocious bird's abdomen, and the snow-white feathers were immediately stained with blood. Within the blood, a faint brilliance shot out. The flying snake's eyes were filled with greed. The snake's head let go of the bird's neck and plunged into the blood. After a moment, the snake's head retracted. In the snake's mouth was a demon core the size of a thumb. The demonic core was azure in color, and there were some spots on the inside. It didn't look very pure, but the flying snake immediately let go of the beast's body and swallowed the demonic core in one gulp. Huff huff. The bird's body, which was dozens of feet long, fell down in the wind. The flying snake's body flashed with black mist and stopped in the air. After a moment, a pang sound came from the ground in the distance. The black flame on the flying snake's body was uncontrollably ignited. Boom! Under the black flame, the flying snake's body gradually shrunk. Hiss hiss. The flying snake's tongue flicked in and out in the air as if it was in extreme pain. However, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the flying snake's body had shrunk to the size of a human. Moreover, within the black flame, a dark-skinned woman covered in scales slowly appeared. The woman transformed from the flying snake had no sense of shame. The moment she revealed herself, she immediately retracted the black flames around her body. She turned her head to look at a spot in the sky. Her pitch-black eyes, which were almost emotionless, revealed a fierce look. Between her nearly black lips, her scarlet tongue was still sticking out like a snake's forked tongue. Humph. A cold snort resounded from midair. Soon after, a ball of water vapor exploded like a water droplet. Xiaohua's figure was revealed. Fujiwen's face was somewhat pale as he stood at the side. Hiss hiss. When the woman saw Xiaohua, she first opened her mouth to reveal two fangs. However, immediately after, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The woman's body that had just appeared trembled as if she wanted to return to her original form. Xiaohua raised his hand and a Daoist robe appeared out of thin air. It fell on the woman's body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Daoist robe wrapped around the woman and flew her several miles away. The woman stood in the air very inexplicably. She looked at Xiaohua in the distance and then looked at the Daoist robe on her body. Her body twisted and turned as she landed on Yuling Bay. Under the Daoist robe, her waist looked very graceful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to imagine that under the Daoist robe was a snake's tail. Hee, master is becoming more and more compassionate, Fujiwen said with a smile. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, they would have already drawn their swords. After all, this snake demon devouring the demon core of a bird demon isn't a big deal. However, if it transformed into a human form, especially a woman's appearance, it would be a danger to ordinary men of the human race. This. Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, Master didn't think that much. It's just that this woman is very inappropriate. Moreover, after transforming into a human form, Master would be embarrassed to attack. Hee. Fujiwen chuckled. Isn't this the legendary tenderness for the fairer sex? As he spoke, Fujiwen looked down at Yuling Bay. Seeing such a large bay, Fujiwen couldn't help but exclaim, Master, this is Yuling Bay? Which country's territory is this? How can there be such a large city? If you don't know, then Master knows even less. Xiao Hua glanced at Fujiwen and said helplessly, Master only obtained Ao Zhantian's jade eyes. There is a record of this location and the name of this bay. The bits and pieces of information about these bays in the North Sea were only found in the ancient records of Confucian cultivators. The ancient records of Confucian cultivators don't have much information about these remote places. It also doesn't seem to say which country's territory this is. Disciple understands. The paleness on Fujiwen's face gradually faded. He smiled and said, I'm afraid this is what we Confucian cultivators often call an uncivilized land. It's a place that our teachings can't cover. The teachings of Confucian cultivators are good, but they have always been inflexible. Sometimes, they even think too highly of themselves. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed and said, If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have known that the uncivilized land described in the books was so prosperous and beautiful? Master is wrong. Fujiwen defended himself. The uncivilized land is a place that Confucian cultivators can't reach. It doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't prosperous. From the outside, this Yuling Bay is incomparably beautiful, but who knows how dirty it is inside. Master, didn't you see that snake demon? Did it turn into a beauty and fall into Yuling Bay? Who knows what it's doing inside? However, as he spoke, Fujiwen looked at the North Sea again and sighed, this disciple has never been to the seaside. The North Sea is so majestic, so magnificent, and so boundless that even the thousands of poems in the scroll can't describe it. This is true beauty. The true landscape of heaven and earth. What you see is only the surface. This is the calm beauty of the sea. Xiao Hua smiled. When you see the tsunamis and storms, you'll understand the terror of the sea and the wrath of heaven and earth. It's not something that can be seen with your imagination. Disciple is very much looking forward to it. Fujiwen looked at the horizon in the west. The setting sun had already dyed the seawater in the horizon a dark red. He said meaningfully, the ancients say that one can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one can't travel 1,000 miles, one can't leave the sea of books. It really is so. Xiao Hua looked at the lights in the distance and the fish demons swimming and flying on the surface of the Yuling Bay. He said in a low voice, Disciple, don't drop your book yet. Let's go look for the dragon general stationed at Yuling Bay and see if Ao Zhantian and the others are still waiting for us here. We'll make plans after that. Yes, Master. Fujiwen retracted his longing from falling into the sea and followed Xiao Hua to Yuling Bay. Yuling Bay was very big. Xiao Hua knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense. He only took a glance and flew towards the nearest mountain range. This mountain range was the tallest among the many that extended into the North Sea. The ridge left on the land stretched for more than a few hundred miles. There were some pavilions and caves on the ridge and in the valleys. Some had lanterns and some had pearls embedded in them. In front of these pavilions and caves, there were either cultivators flying by or demons riding on demonic clouds. Of course, there were also some groups of burly men walking by. At the same time, there were countless noises coming from the top and bottom of the mountain ridge. Some were the sounds of music and some were noisy. There were the languages of the hidden immortal continent and also the languages of the thousand demons' sacred realm. Occasionally, one could even hear the chant of Amitabha Buddha. Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen descended from midair, and stood at the bottom of the mountain ridge. The place where the two people landed was a reddish-brown mountain rock. It was very hard, and occasionally, there would be some fine sand floating on top of it. At the bottom of the mountain ridge was a valley with a radius of dozens of miles. There were strangely shaped buildings in the valley. Xiao Hua stood on a slightly higher ground and there weren't any humans or demons nearby. Master. Fu Jiwen glanced to the left and said in a low voice, "The buildings in this valley seem to be built by imperial equipment or demon equipment. If there are more patrolling soldiers and more villagers in this valley, it will be very similar to a country's capital." That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. If there are some Dao sect restrictions, it will be similar to the big cities where Dao sect cultivators live. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat now. Chapter 39-13. Big City? Fu Jiwen was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Xiao Hua meant. Of course, he didn't know that in Xiao Hua's eyes, Yuling Bay was extremely similar to the 10 big cities of the country of Xi in the Xiaoyu continent. However, it seemed that Yuling Bay was much bigger than the 10 big cities of the country of Xi. The North Sea Dragon Palace is the overlord of the North Sea. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the buildings and the cave on the stone wall in the distance. He said in a low voice, "Even if they don't control Yuling Bay on the surface, I won't believe that Yuling Bay isn't in their hands. If the North Sea Dragon Palace has such ambitions, it's naturally easy for them to control Yuling Bay." Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "However, if they really do control it, there won't be too many demons and cultivators coming from Yuling Bay. Especially the demons of the thousand demons' sacred realm. They like to do as they please. Presumably, they can do whatever they want in Yuling Bay. Only then can they really attract them. Let's ask this person." Xiao Hua looked at some cultivators coming out of some buildings and said. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will ask about the North Sea Dragon Palace's encampment here." Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to take a few steps, a demon with scales all over its body and a single horn on its head walked out from a tent-like building less than 100 zhang away from Xiao Hua. This demon was only a few feet tall and somewhat similar to an ordinary human. The demon saw Xiao Hua standing and Fu Jiwen hurriedly walking over with a glance. The demon's eyes turned and its body floated up and flew directly towards Fu Jiwen. "Fellow immortal." The fish demon's voice was somewhat hoarse and the human language in its mouth was even more difficult to pronounce. However, the fish demon's hands were very respectfully bowing towards Fu Jiwen. "Oh. Fellow immortal, please." Fu Jiwen was slightly stunned. He stopped and cupped his hands in return and said, "May I know what fellow immortal needs? May I ask if fellow immortal has just arrived at Yuling Bay? Are you looking for someone?" The fish demon straightened up in a serious manner. The black mist on the lower half of its body, which resembled a fish tail, surged slightly, and a pair of human-like legs appeared. Fu Jiwen nodded. "You're right. I came to Yuling Bay with my master to look for someone." The fish demon coughed twice and seemed a little embarrassed as he said, "Ahem, my name is Yu. I have lived in Yuling Bay for more than 400 years. There is no one in Yuling Bay that I don't know. If fellow immortal wants someone, I can help." This. Fu Jiwen was a little hesitant. He naturally knew that this fish demon would not help for free. He did not know what his master was thinking. Seeing Fu Jiwen hesitate, the fish demon quickly said, "Don't worry, fellow immortal, my fee is very fair. With my guidance, the King Sea Whale won't ask fellow immortal for more fees." "Sea Whale King?" Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and immediately understood what the fish demon meant. Just as he was about to turn his head, Xiaohua's voice came from behind him. Hey, who is this sea whale king? How much do you charge? Oh, this must be Senior. Yu was very tactful. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Junior greets Senior. And, get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. You answer my question first. If the price is fair, there is nothing wrong with it. Yes. The fish demon quickly replied, there are 3 forces in Yuling Bay. One is the North Sea Dragon Palace, another is the King Sea Whale, and the last one is the human race's Sea Spirit Scholar. This place is under the King Sea Whale's control. Any human or demon race that comes to Yuling Bay must give the King Sea Whale some sea crystals as tribute in exchange for the King Sea Whale's protection. Otherwise, even if they are killed by other demons on the spot, no one will care. The amount of sea crystals given to the King Sea Whale is not fixed. If Senior is not familiar with the King Sea Whale's subordinates, you may give a lot of sea crystals. I am a native of this place. Senior can be considered as my old friend. You only need to give me 10 middle-grade sea crystals. Since you are here, you must follow the customs. Xiaohua smiled and said, this old man can give you some benefits. However, this old man does not have any sea crystals. I only have primeval stones that are commonly used in hidden immortal continent. I wonder if it is possible? Of course. The fish demon's eyes flashed with joy. It seems like his goal is precisely these primeval stones. Senior only needs to give Junior 5 upper-grade primeval stones. You don't need to worry about anything else. All right. Xiaohua nodded and ordered, Disciple, give him 5 upper-grade primeval stones. Yes, Master. Fujiwen took out the primeval stones from his bosom and placed them in front of the fish demon. He smiled and said, you better hold them well. Don't lose them. Otherwise, this old man will not forgive you. Rest assured, immortal friend. The fish demon took the primeval stones and patted his chest. He said, I am different from other demons. I am a demon that keeps my word. After saying that, the fish demon pointed at a small palace in the distance and said, Immortal friend and Senior, please wait a moment. This old man will help you too get the King Sea Whale certificate. With this, the 2 of you can walk around Yuling Bay as you wish. Seeing the fish demon turn around and fly away excitedly, Fujiwen smiled bitterly. Since the North Sea Dragon Palace is one of the 3 major powers in Yuling Bay, he came here with his master to find the North Sea Dragon Palace. Naturally, there is no need to pay any tribute to the so-called King Sea Whale. Fortunately, not long after, the fish demon came back as promised. He was holding 2 jade pendants in his hands. He said with a smile, this is the King Sea Whale certificate. Senior and immortal friend, please take it. Although this place is not under the jurisdiction of the King Sea Whale, this certificate is still useful. Both the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Sea Spirit Scholar's power have recognized it. Xiaohua took the jade pendant and looked at the vivid and lifelike sea whale on it. He casually held it in his hand and said, Hey, this old man wants to find the North Sea Dragon Palace's forces in Yuling Bay. Bring this old man there. Ah. The fish demon was shocked. He looked up and down at Xiaohua and said, Senior, are you really looking for the North Sea Dragon Palace? Yes, what's so strange about it? Xiaohua asked curiously, could it be that you don't know where it is? How could I not know the North Sea Dragon Palace is Yuling Palace? The fish demon's scaly face didn't show any expression, but his eyelids were full of embarrassment. This little one can take the 2 seniors there. But, this little one can't take back the sea crystals that have already been offered to the King Sea Whale. Hearing that Xiaohua wanted to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yuling Palace, the fish demon immediately changed the way he addressed the 2 of them. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua sympathized with this kind of low-level demon the most. He waved his hand and said, you don't need to think too much about this. Just take me to the Yuling Palace. Moreover, this old man only wanted to ask about one thing. I still need your help later. Okay, 2 seniors, please follow this little one. Hearing this, the fish demon was very happy. While speaking, he took Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen to another mountain ridge. Yuling Bay was naturally not a good place. Sure enough, there were some fiendish demons and even some big and burly villains blocking them. However, the fish demon didn't show the token of the king's sea whale. Instead, he proudly pointed at Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen, saying that they were guests of the Yuling Palace. Those people and demons obediently retreated. No one dared to say a word. Xiaohua followed the fish demon and flew over 3 mountain ridges. When they arrived at the innermost mountain ridge, they saw a palace that covered the entire mountain ridge. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the Yuling Palace that the fish demon spoke of. This palace was so dazzling. Not only were there countless treasures and artifacts flashing in front of these palaces, but the palaces themselves also emitted 7-colored rays of light. As long as a cultivator wasn't blind, as long as they approached this mountain ridge, they would definitely be able to see it. However, Xiaohua didn't fly to this mountain ridge. Instead, he chose another mountain ridge. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He slightly turned his head to look at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's expression was also strange. Although he didn't show it, his thoughts were actually the same as Xiaohua's. To be able to find people to this extent, it was really difficult for Xiaohua. After flying over the mountain ridge, the fish demon immediately landed on the ground. The demon aura on his body dissipated a lot. At the same time, his hands turned into fins. The fish demon said in a low voice, "Senior, the Yuling Palace previously didn't allow us low-level fish demons to appear. Moreover, all people and demons can't fly within 10 miles of the Yuling Palace. If Senior has any matters, you can ask before going to the palace. This little one doesn't dare to go there." Xiaohua nodded. "You wait here. This old man will be back soon." Xiaohua walked towards the Yuling Palace. Before he could enter, a sharp gaze swept over from the front of the palace door. Then, a tall and sturdy shrimp general holding a 3-pronged fork arrogantly walked in front of Xiaohua. He raised the fork in his hand and blocked Xiaohua's path. He said coldly, "Human, this is the Yuling Palace of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Those who aren't of the North Sea clan are not welcome. You'd better step back." "Humph." Xiaohua coldly snorts, releasing the pressure from his body. Crack. The trident in Prawn General's hand falls to the ground. Although Prawn General's whole body is trembling, he still cries out, "You! What are you doing? Could it be you want to attack my North Sea Dragon Palace? Damn it." Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual pressure and said coldly, "This old man just came to find someone and ask something." The shrimp general bent down to pick up the 3-pronged fork with lingering fear. He gathered his courage and shouted, "Who are you looking for? What do you want to ask?" Xiaohua was too lazy to talk to him. He raised his hand and took out Ao Zhantian's token and handed it to the shrimp general. "This is..." The shrimp general clearly didn't recognize Ao Zhantian's token. He didn't understand and asked in a low voice. Xiaohua said indifferently, "This old man has a good friend who is a descendant of the North Sea Dragon tribe. This is his token. This year should be the day of the Dragon Island selection. This old man wants to meet him." Senior, please wait a moment." When the shrimp general heard that Xiaohua was a good friend of a descendant of the North Sea Dragon tribe, his body trembled. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This matter has already happened for several months. This little one doesn't know the details. This little one will ask the deacon of the palace to come out." Chapter 39:14. Go. When Xiaohua heard that several months had passed, he knew that the situation was not good. He waved his hand impatiently and let the shrimp general leave. The shrimp general slightly bowed and ran all the way into the palace and disappeared. Xiaohua quietly waited with his hands behind his back. At this time, there were still several shrimp generals standing guard outside the Feather Spirit Palace. Rumble. Just when Xiao Jiang had entered for less than half a cup of tea's time, suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded from the horizon. Then, a loud and clear dragon roar came from the thunder. After the dragon roar, multicolored clouds surged, and a huge gray dragon stepped on the clouds and landed. The dragon's might on the dragon's body assaulted Xiaohua's face, almost wanting to push him down. However, the dragon also did not dare to land in front of the Feather Spirit Palace. It had already shrunk its body on the side of the mountain ridge and slowly flew over. When it flew close to Xiaohua, the clouds around its body scattered and the dragon's body turned into a human form. Its body was also wearing a shining armor as it swam towards the Feather Spirit Palace. However, although the dragon general's armor was shining brightly, it was already damaged. There were even some bloodstains on the armor, and some of the bloodstains had not even dried up yet. It was clear that the dragon general had not been in battle for long. Such a big movement naturally attracted Xiaohua's attention. Xiaohua had already noticed it before the giant dragon transformed. At this time, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the palm of the dragon general. A palm-sized dragon scale was tightly held by the dragon general. It was the dragon shell that was commonly used in the dragon palace. Seeing Xiaohua looking at the dragon shell in his hand, the dragon's eyes flashed fiercely. Its other dragon claw slightly clenched, as if it was guarding against Xiaohua. Xiaohua saw this and smiled slightly. His figure silently floated a few dozen meters away and raised his hand to make an inviting gesture. The dragon's mouth that had not transformed opened slightly. The dragon's aura around its body did not dissipate, but became denser and denser. Goldie no longer paid attention to it. It slightly lowered its head and looked at the ground in a daze. "General Ao Xian, you're back." A few of the prawn generals in front of the palace gate had already seen the dragon general flying over. A few of them came out to greet him, and they seemed to be very attentive. Some of the smarter ones even asked with concern, "Where did you go to exterminate the sea demons? Looks like you've gained quite a lot. I'm sure the hall master will reward you handsomely again." "Humph, let's go in first." Ao Xian waved her dragon claw and said disdainfully, "There are too many people here. You'll get into trouble." Although Ao Xian pretended to be disdainful, there was a hint of arrogance in her tone. If it was not for the fact that he could not see through these serval shrimp generals, then it was because he had really made a great contribution. The inside of Long Bay was enough for him to report to the hall master. Several shrimps led Ao Xian into the palace. When Ao Xian entered the palace, he strangely turned his head to look at Xiaohua. Not only because there was usually no one waiting in front of the Feather Spirit Palace, but also because Ao Xian had a very subtle feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but turn his head. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still had his head lowered and didn't look to the side. He was quietly acting like a handsome man. Not long after Ao Xian entered, a loud sound came from the palace gate. This sound was like a huge rock falling, shaking the ground of the Feather Spirit Palace slightly. Xiaohua looked up and saw a huge monster of more than 10 zhang tall walking out of the Feather Spirit Palace. However, when Xiaohua saw the appearance of this huge monster, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and he almost laughed out loud. Although this sea demon was very tall and big, there was a huge mouth on its house-like head. This mouth took up more than 60% of the head. The two nostrils on the mouth were facing upwards, and a slightly transparent bubble was expanding and contracting above one of the nostrils. Behind the nostrils was a small face, and on the face were two eyes that looked like mung beans. Of course, these eyes might not be small, but compared to the big mouth, weren't they just mung beans? The funniest thing was that there were two extremely small ears on both sides of the sea demon's head. These ears actually moved up and down with the sea demon's movements, as if they were happy butterflies dancing in the air. The sea demon walked out of the Feather Spirit Palace, but it didn't speak. Instead, it took a few deep breaths, and the bubble in its nostrils became a few times bigger. Then, it looked at Xiaohua with its small eyes and asked arrogantly, "You are Ao Xianxian's guard?" I am." Xiaohua nodded, his expression was very calm. "You are late. Your master has already gone out to sea 4 months and 3 days ago." The sea demon blinked its eyes and returned Ao Xianxian's token to Xiaohua. It looked at Xiaohua and said, "I don't know how you are a guard, but you are actually so late. However, since you can't go with him, you can just stay in the Feather Spirit Bay. In any case, you can save your life. It's better than throwing away your life. This general. Xiaohua saw that although the sea demon looked ferocious and its voice was very loud, its tone was very calm. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "May I ask where Ao Zhantian went? Can I go there now?" The place Ao Zhantian and the others are going to is naturally the place where the dragon tribe's descendant selection is held. The sea demon's reply was watertight. "Since you are not going, then don't ask. As for rushing there, don't even mention it. The dragon tribe's descendant selection is the most sacred thing in the dragon palace. How can you go there just because you want to?" After saying that, the sea demon waved its hand and prepared to turn around impatiently. However, just as it turned around, Xiaohua smiled, and a dark green light flashed in his eyes. Then, he asked, "Did Ao Zhantian go to the Dragon Island? If I go to the Dragon Island, how do I get there?" The sea demon's body stopped in place. Xiaohua's voice was like the only sound in the entire world, and it was also like a supreme imperial edict. It had no choice but to answer. Ao Zhantian did not go to the Dragon Island. "I don't know where the Dragon Island is, so I don't know how you can get there." Then where did Ao Zhantian and the others go? Did they go to the North Sea Dragon Palace? If I go there now, will I be able to make it? Xiaohua still had a smile on his face, but he waved his hand slightly, and a silent restriction was set up. With Xiaohua's cultivation, there wouldn't be too many demons or humans outside the restriction that could hear the conversation between the two. Ao Zhantian is a descendant of the dragon tribe, and he's one of the human cultivators selected by the Dragon Island. As such, he and the other human cultivators will be heading to the North Sea Dragon Palace first. There, they'll be heading to the Dragon Island with the demons of the Thousand Demon Holy Realm and the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The time to go to the Dragon Island has not been set. The humans of the Feather Spirit Bay left 3 months ago, and it is said that the humans of the Feather Spirit Bay left 10 days ago. Also, the demons of the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm always come late, so it won't be too late if you go now. I see. Xiaohua understood. He thought for a moment, and then asked, "Then, can you send me to the North Sea Dragon Palace? We guards of the Feather Spirit Palace cannot return to the Dragon Palace at will without the Dragon Palace's edict." The sea demon's answer made Xiaohua very disappointed. Also, returning to the Dragon Palace requires the dragon boat of the Dragon Palace, and the Feather Spirit Bay doesn't have one. Damn it, so troublesome. Xiaohua sighed, and thought to himself, "Daoist Ao, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I really don't have a way to find you. You can go back." Xiaohua looked at the shrimp generals in the distance, and knew that he had attracted their attention. He looked into the sea demon's eyes and smiled. "Remember, you didn't say anything to me, you only asked me where I came from. I'm afraid you are a spy from another faction." "Yes, I know. I will go back now." The sea demon was very obedient, and turned to leave. "Oh, right, what is a sea demon?" Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. "I am a sea rhinoceros." The sea demon said without hesitation, and then continued to walk back to the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiaohua waved his hand to remove the restriction, and his feet slid, and his figure floated towards the distant Yu and Fujiwen. The sea demon walked a few steps, and suddenly stopped, and raised his hand to scratch his head, and then looked at Xiaohua's back, and muttered, "Eh? What's going on? It seems like that cultivator just now looked quite handsome. To think that such a peerless cultivator would become Ao Zhantian's bodyguard. What a shame." Not to mention the sea rhinoceros returning to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiaohua walked in front of Fujiwen and Yu. Fujiwen couldn't see Xiaohua's expression, and hurriedly asked, "Master, how is it?" "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Master has failed to keep the appointment." "All right." Fujiwen knew that Xiaohua didn't want you to hear anything, so he nodded and said, "In that case, disciple will accompany master back to Su province." "Okay." Xiaohua thought for a moment, and knew that Fu Jiwen missed his mother, and replied, "There is nothing else, let's go back. Master will also be looking for that place along the way." When the fish monster heard that Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were about to leave, he hurriedly said with a smile, "Seniors, it's already late, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Even if you want to leave, you should wait until tomorrow." "Oh. Why, does Feather Spirit Bay not allow cultivators to freely enter and leave at night?" Fu Jiwen asked curiously. The fish monster hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, of course Feather Spirit Bay doesn't prohibit cultivators from entering and leaving at night, but once you leave Feather Spirit Bay, there is always more danger at night, and it's not as safe as during the day. Furthermore, you two seniors have just arrived at Feather Spirit Bay, and you haven't seen the benefits of Feather Spirit Bay, so why are you in such a hurry to leave? If someone asks about it one day, won't you not know? Wouldn't you have wasted your trip to Feather Spirit Bay? Ha! Xiaohua laughed. The so-called danger at night and safety during the day may be true for ordinary people, but for cultivators, how could they distinguish between night and day? However, what this fish demon said was also somewhat reasonable. Since they had come from afar, leaving without taking a look would really be a waste of time. Although Xiaohua knew that this fish demon wanted to earn some extra primordial stones, he still asked, "Since that's the case, why don't you tell me about the benefits of Yuling Bay? Maybe this old man will stay." Chapter 39:15. Hearing this, the fish demon was overjoyed. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "Please come this way, this little one will accompany the seniors as we talk." "Okay." Fu Jiwen smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and said, "Master, please." Soon after, 2 people and 1 demon left the Feather Spirit Palace and walked towards the depths of various buildings. Although these buildings didn't have a complete plan and were different from ordinary big cities, streets were formed between the buildings. At this time, there were already a lot of demons and humans on the streets. Most of these demons were from the Sea clan. They either flew on the ground with their tail fins or jumped on the ground with their legs surging with demon chi. On the contrary, there were fewer humans like Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked around. The further away from the Feather Spirit Palace, the more demons there were. Moreover, on the streets, there were some strange carriages from time to time. These carriages weren't pulled by ordinary horses. They were pulled by some sea creatures, crabs, sea creatures, and occasionally, a few mermaids could be seen. As for those carriages, they were even more strange. Some looked like fish, some looked like reefs. In short, none of them looked ordinary. What was special was that these carriages didn't have wheels. There were several conches under the carriages. Water vapor spurted out from the conches and lifted the carriages up. That fish demon said while walking, "I'll let the 2 seniors know. The benefits of the Feather Spirit Bay are really not easy to talk about. After all, the life here is completely different from the inland of the hidden immortal continent. The Feather Spirit Bay is something that the inland of the hidden immortal continent doesn't have. For example, the sea boat docked in the bay is a huge boat that can withstand the sea explosion. It's far from the river boats that the seniors saw in the inland. The iron palm wood used to build the sea boat is produced in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Outside the sea boat, there are formations engraved by Daoist sect cultivators. Inside the sea boat, there are mechanisms made by Mahis disciples. These mechanisms can defend and also control the sea boat. Oh, senior, don't look down on this sea boat. Although the flying boats used by the human race in the hidden immortal continent can fly around in the air, if these flying boats fall into the sea, in a few days, they will definitely be smashed into pieces by the sea. In addition, there are many rare treasures from the North Sea in the Yuling Bay. Seniors, you can't see these rare treasures in the inland of the hidden immortal continent. The fish monster said after racking his brains for a moment. Then, he finally revealed his intention, "If you want them, I can take you to buy them at a cheaper price." Hee hee. Fu Jiwen stared at the fish demon and made a sound. However, there was a faint smile on his face. An awkward look appeared on the fish demon's face, and he hurriedly added, "Of course, all of you seem to be very powerful, so perhaps you've encountered some bottlenecks in your cultivation. There are also female cultivation furnaces in Feather Spirit Bay for human cultivators. If you need them, I can take you there. Xiaohua shook his head and said, let's not talk about anything else. Where can we buy the iron palm wood you mentioned earlier? The fish demon was overjoyed, and he hurriedly pointed to the distance and said, there. That's the Yazi auction house controlled by the North Sea Dragon Palace. If the two seniors are willing, this humble one can bring the two seniors over. But after the fish demon finished speaking, he hesitated and said, however, as far as I know, the iron palm wood in the Yazi auction house is a bit flashy, and the sea crystals required are not cheap. If you want, I can take you to the Luo-E Merchant Union. The things there are 30% cheaper than the Yazi auction house. Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't go to the Luo-E Merchant Union directly. Instead, he asked, although the iron palm wood looks very precious, it is common in the Yuling Bay. Tell me, besides the Yazi auction house and the Luo-E Merchant Union, where else can we buy the iron palm wood? I'll let you know. The Yazi auction house is controlled by the North Sea Dragon Palace, and the Luo-E Merchant Union is controlled by the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm. Besides these two, there are also Zhai Xinglu and Li Lai Trading Company. Zhai Xinglu? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked curiously, Yuling Bay also has a Zhai Xinglu? The fish demon was even more puzzled, and asked back, yes, besides Yuling Bay, there are also Zhai Xinglu in Yuxian Bay and other bays. According to the staff of the Luo-E Merchant Union, there are also Zhai Xinglu in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm. It is said that the Star Moon Merchant Union that controls Zhai Xinglu is a very powerful organization. This Zhai Xinglu or Star Moon Merchant Union is so big, why aren't they famous in the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. After all, he had seen Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar country decades ago. But after so many years, he had traveled to many places and experienced many things, but he had never seen Zhai Xinglu again. As for the so-called Star Moon organization and the Star Moon Palace that Zhai Xinglu's Zhu Qing had mentioned to him, Xiaohua had never heard of them again. Of course, Zhu Qing had also said that if Xiaohua went to the hidden immortal continent to ask any cultivator above the 3rd or 4th level of elemental power, no matter if it was a Daoist cultivator, a Confucian cultivator, a Buddhist disciple, or even a demon in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm, would know about this Star Moon Palace. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's own space was a treasure trove, and he didn't need any Star Moon fate, so he had never asked. Until now, when he heard the name Zhai Xinglu and Star Moon Merchant Union in the distant North Sea, he realized that maybe Zhu Qing wasn't bragging. Master. Fujiwen said with a smile, although your Confucian cultivation is extensive, you are still a Daoist cultivator in your bones. Although you have read many books, scrolls, and teachings of Confucian cultivators, you still have a vague understanding of the structure of Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators have always been particular about everything, and only reading is of the highest quality. Scholars who read are the most respected among the people. As the saying goes, the granary knows etiquette, and food is the most important thing for the people. This farmer is ranked behind scholar. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish speaking, Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. If there is no worker, then there is no farmer, and it can't guarantee the benefits of scholar. Therefore, worker is ranked behind the two. As for merchant, it's not important, and it doesn't matter if there is something or not. This is what scholar, farmer, merchant is. Master, you know everything, that's exactly right. Fujiwen said with a smile, when I was at home, I often heard my father talk about the stench of copper coins and disdain to associate with merchants. Therefore, although this Star Moon Merchant Union is rich and imposing, it doesn't fall into the eyes of Confucian cultivator aristocratic families, and it's not often mentioned among the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Fujiwen was right. His Confucian cultivation was even stronger than Daoist cultivation, but he always thought that he was a Daoist cultivator, and his thoughts were incompatible with Confucian cultivators. Of course, he wouldn't think of this. At the same time, He also understood why Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua insisted on calling him fellow immortal instead of fellow Daoist. That fish demon didn't know what the two were talking about. After waiting for the two to stop for a moment, he probed, "These few families all have mansions in Yuling Bay. Which one do you want to go to?" "Mansions?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Is it where they trade things?" "Yes." The fish demon hurriedly nodded and pointed to the buildings and tents at the side. He explained, "These are relatively small shops, and some are temporarily rented. The things inside may be real or fake. Yazi Auction House, Lilai Trading Company, and Star Picking House all have their own mansions." Xiao Hua nodded and thought for a moment before asking, "They must be extraordinary to be able to establish themselves in Yuling Bay. If we talk about bidding, what are their characteristics?" Yazi Auction House is controlled by the North Sea Dragon Palace. There are many treasures inside, and most of the rare things are produced in the North Sea. There aren't many things on the land. However, the North Sea is far beyond the hidden immortal continent, and Yazi Auction House has the most things. The fish demon was very patient and explained with familiarity, "The Lilai Trading Company is controlled by Sea Spirit Scholar. Most of the things inside are from the hidden immortal continent. There are books of Confucian cultivators, imperial equipment, primordial arrays, and so on. Dragons and demons who like human poems also often go to the Lilai Trading Company. As for Star Picking House, the things inside are more complicated. Other than items of Confucian cultivators, there are also Buddhist items from the Western Paradise, relics, Buddhist artifacts, and Buddhist scriptures. The scale is slightly smaller than Yazi Auction House." At this point, the fish demon paused, as if hesitating. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Then what about the Luo Trading Company that you recommended just now?" "I'll let you know." The fish demon didn't dare to hide and said, "Luo Trading Company is called a trading company, but its name is similar to Star Moon Trading Company. In fact, its strength is the weakest. Because it was just established, its mansions are extremely small, and its scale can't be compared to Star Picking House and Lilai Trading Company. However, it is small enough to guarantee that the things in Luo Trading Company are genuine and much more affordable than other places. And this old man knows." Xiao Hua understood the fish demon's thoughts. The Luo Trading Company must have some business methods. As long as the fish demon brought him there, the Luo Trading Company would definitely give the fish demon some benefits. Therefore, the fish demon encouraged him to go to the Luo Trading Company. However, Xiao Hua now had the bloodline of the absolute saint. Why would he still need thousands of demonic sage realm monsters? Therefore, after thinking for a bit, he rejected the Luo Trading Company. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the fish demon knew that Xiao Hua wasn't interested in the Luo Trading Company, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He looked at the two and said, "Two seniors came from the interior of the hidden immortal continent. Presumably you don't lack things from the human race. If two seniors are interested, then this little one will bring two seniors to Yazi Auction House." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded his head in agreement. The fish demon hurriedly raised his hand, and a very strange symbol flashed on the arm formed by demonic chi. Then, in a tent not far away, a ball of dark green demonic chi was blown out. Then, a jellyfish-like demonic chi appeared in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Behind it was a carriage that looked like a basket woven from seaweed. Chapter 39:16. Seniors, please. The fish monster respectfully raised his hand and said, "This is the sea carriage specially used by the Yazi Auction House. All the humans and monsters heading to the auction house can ride it for free. Hee, this North Sea Dragon Palace is really good at doing business." Fujiwen said with a smile, "Just this sea carriage method alone is not something that the Lianhe Merchant Union can imitate. No wonder others can't compete with the Yazi Auction House." Yes. The fish monster smiles and asks Xiao Hua and Fujiwen to get on the car. He carefully sits in the front. The few tentacles of the jellyfish driving the car are waving vigorously. It seems that the jellyfish hates the fish monster very much. However, after the fish monster mutters a few very strange words, the jellyfish still obediently moves its tentacles and drives the car along the so-called street between the buildings at a fast speed. The sea carriage walked for no less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Seeing that the humans and monsters on the street were woven together, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. They had arrived at the side of the mountain ridge. Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but light up. He saw that this side of the mountain ridge was more than 10 li in size. The mountain ridge was embedded with pearls. Each pearl was the size of a fist. The brilliance of these pearls illuminated the nearby streets and the night sky. Moreover, these pearls were of different colors. The pearls of 5 different colors formed the 5 big words, Yazi Auction House, on the mountain ridge. These 5 big words were written in demon characters. However, as the color of the pearls changed, the 5 big words were also constantly changing between the inscriptions and dragon characters. Moreover, the countless pearls in the surroundings seemed to be surrounded by a layer of dazzling clouds that surrounded these 5 big words. Holy shit, it's really a big deal. Xiaohua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He resisted the urge to release his divine sense to pry some pearls down from the mountain ridge and muttered in a low voice. The fish demon at the front struggled to shift its greedy gaze away from the pearls. When the carriage stopped, it jumped off and respectfully said, "We have arrived at the Yazi auction hall. Seniors, please get off the carriage." Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen disembarked from the sea cart. Not far from them, a crab-like member of the oceanic race raised his hand, and the sea cart passed by. The member of the oceanic race placed a few pieces of blue crystal in the jellyfish's mouth, then jumped onto the sea cart. The jellyfish then pulled the crab away. Xiaohua looked at it, his heart moved, he turned his head and asked, "Hey, how many high-quality sea crystals can a high-grade primeval stone of my hidden immortal continent be exchanged for?" "Thank you, senior." The fish monster didn't expect Xiaohua to suddenly ask such a question. It panicked a little and said in a low voice, "If it's a water-type yuan stone, it can be exchanged for half a sea crystal. If it's other yuan stones, it can only be exchanged for 3 sea crystals." Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to ask again, the fish monster smiled and said, "May I know if senior needs this little one to accompany you to the Yazi auction house? If there is a need, would like to ask senior to give me some primeval stones, and I will go and purchase a certificate to enter the auction." "Oh, this little one doesn't need to buy it, I only need to buy it for the 2 seniors. The entrance to the auction house is in front, right?" Xiaohua looked at the place where the flow of people was and asked. "Yes, it is in front." The fish monster hurriedly replied, there was still some expectation in its eyes. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, took out some primeval stones and said, "I will have to trouble you to buy 2 certificates to enter the auction house." "Yes, senior." The fish monster took the primeval stones and hurriedly left. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the bottom of the mountain ridge that was inlaid with pearls. The bottom of the mountain ridge had already been hollowed out, there was a storefront. Outside the storefront, there were some stalls. On top of the stalls, there was a dazzling lineup of exotic treasures from overseas. There were pearls, corals, rusty antiques, or strangely shaped seaweed, and so on. At this moment, in front of every stall, there were some sea race people with dull faces, trying their best to pile up a very fake smile to deal with some cultivators and ya race. All kinds of noisy words drifted along with the wind. "The world is bustling for profit, the world is bustling for profit." Xiaohua looked at this messy area and didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, a kind of familiar feeling arose. He said with a smile, "The ancients really didn't deceive me. No matter if it's a human or a yao, as long as they fall into the eyes of money, they are all the same." "Yes." Fu Jiwen also sighed with emotion. Why didn't my Confucian ancestor demote this Shang to below the 4th rank? Because of this stink of money, humans are also Yao, and Yao are also humans. Boom. Although it was unintentional, the listener was interested. Fu Jiwen only casually said a sentence, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder that woke Xiaohua up. Xiaohua's heart was like a raging sea as he pondered, yes, the reason humans are humans is because they have human nature. The reason demons are demons is because they have a demon form. But there is cruelty in human nature, and there is also benevolence in the hearts of demons. Perhaps humans and demons can be distinguished by appearance, but what about the roots? What should be used to distinguish them? Bloodline, inheritance? Or, just like the pride of the thousand demons' sacred realm, they are the masters of the world? Humans like us are nothing but food for them. Then what about us humans? In the eyes of humans, aren't demons also inferior? Vulgar? Then at the beginning of ancient times, what were humans and demons like? It had to be said that as Xiaohua's cultivation gradually deepened, the hand of karma, the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and so on allowed Xiaohua to gradually step into a mysterious cultivation realm, gradually allowing him to break away from the righteous path of ordinary cultivators. At the same time, it also allowed him to unconsciously start to have a completely new understanding of the entire world. Master, look over there. Fu Jiwen didn't realize the consequences of his words. He looked straight at a shop and said in a low voice, "It seems to be the relics of some Buddhist sons of paradise." Relics? Fu Jiwen's words once again interrupted Xiaohua's train of thought. With a wry smile, Xiaohua withdrew his train of thought. He squinted his eyes and saw a bald sea demon in a shop about 1,000 feet away from him. He was talking to a few demon beasts. On the shop in front of the sea demon were some sariras of different sizes with faint Buddhist light. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He looked around and didn't see any Buddhist sons of Buddhists. He released his Buddhist sense and looked around. The doubt in his eyes grew stronger. "Master, what's wrong?" Fu Jiwen saw the doubt in Xiaohua's eyes and asked curiously, "Are these Buddhist sons' relics fake?" "They are indeed fake." Xiaohua was a little surprised and shook his head slightly, "But I keep feeling that something is wrong." Hee. Fu Jiwen transmitted his voice, "Master's Buddhist cultivation seems to be very powerful. Let's go over and take a look." Xiaohua nodded. At this moment, the fish demon turned around and handed 2 thumb-sized fish rings to Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen. He said with a smile, "This is the proof of 2 seniors. However, because my status in Yuling Bay is low and it's the first time 2 seniors have come to Yazi auction house, you can only wait for the outer sea fish rings." Fu Jiwen took over the fish ring and saw that the fish ring was sparkling and translucent. There were a few demon characters that were flashing with brilliance and could be seen clearly. Fu Jiwen asked curiously, "This outer fish ring. Is there anything wrong with it?" "I'll let you know." The fish demon explained, "Yazi auction house is the same as the Lilai Trading Company and Zhai Xinglu. They divide the bidders into 8 levels according to their identity and wealth. The proof of each level is different. They can be dragons, phoenixes, whales, and other foreign objects are all fish. However, according to what I know, the proof of the 8 levels is not much. They only take up 20% of the total. The foreign objects take up 80% of the total. Zhai Xinglu and the Lilai Trading Company have restrictions on the qualifications of the 8-level bidders. They are afraid that some bidders do not have enough sea crystals after bidding for extremely expensive items. The North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of this. The Yazi auction house does not have any restrictions. It's just that the seats of the foreign objects are different from the 8 levels. I remember that Zhai Xinglu can give a higher level after verifying the buyer's primordial stones. Can't Yazi auction house be rare?" Xiaohua asked with interest. The fish demon shook his head. "The North Sea Dragon Palace does not look at the buyer's sea crystals. Even if you take out a mountain of sea crystals, if the North Sea Dragon Palace feels that you do not have a reputation, they will not give you such proof." The North Sea Dragon Palace is indeed tyrannical. Xiaohua took the proof and looked at the remaining primordial stones in the fish demon's hand. He waved his hand and said, "You can keep the rest of the primordial stones for yourself. Thank you for your guidance. I will return to the mainland after bidding. You do not need to follow me." The fish demon hesitated. He was indeed overjoyed, but he was also a bit reluctant. After all, there were not many humans who could take out a few high-grade primordial stones as a reward. Xiaohua's cultivation was unfathomable, but his attitude was especially amiable. This made the fish demon feel especially close to him. Therefore, the fish demon smiled and said, "I thank Senior for your generous gift. Although Senior does not need me to serve you inside, I will wait here. If Senior has any other requests in the auction, please do not hesitate to find me." Okay. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else. He turned and led Fu Jiwen to the shop not far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen did not enter the Yazi auction house, the fish demon raised his leg as if he wanted to follow them. However, thinking of Xiao Hua's previous words, he could only wait. Xiao Hua walked to the front of the shop. A few of the demonic beasts who were whispering to the bald man looked at Xiao Hua with some astonishment. Although they were still talking, they didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua raised his hand and picked up a thumb-sized relic, carefully examining it. He saw that the relic's luster was dim, but the psychokinesis inside was still there. However, just from this appearance, the relic was not pure. Xiao Hua raised the relic to his nose and sniffed it. A faint smell of the sea floated out from the relic. Xiao Hua suddenly understood that these relics did not belong to ordinary humans, but to the North Sea race who believed in Buddha. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed. Just now, he was still thinking about the difference between humans and beasts. Now, he saw a living example. Although the sea race were also beasts, they could also believe in Buddha like humans. Therefore, a relic was born in the place where a beast core was condensed. However, Xiao Hua did not understand. Could these relics make the sea race who believed in Buddha also produce karma? Could they also cultivate the 9 transformations golden body? Chapter 39:17. Cough cough. Seeing Xiao Hua pick up the saraira, the waiter had no choice but to stop talking to the several monsters. He coughed twice and asked impatiently, "Don't look at it casually if you can't take out the sea crystals. These sea saraira are very expensive, it's not something that ordinary people can buy." Xiao Hua glanced at the waiter, then looked at the several monsters who were talking to him. These monsters looked similar to skunks, their small eyes were especially cunning and ferocious. The sharp teeth in their sharp mouths were slightly rubbing against each other, as if they would pounce at the slightest mistake. Xiao Hua smiled coldly, raised the saraira in his hand and asked, "Why is this called a sea saraira? Is it because it came from the body of the sea race?" "Of course." The waiter said impatiently, "If it came from the human race, it would be a saraira. If you don't understand, don't touch it blindly, quickly put it down." Che. Fujiwen was a little angry and scolded, "You opened this shop here, do you want to do business? If you want to do business, then be a little more amiable. With such malicious words, who would leave sea crystals in your shop?" "Hee," the waiter smiled coldly, "I have never seen a human race interested in sea saraira." "Oh, of course, if you want it, 1 sea saraira for 1 high-grade primeval stone, as long as you take it out, these sea saraira are all yours." "What about 1 top-grade primeval stone?" Fujiwen knew that Xiao Hua had a lot of primeval stones in his Qingquan bag. Since Xiao Hua came, he was naturally interested in these sea saraira, so he asked again. 1 top-grade primeval stone is naturally 100 sea saraira. The waiter replied without hesitation. "Okay, how many sea saraira do you have here?" Xiao Hua smiled and asked. The shop assistant frowned and looked at Xiao Hua. He scanned Xiao Hua's body with his yuan shen, but he couldn't sense Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He thought for a moment and said, "There are about 2,000 of them here. Give me 20 top-grade yuan stones and you can take them all." "So it's like this." Xiao Hua nodded his head and took out 20 top-grade primeval stones. The primeval stones floated in the air, causing the sea monster's eyes to light up. However, just as the sea monster was about to reach out his hand to grab the primeval stones, Xiao Hua suddenly waved his hand and all the primeval stones disappeared. "You! What are you doing?" The sea demon panicked. "Didn't we agree on this?" "Who agreed with you?" Xiao Hua sneered, "How could a mere sea saraira be worth a high-grade origin stone?" This old man was just asking for the price. I never said I was going to take it away. You. How dare you make fun of me? That member of the Sea tribe flew into a rage. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, "Oh? There was actually someone from the Sea race who dared to make a move in front of the auction? I really don't know what you've done to the North Sea Dragon Palace." Stop. At this moment, a voice came from inside the shop. Another member of the Sea tribe wearing worn-out armor came out. He glared at the shop assistant and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "Sir, please calm down. This little shop assistant here thinks he's smart. If Sir is interested in these sea Saraira, would you like to enter the shop for a chat?" Seeing the owner of the store come out, Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, seemed to wake up from a dream. His face was a little hot. He did not expect that a member of the Sea race would have such a cunning mind. He had actually used a strategy of provocation. He had underestimated the demon race and had almost fallen into their trap. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change. He saw that there were already some Sea tribe members coming over to watch the show. He floated into the shop. After Fu Jiwen also entered, the member of the Sea tribe wearing worn-out armor glared at the shop assistant and followed him in. The interior of the shop wasn't big. There were also some pearls on the four walls, illuminating the whole shop. Under the brilliance of the pearls, there were some sea Saraira of even better quality displayed all around the shop. Other than these sea Saraira, the shop also had some Buddhist tools. However, these Buddhist tools were different from the 18 objects of Buddha. Some were knives and forks, some were corals, and some were in strange shapes. Xiao Hua looked around and then looked at the owner of the shop. This member of the Sea tribe was tall and sturdy, like a shrimp general. However, he didn't have any hair on his head. The shell on his body had some cloud-like patterns. Although the armor of this member of the Sea tribe was worn out, the worn-out part still flickered with a dark gold color. Obviously, the quality of the armor wasn't bad. "Does Sir need some sea Saraira as a sacrifice?" The member of the Sea tribe asked softly when he saw Xiao Hua sizing him up. He didn't feel any uneasiness. His fist-like eyes stared at Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua heard this, he asked curiously, "Could it be that those who come here to buy sea Saraira are all used as sacrifices?" "No." The member of the Sea tribe shook his head. "The majority of those who come here to buy sea Saraira are from the Sea tribe. They use these sea Saraira to heal. The art of alchemy of you human cultivators isn't something that the Sea tribe can compare with. Presumably, you wouldn't use such low-quality sea Saraira to heal. Other than offering sacrifices. I can't think of any other reason." Xiao Hua raised the sea Saraira in his hand and asked again, "How did you get this sea Saraira?" The two protruding eyes of the member of the Sea tribe trembled slightly. He seemed to frown and said coldly, "Sir, you're being nosy. My shop assistant offended you earlier. The sea Saraira outside is 5 high-grade vitality stones. If Sir needs them, you can buy them with vitality stones. If you don't like them, you can leave. How you got this sea Saraira has nothing to do with Sir." "Humph." Xiao Hua also snorted coldly. The whole shop suddenly turned cold. What's there to not talk about? Since you can commit murder, why don't you dare to talk about it? If it weren't for the soldiers coming from overseas, where would these Sea tribe Buddhas fall into the cycle of reincarnation? These members of the Sea tribe who wholeheartedly follow Buddhism probably never thought that after thousands of years of bitter cultivation, in the end, they would actually become medicine for the Sea tribe to heal their soul injuries. Xiao Hua was wrong. The Sea tribe didn't fear this cold at all. Although they sensed Xiao Hua's malice, the member of the Sea tribe still sneered and said, "That's right, it's a massacre. The Sea tribe is the Sea tribe, not the human race. It's fine if you live the life of the Sea tribe in the North Sea, but you want to be a merciful member of the Sea tribe? You want to imitate the bald monk and chant Buddhist scriptures? Of course, if it weren't for their bitter cultivation of Buddhism, how would the Sea tribe know that the sea Saraira has a miraculous effect on healing soul injuries? Isn't this the karma that the Buddhist sect's Vairocana Buddha spoke of? Besides, although Sir is a human, what qualifications do you have to say that we are Sea Tribe? Don't human cultivators also use the Sea Tribe Buddha's Saraira as tonics? Sir, don't tell me you came to my shop to reincarnate these Sea Saraira? Alas, Amitba. Xiaohua sighed. This old man originally had this idea. I wanted to buy all these Sea Saraira and reincarnate them one by one. However, if I didn't buy them, I wouldn't kill them. The more I buy, the more Sea Tribe Buddhas you will kill. How can I still buy them? Sir, you can choose not to buy them, but you can't make all the Sea Tribe members not buy them. The eyes of the Sea Tribe member trembled again, as if he was thinking intensely. He then said, as long as one Sea Tribe member buys them, these Sea Saraira will exist in this world for a day. Xiaohua looked at the Sea Tribe member and asked indifferently, you seem to be from the North Sea Dragon Palace's army? The Sea Tribe member waved his arms that were like pliers and answered, that's right. If I wasn't a general in the army, how could I find so many Sea Saraira? No wonder. If you didn't do so many things that damaged your virtue, you wouldn't be punished by the heavens. Xiaohua's eyes were like lightning. He looked at the shell inside the Sea Tribe member's armor and nodded, with the big hole in your abdomen, even the North Sea Dragon Palace would be helpless, right? Whether it damaged my virtue or not, this general doesn't know. The Sea Tribe member seemed to be somewhat agitated by Xiaohua's words. He waved his pliers and shouted, this general only knows that when a military order is given, even if this general's body is smashed to pieces, I will still charge forward. What a loyal general. Xiaohua's words were incomparably sarcastic. This has nothing to do with you, sir. At this moment, the Sea Tribe general finally understood that Xiaohua wasn't here to do business. He was more like a nitpicker. If you have no interest in these Sea Saraira, please leave. Third Master, Third Master. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside. Then, a small sea shrimp rushed in from outside. Seeing that there was someone else in the shop, the small sea shrimp shut his mouth and stood to the side, not daring to say anything. Chiao, what's the matter? But your grandfather. The Sea Tribe member ignored Xiaohua and asked hurriedly. Yes, Grandpa's stomach hurts again. I want to go to the apricot forest medicine shop to buy medicine for Grandpa. The small sea shrimp was somewhat embarrassed to speak in front of strangers. The Sea Tribe general didn't say anything and walked to the corner of the shop. He took out a few sea crystals and handed them to the small sea shrimp. He said, take these sea crystals first. It's better to buy medicine first. Yes, Third Master. The small sea shrimp took the sea crystals and looked at them. He said embarrassedly, but, the medicinal liquid of the apricot forest medicine shop has increased in price again. Damn it. The Sea Tribe general cursed and said somewhat helplessly, wait a moment. Grandpa will go and borrow some. Xiaohua's heart was moved. He asked, Chiao, did your grandfather fight together with your Third Master? Yes. The small sea shrimp said shyly, my grandfather and Third Master fought across the 4 seas and made illustrious military achievements. However, after retiring from the army, why are you telling this to the human race? The Sea Tribe general berated, these humans are the most cunning. When they buy things, they keep lowering the price. When they sell things, they use flowery words to raise the price. The medicinal liquid of the apricot forest medicine shop has been increasing in price every year for the past few years, yes, Third Master. The small sea shrimp shrunk his neck and replied in a low voice. AI, this old man understands. Xiaohua took out a few top-grade primeval stones and said, Old sea shrimp, this old man wants the sea relics in your shop. These are primeval stones paid in advance. You can take them. But... The Sea Tribe general stared blankly. He then waved his hand and said, this general doesn't need any charity. Furthermore, even if you buy these sea relics, this general will still hunt down the sea clans who have relics. Aren't your actions aiding the evildoer in his evil deeds? Chapter 39:18. Take it. Xiaohua passed the vitality stone to the small shrimp and sighed, didn't you say it before? Even if I don't buy it, other demon clans will buy it and you will still go to the North Sea to hunt. Even if you don't go, other sea clans will go. In this world, as long as there are benefits, there will always be people who will do it, unless. Speaking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. That's right, the sea clans used the sea Saraira to heal because they didn't have Daoist alchemy techniques. They had no choice but to rely on the sea Saraira. However, when it came to alchemy, even Confucian cultivators didn't have the qualifications to speak. As long as Xiaohua could refine a spiritual pill to heal the soul, wouldn't he be able to take drastic measures and cut off the demon clan's dependence on the sea Saraira? Of course, this was only a thought in Xiaohua's mind. Refining pills was easy, but selling them was hard for Xiaohua to control. Just like in Fengxiang, even if Xiaohua had the seeds, he still had to rely on the government and the Zhu family's power to complete it. The Sea clan general naturally didn't know that Xiaohua was thinking so much. He sighed, looked at the small shrimp and waved his hand. "Qiu, take this vitality stone and go buy medicine first." "Yes, third master." Little sea shrimp took the primordial stones and responded. Then, he bowed respectfully to Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, immortal elder." Go, go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I can only help you up to this point. If you have the prescription of Xinglin drugstore, I can help you take a look and see what's wrong with the medicinal liquid." This. The small shrimp shook his head and said, "Xinglin drugstore only gives medicinal liquid, they never give any prescription." N. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Xinglin drugstore must be holding something back. After all, they were all humans, so Xiaohua was embarrassed to say anything. However, the eyes of the sea species general at the side lit up as he thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua. After the little shrimp left, the sea species general's voice trembled as he said, "Immortal. Immortal elder, you know how to treat injuries?" "Yes, this old man can treat the injuries of the human race, but I have no interest in the demon race." Xiaohua didn't hide anything and explained, "However, this old man does have some soul-nourishing and soul-nourishing pills here, which have some effect on the soul damage of the human race. It should also be useful for the monster race. That's why I wanted to leave some for the general." "Immortal elder." The sea species general's body trembled slightly. He stretched out his pincers, wanting to grab Xiaohua's arm. However, after stretching out his pincers, he felt that it was inappropriate. The pincers made a ka-ba sound in midair, as if he was extremely excited. "Since Senior Immortal has such an immortal pill, then treating our broken limbs will definitely be a piece of cake." "That's not true." Xiaohua waved his hand. "Humans are humans, monsters are monsters, especially you sea races. This old man doesn't know what's inside your shells, and those pill recipes can't be used carelessly." This. The sea species general hesitated for a moment, as if thinking about something. Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and handed it to him, saying, "This is a bottle of pills. If there are some people who come to your shop to buy sea relics and want to relieve the pain of their souls, you can give them some to try. If it works." Speaking up to here, Xiaohua hesitated. If this pill was effective, what could Xiaohua do? This was also his previous misgivings. He wanted to, but he was powerless. "You can try it first." Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle back to the sea species general and said, "We'll talk about it later." The sea species general understood Xiaohua's intention as soon as he heard this. He once again pondered over Xiaohua's words and actions when he entered the shop. How could he not know what Xiaohua was thinking? He was a person who was used to commanding troops, so he immediately made a decision. In an instant, he blocked Xiaohua's figure and said anxiously, "Immortal elder, this humble one operates this shop purely for the sake of my old subordinates who are unable to survive after returning from war. This humble one doesn't understand other ways of doing business. These past few years, this shop has been barely holding on. If this shop wasn't bestowed by the Dragon Palace, this humble one would have been unable to hold on long ago. Just as Immortal Elder said, this humble one also doesn't want to kill too many sea species. Therefore, if Immortal Elder is willing, this humble one is willing to close this shop. Fellow immortal elder is thinking too much. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it's not that this old man doesn't want to help you, but there are too many people interfering in this matter. This old man only came to participate in the auction and then will have to return to the mainland. How can this old man concoct pills for you here? Immortal elder, don't be anxious. The sea species general hurriedly shouted, there's still an hour before the auction at Yazi Auction House. Immortal elder, please wait a moment. This humble one will be back soon. After saying this, without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything else, the general rushed out of the shop. Master. Fujiwen, who was watching from the side, said in a low voice, can your pills cure the illness of these sea species? How would I know? Xiaohua said helplessly, usually, when I see sea creatures, it's on a plate. When have I seen so many sea species? Our human race's pills definitely can't be given to the sea species. Who knows what kind of medicine might poison them? If it's something that nourishes the soul, it's probably the same. Fujiwen said again, but the problem is, the demonic beast race, after all, they're not humans. Those who aren't of our race are bound to have different intentions. This old man can't be at ease. It's indeed a little difficult. Xiaohua said with a smile, but what if my fortune gate can refine these pills? Hee, master, who do you plan to pass on your alchemy skills to? Fujiwen immediately understood Xiaohua's plan. He narrowed his eyes as if he could see a mountain of origin stones. I can't see it for the time being. Xiaohua sighed and said, you can inherit master's array formation skills. With this array formation skill alone, it shouldn't be a problem for you to cultivate to the literature saint realm. As for the literature star realm, it depends on your luck. Yuanya's temperament is simple, and he cultivates master's secret art. This secret art leans towards body cultivation. Asking this guy to refine pills is probably harder than picking up an embroidery needle. Wu Tian is talented in divination and seems to know how to refine pills, but his foundation is not solid enough, so he might not be able to inherit master's alchemy skills. Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongxuan walk the ranger's flying sword Dao, and when they cultivate to the peak, they should be able to cultivate to the literature saint realm. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei are still young. Although they are talented and can inherit master's Buddhist and Confucian cultivation techniques, when it comes to refining pills and smithing, master can't say for sure. Master. Fujiwen was a little dumbfounded, his eyes sparkling like stars. You actually cultivate so many cultivation techniques, ah. Although you don't sleep, but I don't see you in closed-door cultivation, ah. How on earth did you cultivate? I can't say. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Fujiwen prostrated himself in admiration. Each of his 7 disciples could cultivate to the literature saint realm by inheriting one cultivation technique from master, then what about master? To what extent could he cultivate? Xiaohua naturally understood Fujiwen's thoughts, and said with a straight face, disciple, everyone has their own fate, you can't force it. Some of master's secret techniques are not suitable for you, so you only need to cultivate your heavenly book to the peak. Yes, disciple understands. Fujiwen hurriedly answered. Xiaohua continued, as for Xiong Yi, His Highness Lan, Li Xiang, and Changyu, they already know how to refine pills. Moreover, before master left the fortune gate, I left them some alchemy and smithing secret techniques, but I don't know how much they can comprehend in the future. In fact, Changyu has a wood element physique, so master thinks he has a chance. Of course, if possible, the 4 of them will each take charge of a sect, one for smithing, one for alchemy, and the other 2 will be gatekeepers for master. Master, gatekeepers are He Xiong's job, others can't snatch it away. Fujiwen laughed, but 3 senior brothers' array formation skills are really not that good. How about this disciple also take charge of one sect in the future? And, sooner or later, each of the inner disciples will take charge of one sect. Xiaohua nodded, if you have this idea, then it's best. Disciple, should marry by then first. Fujiwen shrunk his neck and laughed. How come you're as useless as master? Xiaohua slapped Fujiwen's head and pretended to scold him. Senior Immortal, Senior Immortal. While they were talking, the Sea Tribe General ran in, followed by the little sea shrimp. The little sea shrimp was supporting another old sea shrimp, and behind the old sea shrimp was a rather graceful sea snake. Grandpa, this is the Senior Immortal, he just gave us the source stones. The little sea shrimp was still very shy, and whispered to the old sea shrimp. This one thanks Senior Immortal. The old sea shrimp bowed with difficulty. His body was wrapped in dried seaweed, and that seaweed was like a piece of hard paper covering his abdomen. You're welcome. Xiaohua waved his hand. Those source stones were used to purchase this place's sea relics. After the Sea Tribe General shouted and entered, he hurriedly raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. The light in front of the shop surged, and the previously opened shop door gradually disappeared. What are you doing, fellow immortal? Xiaohua was not afraid, and asked indifferently. Senior Immortal. The little sea shrimp could not help but fall on the ground and kowtow. Third Master said that Senior Immortal can cure this one's grandpa. This one kowtows to Senior Immortal, hoping that Senior Immortal can save grandpa. Every month, he is in so much pain that he hovers between life and death. If Senior Immortal can cure grandpa, this one. Get up. Fujiwen watched from the side, and stole a glance at Xiaohua's expression. He helped the little sea shrimp up and said, My master is the most benevolent. If he didn't want to help, he would have already left. Since he is here, of course, he is willing to help. However, my master has already said, did you bring the medicinal liquid from the apricot forest medicine shop? This one hasn't had the time to go yet. The little sea shrimp replied somewhat embarrassedly. May I ask for Senior Immortal's name and Dharma name? The sea snake in the distance looked at Xiaohua, and asked with some hostility. This one is Xiaohua, Dharma name is Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua replied. Daoist Xiao? The sea snake stared blankly, thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Senior Immortal is wearing a Daoist robe, you should be a Daoist cultivator, but this one seems to have never heard of a Daoist Xiao with great magical powers in the hidden immortal continent. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, enter Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, immediately follow Dread's WeChat public account. Chapter 39:19. N. Xiaohua did not mind at all. He looked at the Sea Race General and said, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist will be disappointed when you look for this person to test the medicine. The Sea Race General glared at the sea snake and said rather sternly, she dares. General Liu, the sea snake was helpless. You trust humans too easily. No wonder you have to live a miserable life while guarding this shop. If you listen to me, change. Are you going to eat it or not? The Sea Race General took out the pill that Xiaohua gave him and said, if you don't eat it, don't come and see me in the future. All right. The sea snake was helpless. He took the pill and threw it into his mouth without even looking at it. Then he stared at Xiaohua's small eyes with his big eyes. It seemed that the soul-nurturing pill did not have any reaction at all. Daoist Master Xiao. The Sea Race General said in a low voice, don't think that Qi's words are unpleasant to hear. Back then, when she was under my command, she was resourceful and resourceful. It was only because of her that I was able to protect the brothers under my command and achieve many military exploits. However, Daoist Master also saw that the Sea Race and the Yao Race can be considered to have strong bodies. Ordinary weapons cannot harm us. However, our souls are much weaker compared to humans. Among the Yao Race, there are many methods of fighting souls. As a result, many Yao Race soldiers have their souls damaged. Fighting souls? Xiaohua was stunned. He really did not understand. Could it be that the Yao Race he saw earlier were fighting with him using their fists and legs? How could they fight with soul techniques? If that was the case, then the Yao Race actually knew soul cultivation? General, I am somewhat puzzled by your words. Xiaohua voiced out his doubts. When the sea race general heard that Xiao Hua was actually able to fight with the moon-picking Realmia race, he could not help but be even more alarmed. He hurriedly explained, of course, ordinary sea race people do not know about fighting souls. Only the sea race army would use it when they go on expeditions. Furthermore, this kind of secret technique is to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of their own. They would not use it unless it is a crucial moment. The souls of humans are stronger than the Yao race. Moreover, the Yao race's physical body is far inferior to the Yao race. I see. Xiao Hua understood. The Sea clan and the Monster clan didn't obtain the complete soul cultivation inheritance. They only obtained some secret techniques. These secret techniques can't be taught widely and can only be used by the army. When he thought up to here, Xiao Hua's face suddenly went grim, and he said in a low voice, "No matter what, you aren't the only one that hunts those Oceanic clan Buddhist disciples, yes?" The Sea folk general nodded and said, "This is what I said just now. Even if I don't hunt, there will be others who will." However, the situation is far from being as serious as Daoist thinks. If these sea relics were useful, how could my shop still be struggling at death's door? When Xiao Hua heard this, his face eased up slightly and he asked curiously, "Could it be that the effects of the sea Sorira are limited?" "Well, if it's taken for the first time, it's usually effective." The sea folk general nodded. "But if the symptoms recur after taking it, the pain will be twice as great as before. At that time, the sea Sorira won't have the same effect as before. If you consume it again, the pain will be 4 times worse than before when it flares up for the 3rd time." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "But there will always be demons, drinking poison to quench their thirst." "Indeed." The sea folk general looked at the sea serpent with a gentle gaze. "Drip didn't want to take it back then, but I forced him to. Although the symptoms recur later, the pain doubled again." "Ah." At this moment, the sea serpent suddenly cried out and collapsed on the ground. "How is it?" It's acting up again?" the sea folk general cried out. The sea serpent twitched a few times on the ground and stopped. It looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, is the medicine acting up again?" "It might be." Xiao Hua nodded. "But I don't know how long it will take, and I don't even know if it's effective." "Okay, I understand." The sea serpent simply ignored Xiao Hua and hid on the ground, waiting for the next attack. "Daoist Xiao." The sea folk general looked at the sea serpent worriedly, then shifted his gaze away and said to Xiao Hua, "Let's put the matter of drip aside first. I believe in Daoist Xiao's pill, let's see how effective it is. Now, I would like Daoist Xiao to take a look at Qiu's grandfather. His injury. Sigh, Daoist Xiao, our sea folk's shell is 100 times stronger than that of the human race. Our shell can even heal itself. However, it can't withstand our repeated battles. In the past, his injury would heal in a day and a night, but later on, it couldn't heal anymore. The nobles of the Dragon Palace have precious pills to treat it, but us lowly sea folk don't have the chance. Daoist Xiao, if you have the slightest chance, you can give it a try." "Ah." Not far away, the sea serpent cried out again and rolled on the ground. "Come, let me take a look first." Xiao Hua indicated to the old sea serpent to lift the seaweed. "Yes, Daoist Xiao." The old sea serpent trembled as it lifted the seaweed. A strong fishy smell mixed with a stench was emitted from the old sea serpent's body. Under the seaweed, there was a dark green pus. A hole the size of a human's head almost pierced through the old sea serpent's shell. "Cover it up." Xiao Hua looked and frowned as he indicated. "Daoist Xiao, how is it?" The sea folk general's heart seemed to be seized as he hurriedly asked. Xiao Hua shook his head. "I also know the Qi Huang technique, but that's only for the human race. I really don't understand the demon race, especially the sea folk's shell. I can't prescribe the right medicine." The sea folk general's face was very disappointed, but he still said, What if I find Bei Wen in this field? Would Daoist Xiao be able to help?" "I can't guarantee this." Xiao Hua still shook his head. "However, since the apricot forest medicine shop can refine the medicine, I shouldn't have any problems. Good. The sea folk general nodded. The time for the auction is coming. Daoist Xiao, you should go and participate in the auction first. I will go and look for Bei Wen who has some pill recipes. If I can find him, I ask Daoist Xiao to take pity on us. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I will go and participate in the auction first. Everything can wait until I come out. Daoist Xiao, take away all the sea serpents in my shop. The sea folk general said, if Daoist Xiao's pill is useful, I won't need to hunt these sea serpents in the future. General, you're giving me too big of a hat. Xiao Hua wouldn't easily fall for it. He said with a smile, my head isn't that big. It was unknown whether this sea folk general understood the illusion of sucker. However, from Xiao Hua's evasiveness, the sea folk general didn't want to force him. He could only say regretfully, if that's the case, Daoist Xiao, take away all the sea serpents in front of the shop. I will wait here for Daoist Xiao to return. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. He waited for the sea folk general to open the shop door again. He looked at the shop assistant standing respectfully at the door. With a wave of his big sleeve, those dim sea serpents all fell into Xiao Hua's big sleeve. He then led Fu Jiwen towards the entrance of the Yazi auction house. The sea folk general sent them to the door. Seeing the two of them leave, he hurriedly returned to the shop. Not long after, he hurriedly came out again and went to another place. In the distance, the sea folk general watched Xiao Hua walk out of the shop. He then watched Xiao Hua follow a group of beasts and humans into the auction house. He hesitated for a moment before walking towards the shop. At this moment, it was already time for the Yazi auction house to start bidding. Therefore, many beasts and sea folk wore all kinds of clothes and armor and rushed towards one direction. Similarly, among the beasts, there were also many humans who, like Xiao Hua, followed the beasts and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. When Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen arrived at the entrance of the Yazi auction house, they looked up and couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. The stone wall in Xiao Hua's eyes was a huge portrait of the Yazi. This portrait was engraved in the mountain ridge. Similarly, there were thousands of pearls embedded in various parts of this portrait. Even though it was already late at night, all the beasts and humans could still see the ferocious and mighty aura of the Yazi. This Yazi's eyes coldly looked forward. Its big mouth was wide open. The entrance of the auction house was this big mouth. Damn it, isn't this the legendary walking into a trap? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If this Yazi was alive, wouldn't the entire auction house be in its stomach? Master Nine Heavens had already used this trick in the past. Well, Master Nine Heavens must have seen this Yazi auction house before. That's why he thought of turning Master Clear Rain into a cave and trapping us cultivators. While Xiao Hua was thinking, he had already followed the beasts to the entrance. The entrance was not guarded by the beasts of the Dragon Palace. However, there was a thin layer of water curtain blocking the entrance. As long as a beast walked under the water curtain would produce a faint beast chi. When the beast chi landed on the certificate in the beast race's hand, the certificate would emit a thin layer of water vapor to cover the beast race. When the water vapor and the water curtain were close to each other, the beast race would enter through this connection without any abnormality. Xiao Hua also entered through the water curtain with the certificate. When he saw what was before him, Xiao Hua could not help but feel stupefied. This was because behind the water curtain was a huge domed hall. At the top of the hall were 9 beasts. They were the 9 dragon sons on the 9 dragon steel. The Yazi was surrounded by the other 8 dragon sons. Aside from the Yazi, the other 8 dragon sons also looked extremely vicious. The 9 dragon sons looked fiercely at the hall. An indescribable pressure came from above the heads of the beasts. Not only that, under the dome, the seats around the hall were like blooming flowers. These flowers were divided into 9 layers. Each layer was more gorgeous and noble than the last. In the center of these flowers was a huge coral-paved area that took up about 40% of the hall. The corals on the field were colorful, and the light slowly changed with the flow of people. Occasionally, the images of the 9 suns would be projected onto the corals, and the living demonic beasts seemed to be about to escape from the light. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 39:20. Gotcha. Countless tiny thunderbolts appeared at the edge of the water column, and then the entire water column condensed into a huge water sword. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the whole auction hall was filled with the sounds of battle. The huge water sword pierced deeply into the ground in front of Old Tortoise, causing the whole auction hall to rumble. Looking at Old Tortoise's side, the originally blue walls suddenly had 2 big holes. Bang! Bang! As soon as the big holes appeared, the sound of loud footsteps came from inside the holes. Woo! Woo! The monsters standing on the seats began to boil up, shouting and yelling. Xiaohua was baffled, but there was a strange demon formation restriction in the auction hall, and Xiaohua was too lazy to use his divine sense to probe. He just waited for the things inside the holes to appear. In just a few breaths, 2 demon beasts rushed out from each of the 2 holes. The demon beast on the left was 100 zhang in size, and its body was tall and sturdy like a rhinoceros. It had a single sharp horn on its nose, and a pair of big ears on both sides of its head. Occasionally, wind blades would appear in a flash. The demon beast on the right was a size smaller than the rhinoceros, but its body was more vigorous. In this demon beast's big mouth, 2 sharp teeth were sticking out of its mouth, and the mane all over its body was erect, with some multicolored stripes on it. Especially this demon beast's 4 feet, there were sharp blades more than a foot long sticking out, and each blade was suffused with a dark green color. Xiaohua glanced at them, and knew that these 2 demon beasts were called the male rhinoceros and Kuan Lai. They were extremely ferocious and fierce demon beasts in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Ordinary people would have a hard time encountering them, but he didn't expect to encounter 2 at once. The 2 demonic beasts ran out from their respective caves and immediately saw each other. Their eyes, which were bigger than a human head, instantly turned red. Roar! The 2 demonic beasts roared at the same time. Their roars shook the entire auction field. Roar! Along with the roars of the demonic beasts, all the demonic beasts and oceanic clans became even more excited. They raised their heads and roared. The atmosphere of the auction field became even more arrogant than before. There should be a restriction in the auction house. The movements of the beasts and humans did not reach the auction house under the old tortoise. The old tortoise even stood steadily in the air between the 2 beasts, calmly looking at the 2 beasts. The previous 2 roars seemed to be a warning to each other. The 2 demonic beasts began to slowly circle around the center of the field. Their gazes were like sharp swords clashing rapidly in the air. Bite! 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 The roars of the demonic beasts rose and fell one after another. The demonic beast's pronunciation was filled with the taste of blood. The atmosphere of the auction field was pushed to the peak again. It was as if a spark could ignite the passion of all the demonic beasts. Roar! The Kuan Lai fruit was indeed famous for its ferocity. It was the first to be unable to hold back. Kuan Lai's 4 hooves dug into the ground. With a boom, several cracks appeared on the solid ground. Kuan Lai's entire body rose into the air and pounced on the male rhinoceros. Kuan Lai's figure was as agile as lightning. The sharp blades on his 4 hooves made a buzzing sound. The male rhinoceros, on the other hand, was somewhat caught off guard. Its entire body slightly retreated, and its blood-red eyes were still filled with fear. In just a few breaths, Kuan Lai had already pounced in front of the male rhinoceros. Kuan Lai nimbly dodged the sword in front of the male rhinoceros's head. The sharp blades on the 2 hooves in front of his head flashed with a cold light and slashed towards the male rhinoceros's neck. It was also at this moment that there was a loud puff. As if the male rhinoceros let out a loud fart. The male rhinoceros' huge figure suddenly rushed into the air without dodging at all. The male rhinoceros leap just happened to dodge Kuan Lai's hooves, and the sword thorn accurately pierced Kuan Lai's abdomen. Swoosh! The moment the male rhinoceros attacked, the entire auction field fell silent. All the demonic beasts stared at the sword on the tip of the male rhinoceros's nose, waiting for the result of the attack. Kuan Lai was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but how could he make it in time? Roar! Kuan Lai wailed. He waved his hooves with all his might, wanting to kill the male rhinoceros before the sword pierced him. Swoosh swoosh! With two soft sounds, the sharp blades on Kuan Lai's hooves pierced into the male rhinoceros's shoulders first. Puff! Almost at the same time, the male rhinoceros's sword pierced into Kuan Lai's abdomen mercilessly. 3 streams of blood gushed out like fountains. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tough sharp weapons were dyed red. The smell of blood quickly spread throughout the auction field. Good. The frenzied auction suddenly broke out in silence. The sound waves could almost overturn the roof of the entire auction hall. Only Yazi, who was on the roof of the hall, looked at all of this coldly with his fierce and cruel eyes. Puff puff. Just as the demonic beasts cheered, 2 more muffled sounds came from the auction field. At this moment, the demonic beasts were stunned to discover that the male rhinoceros's 2 hind hooves, which were previously hiding behind Kuan Lai's abdomen, suddenly flashed a cruel light and pierced into the male rhinoceros's head in a flash. The male rhinoceros's head was naturally incomparably hard. However, when sparks flew, the male rhinoceros only avoided its own vital parts. A long bloody scar appeared on its head. Roar! This time, it was the male rhinoceros's turn to scream. Its huge body suddenly retreated. At this moment, Xiaohua discovered that the male rhinoceros's hind hooves' speed was not inferior to Kuan Lai's. In other words, everything the male rhinoceros did before was to confuse Kuan Lai. Although the 2 vicious beasts were fighting a battle of wits and courage, they were actually evenly matched. However, the moment they came into contact, both beasts were injured. On the male rhinoceros's back, there were 2 bloody holes that were bigger than fists gushing out blood. On the male rhinoceros's head, there were 2 bloody scars that were similarly bleeding. Within the bloodstains, the eerie white bones could be seen with the naked eye. Kuan Lai stood there. Although he didn't seem to have any abnormalities, his abdomen was dripping with blood like a small stream flowing happily. Roar! Roar! Several dozen wolves opened their mouths and roared towards the auction sky. All of the demonic beasts' eyes were blood red. A strange, tyrannical atmosphere instantly spread throughout the entire auction. Even the majority of the humans stood up from their seats and shouted crazily. Crazy! Besides Xiaohua, Fujiwen sighed slightly. This Yazi auction house is indeed formidable. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. First, it was the beauty. Soon after, there was blood. Everyone and demonic beasts were dizzy from the rush of blood. When the bidding started, they became the male rhinoceros and Kuan Lai. In the end, only the Northern Sea Dragon Palace profited. As Xiaohua spoke, that Kuan Lai launched another attack. The male rhinoceros also calmly faced the battle. Those 2 large ears were actually sharp weapons. From time to time, they would land on Kuan Lai's body and slice off pieces of flesh. Kuan Lai was even more formidable. His 4 hooves danced as he stabbed again and again. Every time he stabbed, he would leave behind a bloody hole on the male rhinoceros's body. Although the male rhinoceros's skin was tough and thick, in merely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the male rhinoceros's body was full of bloody holes. Moreover, although these bloody holes constantly flickered with faint star energy, they did not heal. Clearly, Kuan Lai's sharp blades were highly toxic. From the scene, it looked like Kuan Lai had the upper hand. The male rhinoceros did not counterattack much. However, the male rhinoceros's counterattack was extremely powerful. After stabbing into Kuan Lai's abdomen for the first time, the male rhinoceros's sword stabbed into other parts of Kuan Lai's body 5 times. Blood gushed out from Kuan Lai's body, and the entire auction house was covered in blood. Aoo! Kuan-Lai howled in grief. He suddenly broke away from the battle and ran towards the hole he previously ran out of. The male rhinoceros had obviously won. It roared and brandished its sword to show off. However, at this moment, the four walls of the auction house had already closed up. Where was the hole to be seen? Kuan-Lai ran one round and appeared in front of the male rhinoceros again. While showing off, the male rhinoceros roared again. It was like a huge mountain as it advanced towards Kuan-Lai. Seeing this, although Kuan-Lai howled in grief, he still pounced over. Not only did he desperately open his mouth to bite the male rhinoceros's flesh, he even used the sharp blades on his four hooves to stab the male rhinoceros. The fight between the two demonic beasts was extremely cruel. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. After a while, there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the two demonic beasts' bodies. Even their bones were exposed. The two demonic beasts were even somewhat weak. However, they still fought for their survival. In the auction house, the cheers from the surroundings did not stop. Xiaohua could even hear the voices of a few humans beside him were somewhat hoarse. "Hey, let's go," Xiaohua stood up from his seat and whispered, "It's fine if we don't participate in this auction." It was also at this moment, good. There was another thunderous cheer. The male rhinoceros's sword stabbed deeply into Kuan-Lai's abdomen again, and Kuan-Lai accurately stabbed the sharp blades on his two hind hooves into the male rhinoceros's eyes. Aoo! The male rhinoceros struggled like crazy and ran again. Kuan-Lai's body clung to the male rhinoceros's body with all his strength, and his hind hooves stabbed into the male rhinoceros's brain. Blood flowed out, and a white substance also seeped out from Kuan-Lai's hind hooves. In the end, the male rhinoceros fell to the ground like a mountain. Kuan-Lai also fell to the ground of the auction house on the verge of death. Blood kept gushing out from his abdomen, forming a river of blood. Boom! There was a loud sound. Before the demonic beasts could rejoice, a huge wave of water fell from the center of the auction house and smashed into the two demonic beasts' bodies that were still breathing. The strength of the wave was so great that it instantly smashed the two demonic beasts into meat paste. Then, the wave of water rolled up a blood-colored spray and suddenly disappeared in midair. When everyone looked again, the entire auction house was as clean as before. The male rhinoceros's sword, the arc-shaped sharp blades on its ears, the sharp blades on Kuan-Lai's hooves, and the sharp fangs on its four hooves lay there quietly. Everyone. At this moment, the old tortoise's voice slowly sounded, "These are the two items that my Yazi auction house is bidding for. These two items can only belong to the experts of my demonic beast clan, the victors of the future world. The starting price is 10,000 sea crystals. 11,000. 12,000. Without waiting for Xiaohua to move his feet, the sound of bidding rose one after another. Moreover, all kinds of brilliance continuously flickered above the seats. Author's note, a good activity where meat pies fall from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, enter Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 39-21. Master. Fujiwen had already stood up, but at this time he said softly, "The auction has already started, let's wait and see." Xiaohua looked around, gave up the idea of leaving, and sat down. In just a moment, the items of the two vicious beasts had already reached 50,000 sea crystals, and the crowd of beasts was boiling with blood, as if they were going all out to bid. The Yazi auction house is too good at doing business. Xiaohua sighed again, and whispered to Fujiwen, "Regardless of how much these two vicious beasts are worth, just the bloody battle just now has raised the value of these vicious beasts by a lot, and this old turtle directly said that these items can only belong to a vicious beast, and a vicious beast at that, and a vicious beast at that, which vicious beast wouldn't bid with all their might? This first auction will make the Yazi auction house earn a good start." Yes, watching the battle just now, the vicious beast's blood still hasn't subsided. Why would they care about sea crystals? I'm afraid that in their eyes, they only care about face and showing off in the future. Fujiwen nodded. The North Sea Dragon Palace used the sharp blade of their reputation to blind these vicious beasts' eyes. Since the first round of bidding didn't allow humans to participate, Xiaohua was happy to watch from the side. In the end, the two vicious beasts' remains were sold for 90,000 sea crystals, 9 times the original bid. However, Xiaohua didn't think so, and smiled. It's only 90,000 sea crystals. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish his words, he felt a bit embarrassed. This was because the old tortoise had waved his walking stick, and several items had fallen on top of Xiaohua's head. A cloaked demonic beast had taken out some sparkling and translucent sea crystals. They were completely different from the sea crystals that the general had taken out in the shop. Damn it. Xiaohua understood, and smiled bitterly. This old man understands. The sea crystals that the Yazi auction house is talking about are probably only top-quality sea crystals. A piece of top-quality ocean crystal is worth 2 or 3 pieces of top-quality primal stones. It's not worth it to exchange hundreds of thousands of top-quality primal stones for these 2 shitty things. Xiaohua felt that it wasn't worth it, but many of the Yao in the auction hall had envious looks in their eyes as they watched the Yao put everything into his cosmic bracelet. Thank you, fellow immortal. The old turtle hesitated for a moment before using the demon language to address him as immortal friend, even though the demon race and the sea race didn't address him this way. You've given this old man so much face, and also given my Yazi auction house so much face. I presume all of you are aware that every single fellow immortal that bids for the first item will obtain a voucher of discount from my Yazi auction. As for the amount of discount, it will depend on the fellow immortal's luck. Please come look for me after this auction. The voucher of discount will take effect after this auction. This certificate can be used in the auction hall or in all the properties of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Woo! Some exclamations sounding very regretful. Obviously, these were all first-time buyers of the Yazi auction house, so they didn't know about this. Hee, it seems that there are many first-time fellow immortals in my Yazi auction house. The old turtle said with a smile, I have to introduce myself again. My name is Xian Kong. This name sounds similar to the Buddhist name of the Arhat of the Buddhist sect, but I'm a genuine Yao. I have nothing to do with the Arhat of the human race. Of course, if my Yao race doesn't need any ocean relics in the future, I can consider abstaining from meat and chanting Buddhist scriptures. Boom. Some Yao began to roar with laughter, and the smell of blood in the auction hall gradually faded. Alright, the rules of my Yazi auction house are similar to those of other auction houses. Xian Kong began to slowly explain the rules of the auction house according to the practice of ordinary auction houses. Fortunately, there weren't many rules in the Yazi auction house, so he finished explaining a few of them. In the end, Xian Kong flicked his sleeve and said, Alright, after saying so much, my mouth is dry. Now, let's start the second batch of items. Following Xian Kong's words, more than 10 splashes appeared in the middle of the auction hall. Above each splash was a yin-yang bracelet, and next to each yin-yang bracelet were some items. Xiaohua focused his eyes and saw that these items were corals, precious pearls, Yao herbs, Yao fruits, Yao stones, weapons, armors, and so on. Xian Kong raised his walking stick and pointed at the pearls, corals, and other items, saying, These items are produced in the waters under the jurisdiction of my North Sea Dragon Palace. They are quite old and can be considered precious. The yin-yang bracelets are used to store these items. Each yin-yang bracelet costs 100,000 sea crystals. Fellow immortals who are interested can bid, but these items can't be bought individually. If you want to buy them, you have to buy them in batches. After Xian Kong finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent. Although the pearls and corals were very precious, they were useless to the Yao clan. Only humans would bid for them. Seeing the awkward situation, Xian Kong smiled and said, Fellow immortals who want to bid for these items can rest assured. The Yazi auction house will guarantee that the fellow immortals who bid for these items will be sent to a safe place designated by the fellow immortals. If fellow immortals are willing, you can even leave before the auction ends. 100,000 sea crystals. As soon as Xian Kong finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. That person's voice was rather weak. Clearly, his cultivation wasn't high. Does anyone else want to bid? Xian Kong smiled and said, every bid is 1,000 sea crystals. Xian Kong asked a few times, but no one answered. Xian Kong shook his head helplessly and said, fellow immortals of the human race, are really smart. I presume this fellow immortal has already discussed with the other fellow immortals before coming to the auction. This old man knows that there are more than 100,000 sea crystals in this yin-yang bracelet, but there's nothing I can do. This yin-yang bracelet now belongs to this fellow immortal. As Xian Kong waved his walking stick, the yin-yang bracelet fell into the hands of a fellow immortal in the distance. Xian Kong then said, fellow immortal of the human race, if you want to leave, you can stand up now. Once you've handed over the sea crystals, the Yazi auction house will escort you out. Alright, thank you fellow immortal Xian. The fellow immortal who took the yin-yang bracelet stood up and hastily left. Xian Kong glanced at the back of the fellow immortal, raised his walking stick, and said, alright, the next item, the coral, will be 100,000 sea crystals. Not long after, the pearls, corals, armors, and other items were all bought. Xiao Hua understood that it was just as Xian Kong said. They were all bought by humans, and they all chose to leave immediately. Xiao Hua understood that these items of the sea race were extremely precious in the eyes of the mortals of the hidden immortal continent. Most of the bidders should be merchants of the mortal world. They would benefit from this. Of course, everyone knew the dangers involved. They didn't have the ability to protect themselves. Even if they had some bodyguards, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with the cultivators who coveted these items. They could only place their hopes on the credibility of the Yazi auction house. Next is the herbs picked in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. The starting price for each yin-yang bracelet is 50,000 sea crystals. As soon as Xian Kong spoke, a voice filled with doubt sounded, Senior Xian, I have a question to ask. Is it possible? Oh, fellow immortal, please go ahead. Xian Kong naturally wasn't afraid that someone would ask. He was afraid that the auction house would be quiet. These items are commonly seen in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. I usually don't even look at them. Why are they being sold for so many sea crystals? Hee, fellow immortal, you don't know. Xian Kong said with a smile, the humans of the hidden immortal continent are good at making elixirs. All herbs and spiritual fruits can be used as medicines. Most of the medicines that the monster race needs the most are made by the humans. These herbs from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm may also be part of the ingredients they need to make elixirs. Therefore, these herbs can also be sold for auction. Damn it, I see. The monster race was shocked. Then won't the humans make a fortune? These ordinary plants are worthless to begin with, but after passing through their hands, they can actually produce such precious medicinal pills. Yes, there's nothing we can do about it. Xian Kong shrugged his shoulder outside the turtle shell and said, we monster race don't understand these things, so we can only rely on the humans. That's why the North Sea Dragon Palace got these herbs from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. On one hand, we can provide them with elixirs, and on the other hand, we can earn some sea crystals from them. Alas, Senior Xian, you've worked hard. The monster race sighed with emotion at the hardships of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, he didn't understand. If these monster fruits and monster herbs were sold for a high price, then wouldn't the medicine made from these monster fruits and monster herbs be even more valuable? 50,000 sea crystals. A voice called out. 51,000 sea crystals. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and also called out. Fu Jiwen wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's bid. After all, Xiao Hua had already said that he wanted to cure the old shrimp, so these monster herbs should be useful. Oh. Xiao Hua's bid made Xian Kong slightly surprised, and he unconsciously looked in Xiao Hua's direction. At the same time, the human who was the first to bid also stopped. Okay, 51,000 sea crystals. Xian Kong took the opportunity to ask, fellow immortal, do you have any other bids? 52,000. The man called out again. Xiaohua thought for a moment and called out, 55,000. 56,000. The man didn't show any weakness, as if he was determined to get this monster herb. Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked into the distance. He could almost guess who was bidding. Fellow immortal Xian. Xiaohua said, "Can I take a look at this universe bracelet first?" "Of course you can." Xian Kong said nimbly. He raised his hand and the water under the universe bracelet rushed out, sending the universe bracelet to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He then put the universe bracelet back on the water and said with a smile, "I give up." "Okay." Xian Kong nodded, then looked around and said, "Is there any other fellow immortal who wants to bid?" "Master, why aren't you bidding?" Fujiwen whispered. Xiaohua laughed and said, "There are a lot of things inside, but they are all very high-level demonic grasses. They might not be effective in treating the injuries of the old sea shrimps and the other sea race, so why would I bid for it?" Chapter 39:22. Ah. Master, you. How do you know about these demonic herbs? And you also know that they are useless? Fujiwen was shocked. Could it be that you also know demonic arts? At this point, Fujiwen patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. Alas, look at this disciple's memory. Didn't you also teach demonic arts to Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Condor? Master, is there anything in this world that you don't know? Give birth to children. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Give birth. Fujiwen was shocked at first, and then an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. That burst of laughter made him choke. Xiaohua also bid for the demonic fruits several times, but it was still the same human who bid for them. This time, Xiaohua didn't even look at them and directly gave up. Firstly, he didn't want to have a dispute with a human because of these demonic fruits and let the monster race watch the fun. Secondly, he didn't want the North Sea Dragon Palace to earn more sea crystals. Finally, there were some stones of the Thousand Monster Sacred Realm. Of course, these were all materials for refining tools. Xiaohua already knew about them when he used his divine sense to scan the few stones outside the yin-yang bracelet. In the end, after a few sparse bids, including Xiaohua's, no one else bid, and this yin-yang bracelet was easily obtained by Xiaohua. After Xiaohua asked Xian Kong how many top-grade primordial stones he should pay, he took out a small yin-yang pouch, put the primordial stones inside, and sent them into the stream of water. Then, he sent the yin-yang bracelet into the space. This round of bidding is over. Which fellow immortal wants to leave? Of course, it's the fellow immortal who has already bid for something. You can leave now. Xian Kong waved his hand, and many streams of water fell down, ending this very boring round of bidding. To Xian Kong's surprise, the other humans who had bid for something all chose to leave. Only Xiaohua sat there calmly, showing no signs of leaving. All right. Xian Kong smiled and said, "Let the second round begin." As soon as his voice fell, a burst of music rang out. From the surrounding stone walls of the auction hall, a dozen or so shell girls flew out on waves. These shell girls covered their faces, revealing their graceful figures. Each of their jade-white hands held a plate condensed from green water. On the plate were jade bottles, square boxes, and even sandalwood cups. My fellow immortals, I was just talking about the medicinal pills of the human race. Now, these are. Xian Kong waved his walking stick and pointed at the shells of the shell girls. Then, pink demon characters appeared on the shells. 2 Revolutions Soul Nourishing Pill, Soul Cleansing Pill, Detoxification Pill. The names of the medicinal pills appeared one after another. Every time a medicinal pill's name appeared, it would cause waves of exclamations. When the names of all the medicinal pills appeared, the dozen or so shell girls held the water plates and danced in the auction hall. It was as if they were showing off their dance and also letting the demons see the medicinal pills in their hands. These medicinal pills and medicines are all from the famous alchemists and pharmacists of the hidden immortal continent. I can't reveal their specific names. However, if the medicinal pills and medicines are ineffective, Yazi auction hall will be responsible for all the consequences. Xian Kong's words dispelled the doubts in the hearts of the demons. All the demons held their breaths. Their eyes were burning with passion as they quietly waited for Xian Kong's bid. Xian Kong didn't disappoint these demons. The amount of sea crystals he offered was frightening. However, no matter how many sea crystals there were, it didn't seem to be as important as illness and life. Bottles of medicinal pills were bid for by the demons at very high prices. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua looked at the scene that was even crazier than the auction at Zhai Xing Lu and couldn't help but be speechless. The demon race's sea crystals are really easy to cheat. Master, this is really a good way to get rich. Fujiwen's eyes also lit up. This is simply faster than mining primeval stones in the Black Wind Ridge. It's almost like robbing. If our fortune gate can refine these medicinal pills, why would we need to worry about primeval stones in the future? Indeed, these medicinal pills, to be honest, they are really not that good. However, the demon race doesn't know how to refine pills. Xiao Hua nodded. Disciple, when you return to the fortune gate, you must find a few disciples with talent in alchemy. If the fortune gate wants to develop, it won't be possible without a few methods to earn primeval stones. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will definitely inform senior brother Xiong and the others when I return. Fujiwen hurriedly replied. After bidding for the medicinal pills and medicines, Xian Kong looked at the gradually livening atmosphere with a smile and said, the human race's medicinal pills and medicines are rare items. They are useful for our survival in the future. The next item to be auctioned is something useful for the cultivation of fellow immortals. Old Ghost Xian, hurry up, this old man can't wait any longer. A rather arrogant voice sounded from above. It was obviously a distinguished guest of the Yazi auction hall. Right away, right away. Xian Kong didn't get angry and shouted, you just need to prepare the sea crystals. As he spoke, a loud bugle horn sounded from the walls where the dozen or so shell girls had flown out. Then, hundreds of shrimp and crab soldiers clad in battle armor rushed out from the walls. These sea tribe members were all holding weapons in their hands. Hanging from these weapons was a pouch made of golden thread. There were actually things in those pouches. When Xiao Hua saw the things in those pouches, his eyes unconsciously flashed with ruthlessness. Because the things in those pouches were dozens of nascent souls, dozens of gold cores, dozens of fist-sized relics, and hundreds of demonic cores. There were even a few jade bottles in those pouches. Inside those jade bottles, there were traces of green light. If he wasn't mistaken, those were some living souls. Those dozens of nascent souls had their eyes tightly closed. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan them and knew that the primordial spirits inside the nascent souls had been wiped out. Only their spiritual shells were left. Kaka. This is what this old man likes the most. The arrogant voice said, and there was actually a hint of hunger in it. It was obviously a demonic beast that was used to devouring. Fellow immortals, according to the usual rules, starting from the demonic cores, each demonic core is 500,000 sea crystals. Xian Kong smiled faintly and said. But before he could finish, another voice called out, 510,000, 520,000. 530,000, in just a short moment, the first demonic core was called for 620,000 sea crystals. At this time, the bidding finally began to calm down. Several powerful demonic beasts slowly increased the price. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to these bids. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dozens of nascent souls. He was secretly thinking about how to bid. He had a lot of top-grade primordial stones in his space, but if he were to bid for all these nascent souls, it would be somewhat beyond his ability. However, if he didn't bid, not only would Xiao Hua feel uncomfortable watching these nascent souls without primordial souls being devoured by the demonic beasts, but if these nascent souls were refined into scattered souls, they would be far more useful to Xiao Hua than hundreds of thousands of top-grade primordial stones. The first demonic core was finally sold for 800,000 sea crystals. The prices of the following demonic cores varied, but they were all around 700,000 sea crystals. The hundreds of demonic cores brought the Yazi auction house over 100 million sea crystals. Xian Kong smiled so widely that his small eyes were almost invisible. The Buddhist sect Saraira that followed shocked Xiaohua. Each Saraira was actually worth more than the demonic core, almost 1 million sea crystals. However, when he thought about how the modeled sea Saraira made the demonic beasts scramble for them, these authentic Buddhist light were very strong. These Saraira would be even more useful for the cultivation of the demonic beasts. Fellow immortals, let's start the bidding for the Daoist sect's nascent souls. Xian Kong's tone was somewhat excited. Clearly, the harvest of the demonic cores and Saraira greatly exceeded his expectations. Xiaohua could also hear a trace of coldness in Xian Kong's tone. In his eyes, these Daoist sect's nascent souls were nothing but items to be bid for, 400,000 sea crystals for each nascent soul. Regardless of size. Xian Kong casually waved his hand, and many nascent souls flew up and landed in the air for the demonic beasts to see. It was as if these nascent souls were fruits. Looking at these nascent souls, Xiaohua's heart was pierced deeply. Nascent souls were different from golden cores, demonic cores, and Saraira. Nascent souls were in human form, and at this moment, they were imprisoned by demonic arts. The clothes that ordinary nascent souls transformed into were nowhere to be seen. They were naked in the golden silk. There were even a few female nascent souls among these dozen or so nascent souls. Perhaps in the eyes of the demonic beasts, regardless of gender, they were the same. It was just like how humans looked at bulls and cows. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, it didn't feel good. 2 million sea crystals. Xiaohua didn't even think about it and was about to bid. However, just as he spoke, a voice came from the side of the auction house in the distance at the same time as Xiaohua. 2 million sea crystals, this old man wants them all. Oh. Not only was Xian Kong slightly stunned, but some of the demonic beasts who wanted to bid were also surprised. A wave of exclamations came from all over the auction house. These demonic beasts were very strange. Why was it that the first person to bid for nascent souls wasn't a demonic beast, but a human? Moreover, it was 2 humans. While Xian Kong and the demonic beasts were in a daze, Xiaohua stroked his chin and thought to himself. Nascent souls were somewhat useful for the demonic beast's cultivation, but they were definitely not as useful as demonic cores. The price of 400,000 sea crystals also proved this point. Even if the demonic beasts who wanted to bid for nascent souls wanted to bid, they definitely wouldn't bid so much at once. Therefore, Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of the demonic beasts' inability to react and use a large number to scare them, then easily obtain these nascent souls. Unfortunately, the human cultivator on the other side obviously had the same plan as Xiaohua. His bid immediately destroyed Xiaohua's wishful thinking. However, Xiaohua was puzzled. Who was the other party? Why was he as interested in nascent souls as he was? After all, ordinary Daoist cultivators took nascent souls because they were interested in the primordial spirit within them. They could be used to refine magic treasures and array diagrams. The pure nascent soul's spiritual shell was not very useful. This fellow immortal's suggestion is not bad. Xian Kong pondered for a moment and nodded. The quality of these nascent souls is different. If we all bid at 400,000 sea crystals, I'm afraid many fellow immortals won't be willing. Why don't we just bid together? Old Turtle Xian. Some demonic beasts were unhappy and shouted, I just want to get a nascent soul to taste. If you do this, won't I be unable to satisfy my cravings? No, definitely not. Chapter 39-23. That's right, how can the rules of the auction be changed so easily? Some of the monster race and sea race who were interested in bidding for the nascent souls also began to clamor, causing the entire auction to become somewhat chaotic. Xian Kong looked at the monster race indifferently. After a while, he casually waved the cane in his hand and said with a smile, the host of this auction is this old man. Everything this old man says, as long as it doesn't go against the rules of my auction, then my words will be the rules today. All right. A few of the noisy monster race looked at Xian Kong's serious expression and then looked at the 13 nascent souls that had just condensed their nascent souls. After weighing the pros and cons, they replied in a low voice. This immortal friend has bid for 2 million sea crystals. Are there any other immortal friends who want to bid? Xian Kong looked in Xiao Hua's direction and seemed to be hoping that Xiao Hua would make a bid. Xiao Hua didn't disappoint this old man and said without hesitation, 21 million sea crystals. 3 million. The other party didn't wait for Xiao Hua's voice to fall and immediately bid. Xiao Hua was helpless. The other party had already expressed their attitude and was even more determined to win than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and was about to speak when Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, Master, what do we want these nascent souls for? If we want to spend origin stones on them, we might as well bid for the monster fruits earlier. Fu Jiwen knew that his master was kind. He reminded him like this because he was afraid that his master would be moved by these nascent souls and desperately bid for the nascent souls that he didn't have. Hee. Xiao Hua naturally understood Fu Jiwen's meaning and said in a low voice, Master isn't that kind of person. Don't worry, Master has use for these nascent souls. Perhaps when you reach your cultivation level. Forget it, I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate these secret techniques. Fu Jiwen majored in Confucian arts and cultivated Dao magic on the side, but he had the opportunity to use the 5 Qis righteous thunder to temper his yuanying like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua originally wanted to reveal some secrets to Fu Jiwen to encourage him, but when he thought about how Fu Jiwen's heavenly book was still sealed, he simply gave up on this idea. It wouldn't be too late to tell him when the conditions were right. 31 million sea crystals. Xiao Hua ignored Fu Jiwen and bid. All right. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Fu Jiwen knew that his master was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Presumably, it was some kind of extraordinary secret technique. He could only mutter to himself and watch the show from the side. 5 million. The other party was rather impatient and directly called out a high price. Xiao Hua leisurely sat on the chair and unhurriedly opened his mouth. 1 million. 8 million. The other party was straightforward and directly increased the price by 3 million. It seemed that he was not short of money. See. Xiao Hua was stunned once again. He had seen people who didn't lack money, but he had never seen someone who didn't lack money like this. This was 3 million sea crystals, which was equivalent to nearly 7 million top-grade source stones. Although Xiao Hua had moved away the source stone mine in the Black Wind Ridge, he could be considered a person who didn't care about source stones. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent as a rich cultivator. This really made him feel ashamed and angry. Xiao Hua was stunned, yet Xian Kong was overjoyed instead. Never in his dreams had he imagined that a nascent soul stage cultivator that he didn't think highly of would actually be able to bid for such a high price. The group of monster race cultivators who didn't feel any pain in their backs began to clamor, pushing the atmosphere of the auction to a new height. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. 1 million sea crystals. Boom. The entire auction seemed to explode as all the monster race cultivators exclaimed, but in an instant, all the monster race cultivators fell silent and waited for the other human to bid. Of course, these monster race cultivators weren't waiting for the human to bid, but to see how high the human would push the price. 10 million. The other party really didn't disappoint the monster race cultivators and threw out 2 million sea crystals in one go. Boom. Although the monster race cultivators wanted to suppress their excitement and wait for Xiao Hua to bid, they couldn't suppress their surprise at all. One by one, they stood up from their seats and looked at Xiao Hua and the other human. Whispers converged into a wave of sound that drowned out the previous silence. Xian Kong had a smile on his face and wasn't in a hurry to speak. 10 million sea crystals divided among the 13 nascent soul stage cultivators was nearly 1 million, more than double the previous 400,000. Moreover, Xian Kong was very clear in his heart. Although he didn't know what these two humans wanted the nascent soul stage cultivators for, he was sure that they wouldn't give it up so easily. Especially the one who had just bid. Hearing such a high bid, Xiaohua calmed down instead. Just as he was about to bid again, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiaohua suddenly quivered and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. No, this person definitely isn't a Daoist cultivator. An inconceivable but very natural thought appeared in his mind. This person should be an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace. That's right, he really is an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace. He can only be an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. In order to collect enough nascent souls, this guy was able to set up the sun, moon, and star formations on Yaotai Mountain. He spent so much effort, but it was ruined by me and he only collected a few nascent souls. Now, these 10 nascent souls are only worth 10 million sea crystals. Isn't it much easier than before? Moreover, if he isn't an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace, how could he not put the sea crystals in his eyes? However, there is also something wrong. If he is an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace, he could have directly asked for these nascent souls from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why would he come to the auction? This is also somewhat inconceivable. While Xiaohua was pondering for a brief moment, the voices in the auction hall began to die down. Xian Kong raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with his beady eyes, then said with a smile, I really did not expect that there would be 2 fellow immortals sitting in the outer seats. After today's auction, no matter which fellow immortal wins the bid, my Yanzi auction hall will give both fellow immortals a 3rd-class certificate to express my gratitude. Then, after waiting for a moment, Xian Kong opened his mouth and said, that fellow immortal has bid 10 million sea crystals. Does this fellow immortal still want to bid? Since he knew that the other party might be an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace, Xiaohua understood that it was meaningless for him to raise the price above the sea crystals. If he wanted to bid for these 13 nascent souls, he could only find another way. But how could he find another way? Xiaohua had countless spiritual herbs and magic treasures in his space, but the problem was that the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't lack them, and they also didn't want them. In the eyes of the demon race, spiritual herbs were no different from foxtail grass. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Fellow immortal Xian, this one wants to ask, are these nascent souls consigned by others in the Yanzi auction hall, or do they belong to the Yanzi auction hall? This fellow immortal often bids, and this is the first time you've come to my Yanzi auction hall. Xian Kong's attitude towards a big customer like Xiaohua was very amiable, and he said with a smile, everything in my Yanzi auction hall belongs to my Yanzi auction hall. My Yanzi auction hall is different from Star Picking Tower and Lilai Trading Company. We never consign things for others. Oh, that's good. Xiaohua smiled and took out a jade bottle from his space and said, this one has some things here. Would fellow immortal Xian take a look first? Oh. What does this fellow immortal mean? Xian Kong stared blankly and looked at Xiaohua's jade bottle in confusion. He didn't want to make a move. Xiaohua didn't find it strange and just said with a smile, fellow immortal Xian will know after taking a look. Could it be that fellow immortal wants to use the things in this jade bottle to exchange for nascent souls? Xian Kong thought for a moment and understood something, and then he said proudly, my North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua was slightly anxious. He knew that if Xian Kong said too much, then even if he was interested in the soul-nourishing pills in the jade bottle in the end, it would probably be difficult for him to take back his words. This was the reason why Xiaohua interrupted Xian Kong and said, fellow immortal Xian? Could it be that the Yanzi auction hall is so arrogant? You won't even take a look at the things in our hands? Xiaohua's words naturally contained some Buddhist divine abilities, causing Xian Kong to be slightly stunned, and then he said, all right. As soon as he said, all right, Xian Kong felt that something was wrong. He knew that he'd fallen into Xiaohua's trap, and a trace of displeasure arose in his heart. Fellow immortal Xian, please don't take offense. Xiaohua said with a smile, if fellow immortal isn't satisfied after looking at it, then I'll turn around and leave, and I won't bid again. As soon as he heard that Xiaohua wouldn't bid again, Xian Kong's displeasure disappeared. After all, Xiaohua's words were worth 2 million sea crystals. For the sake of 2 million sea crystals, what harm was there in taking a look? Xian Kong stretched out the walking stick in his hand, and it expanded to several hundred feet in length and extended in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua bowed slightly to Xian Kong and placed the jade bottle on top of the walking stick. Seeing the walking stick retract, Xiaohua confidently returned to his seat. The crowd of monsters once again began to whisper. Huh! Shock flashed through Xian Kong's eyes when he saw the soul-nourishing pill within the jade bottle. He'd presided over many auctions, and he'd obtained many pills from the Taoism, but he'd never seen such an ugly pill. However, he saw pill veins on this unremarkable pill, and felt that it was an extremely high-quality pill. Moreover, since Xiaohua dared to take it out, how could it be an ordinary pill? Fellow immortal, forgive this old man's poor eyesight, but this is... Xian Kong asked in surprise. Facing so many monsters, Xiaohua didn't dare to say it out loud. He transmitted his voice, this is a batch of soul-nourishing pills that I obtained. Its effects are extremely good. This old man has tried it, and it's even better than ordinary 4 revolutions soul-nourishing pills. If it weren't for the fact that I have limited primeval stones in my pouch today, I'm afraid I wouldn't take it out for an exchange. Hiss. Xian Kong sucked in a breath of cold air, and asked in disbelief, fellow immortal, are you right? It's a 4 revolutions soul-nourishing pill? How could Xiaohua know how many revolutions it was? At this point, he couldn't care less. He nodded and said, indeed. Although this is the first time I've come to the Yazi auction house, how could I lie under the jurisdiction of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 39-24. Soon after, many mermaids flew out from the center of the auction hall along with the waves, swaying above the crowd's heads. The light of the magical artifacts overflowed, and the mermaids' beautiful light also shone in all directions. The entire auction hall was filled with the sound of gulping. Damn it! A rude voice shouted, Old Tortoise, when are we bidding for the fish slaves? Hee hee, fellow immortal, haste makes waste. Let's do it step by step. As long as you come to my Yazi auction hall, your wish will definitely come true. Xian Kong said with a faint smile. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the mermaids returned to Xian Kong's side. Xian Kong raised his hand and pointed at an imperial artifact. This imperial artifact is called the Heaven-Attacking Imperial Artifact. It was refined by a famous artificer from the Immortal Palace. The starting price is 1 million sea crystals. Fellow immortal Xian. Xiaohua was the first to speak. This heaven-attacking imperial artifact is just an imperial artifact. Why is the starting price so high? Let's not talk about the demonic herbs from before. They were only a few tens of thousands of sea crystals. The pills that came after were only a few 100,000 sea crystals. This heaven-attacking imperial artifact starting price is so high. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Xian Kong smiled. He naturally thought that Xiaohua wanted to raise the price of the soul-nourishing pill. Thus, he replied, fellow immortal, you're wrong. Refining materials are everywhere, but refining great artificers are rare. Not to mention the great artificer from the Immortal Palace. This great artificer refined countless materials, spent a lot of time, and spent a lot of effort to refine this imperial artifact of such high quality. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that my dragon palace doesn't need imperial artifacts, this old man definitely wouldn't be bidding for this item. 1 million sea crystals is definitely worth it. 1,100,000. As soon as Xian Kong finished speaking, there were already Confucian cultivators who were impatient and started bidding. This was an imperial artificer from the Immortal Palace. How could they see it in an ordinary auction? Even if someone obtained it, they wouldn't dare to bid in public. Only the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and other special auctions would have such an item appear. 1,200,000. Xiaohua shouted without hesitation. Since Xiaohua had opened his mouth, he naturally wouldn't let go of the person who opposed him. He hurriedly said, 2 million. 2,100,000. Another person shouted. Xiao Hua coldly smiled. 5 million. 3 million. The competition between the human race far exceeded that of the demon race. The competition between the three of them was much more intelligent than the competition between the hundreds of demon race. 3,200,000. Xiao Hua indifferently called out. 300. Just as the other person called out 300, Xiao Hua's opponent immediately countered, 4 million. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the other person increased the price once again. In just a few moments, the price of this sky attack had reached 7 million sea crystals. Facing such a high price, the other person hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. Fellow immortal, it's time for you and me to decide on this imperial equipment. Like I said before, this old man will increase the price by 1 million. If you increase the price, this old man will be yours. This old man will fulfill your wish. At this moment, that person had almost figured out Xiao Hua's tricks. He really didn't believe that Xiao Hua would give up on this imperial artifact from the immortal palace. Thus, that person coldly smiled and said, 8 million sea crystals. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be a bit surprised. After pausing for a moment, he asked tentatively, this immortal friend, this old man wants to ask you. You used 8 million sea crystals to bid for this sky attack. Do you still want to bid for those yuanying? Ha ha ha. Without waiting for that person to speak, all the demon race in the auction hall laughed. They deeply felt the cunning of the human race during the auction. They really didn't expect that Xiao Hua's bid was actually to consume this human's sea crystals. Xiao Hua's goal was still those yuanying. You don't need to worry about this old man's matters. That person said indifferently, you just need to take care of your own origin stones. All right. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and said, this old man will keep his word. This item belongs to a mortal friend. Xiao Hua's words almost choked the other party to death. This was the Immortal Palace's imperial artifact that all Confucian cultivators coveted. 8 million sea crystals was admittedly a bit high, but it was definitely within the acceptable range of the Confucian cultivator who used the sky attack. If this wasn't the Yazi auction hall, and if it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many Confucian cultivators here, that person was almost certain that the price of this sky attack would be even higher. However, this Confucian cultivator really didn't expect that Xiao Hua would put it down so easily. It was just like what he said just now, he was a person who kept his word. Pay. That person secretly spat in his heart. He really wanted to crush Xiao Hua to death in his hands. 8 million sea crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Xian Kong's heart was already blooming with joy as he loudly shouted. When no one answered, Xian Kong didn't hesitate in the slightest to wave his walking stick. The mermaid descended before that person, and then he very elegantly presented Si Tianyu to that person. After that person took out a cosmos pouch to exchange for Si Tianyu, the mermaid returned, and Xiao Hua immediately cried out. Fellow Daoist Xian, in my opinion, there's probably no need to test anything now, right? This old man will use sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul. You. That person still hadn't put away the sky attack and pointed in Xiao Hua's direction. He was so angry that his voice was trembling. Fortunately, Xian Kong indifferently replied, since a mortal friend has already given up on sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul, then we can only not use sea crystals. Immortal friend, please wait for a moment. All right. Xiao Hua's tone was extremely helpless. There was both the joy of victory and the reluctance to pay. The next few imperial tools were of good quality, but Xiao Hua didn't bid and that person naturally didn't say anything. Therefore, the final price of these imperial tools was only about 2 million sea crystals, far less than the sky attack. After the imperial tools, it was naturally the Daoist magic treasures. No one bid for the first few magic treasures, but when it came to the last pagoda-like magic treasure, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth. However, the price wasn't high, only 500,000 sea crystals. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, all the beasts were silent. They didn't dare to look at Xiaohua and directly stared at the person opposing Xiaohua. 600,000. Under the gaze of all the beasts, that person didn't hesitate to bid. 700,000. 800,000. Xiaohua called out 1,000,000 sea crystals in a short while, so that person hesitated again. He didn't know whether Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator or a Daoist cultivator. However, his hesitation only lasted for a moment. He seemed to have understood something. Xiaohua bid for the nascent soul, gave up on the imperial tools, and now bid for magic treasures. The possibility of him being a Daoist cultivator was quite high. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had secret techniques that could use the nascent soul. Xiaohua could also be a Confucian cultivator. That person thought for a moment and probed, 2,000,000 sea crystals. Boom. The crowd of beasts clamored again. Today's Yazi auction house was really a one-man show between two humans. The other beasts all became spectators. On the other hand, Xian Kong curled his lips and complained in his heart about why Xiaohua didn't open his mouth earlier. 2,000,000 sea crystals, fellow immortals, is there anyone else bidding? Xian Kong began to squeeze Xiaohua. 2,100,000. 3,000,000. 3,100,000. 4,000,000. When it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua smacked his lips and smiled. This Daoist magic treasure isn't worth so many sea crystals. This old man also doesn't want to bid more. If fellow immortals are interested, feel free to bid more. As long as fellow immortals bid more, this old man will definitely help you. Bid more, bid more. Seeing Xiaohua's old trick, that person sneered. Before he could open his mouth, the crowd of beasts cheered him on. Humph, this old man doesn't believe it. That person definitely saw through Xiaohua's trick, and was certain that Xiaohua was a Daoist cultivator. He coldly snorted and said, 5,000,000 sea crystals. That's not right, that's not right. Xiaohua curiously said, fellow immortal, do you have that many sea crystals? You must not be angry. What if you want to use sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul? Wouldn't you not be able to take it out? This old man is willing. That person didn't lack sea crystals and coldly said, fellow immortal, if you have the ability, then use other methods to bid for the sea crystals. This old man doesn't believe that this old man can't beat you. All right. This old man admires you. This magic treasure is yours. Xiaohua helplessly conceded. That person was once again in a predicament. He was really confused, he couldn't figure out Xiaohua's identity. He had already seen this magic treasure. It was definitely a top-grade item used by Daoist cultivators of the upper 4th grade and lower 5th grade. If Xiaohua was a Daoist cultivator and had tens of millions of top-grade origin stones in his bag, he definitely wouldn't let go of this magic treasure. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't bid for the previous few magic treasures. Wasn't it because he was thinking about this last magic treasure? How could Xiaohua give up like this? However, reality was cruel. Xiaohua really retreated. That magic treasure that was almost useless to him was really delivered to him by the alluring mermaid. He helplessly took out his Qingquan bag and handed over the sea crystals again. The next items to bid were naturally Buddhist treasures. Although there weren't many Buddhist treasures, the quality was really good. Moreover, Buddhist treasures were also Buddhist treasures. For the monster race, they had some use like relics, so the bidding was very intense. That person was constantly paying attention to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua also didn't stand up to bid. When it was the last Buddhist treasure, Xian Kong said, "This Buddhist treasure is the reincarnation drum. It is said that it was refined from the trunk of the Bodhi tree where Mahavairakana revered Buddha meditated when he became a Buddha. It contains the Buddhist light and karma of the mortal world when Mahavairakana revered Buddha became a Buddha. As for its specific power, this old man also doesn't know." 1,000,000. Once they heard that it was the Buddhist light of Mahavairakana revered Buddha, all the monster race were happy. Buddhism was about delivering all living beings from suffering. That Buddhist light could be used by both monster race and human race. Of course, the monster race who wanted a Buddhist treasure wouldn't let it go. However, all the monster race also knew that the so-called Buddhist treasure of Mahavairakana revered Buddha was just a gimmick. If that was really the case, why would the North Sea Dragon Palace take it out to bid? Chapter 39-25. Xian Kong listened to Xiao Hua's words and nodded slightly. After all, alchemy wasn't the North Sea Dragon Palace's strong point. Most of the pills circulating around the North Sea were First Revolution soul-nourishing pills, which were refined using the relics of First Revolution Buddhas. The Second Revolution soul-nourishing pills they just bid on were refined using the relics of Second Revolution Buddhas. Of course, not only were the quality of the First Revolution and Second Revolution completely different, but the same Second Revolution was also related to the cultivation level of the Buddhas during each reincarnation. The Second Revolution soul-nourishing pills that the North Sea Dragon Palace bid on definitely wouldn't be particularly good. As for the Third Revolution soul-nourishing pills, it wasn't that the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't have them, but they were very few in number. This was because the Buddhas who could cultivate to the Third Revolution were all very powerful. How could they casually let others take away their relics? Moreover, even if the North Sea Dragon Palace obtained the relics of the Buddhas of the Third Revolution Buddhas, the negative karma within was far from something that the monster race could refine. Therefore, there was no need to mention the Fourth Revolution soul-nourishing pills. That was purely a legendary item. Xiao Hua suddenly said that he had a batch of pills comparable to the Fourth Revolution soul-nourishing pills, and not just one. How could Xian Kong not be shocked? Fellow immortals. Xian Kong made up his mind and said, "These Daoist nascent soul cultivators will stop bidding for the time being." Before Xian Kong could finish speaking, the human cultivator who bid on Xiao Hua was unhappy and sneered, "Xian Kong, is this how the North Sea Dragon Palace does things? Didn't you agree to use sea crystals to bid? How could someone take out a jade bottle and force you to change the rules?" Xian Kong frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy, he still smiled and said, "This old man also said before that this old man will make the rules of this auction. Moreover, there are many unexpected things in this auction. Fellow immortal, this is nothing. If fellow immortal feels that it's inappropriate, you can go to Profit Trading Company and Star Picking Tower to bid. They are all humans, so they should know what humans are thinking." The man hesitated for a moment and nodded, "All right, this old man can only follow the host's wishes. However, this old man wants to see what price these nascent soul cultivators will bid for. Fellow immortal, just wait and see." Xian Kong didn't waste his breath and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, the bidding for this batch of nascent souls can be delayed for a moment. We'll bid after I confirm something." All right. The group of demon race beings were also elated. After all, there was a good show to watch. Thus, they didn't mind if things got out of hand. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Xian Kong obviously intends to check the authenticity of this soul-nurturing pill, and he even intends to check the effects of the soul-nurturing pill. But Xian Kong didn't discuss it with me at all, and the overbearingness of the Yazi auction square is obvious from this. However, thinking about how Yazi wanted to check the effects of this soul-nurturing pill, Xiao Hua felt anxious in his heart. After all, he didn't know what the Four Revolutions soul-nurturing pill looked like. Xian Kong called the shell girl over and passed the jade bottle to her. Then, he ordered the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to leave. After that, the auction hall changed again. Huge images of ships flashed in the auction hall. Xiao Hua understood that Yazi Auction Square had begun to sell ships. The sea race naturally didn't need ships, but the demon race of Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the human race of Hidden Immortal Continent couldn't do without ships if they wanted to travel to the North Sea. Just like in Hidden Immortal Continent, although cultivators could fly, flying boats, flying carriages, and flying demon beasts were equally important. Just like the Mahist clan and Gongshu clan, the ships built by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas were also the best among all the ships. In particular, the ships built by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas had the mark of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Ordinary sea beasts didn't dare to make things too difficult for them when they galloped in the sea. Moreover, the patrolling soldiers of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas also had some preferential treatment. Therefore, many human race beings and demon race beings were willing to spend a lot of money to bid for the ships of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Xian Kong pushed the images of the ships in front of him one by one and began to bid. The price of this ship was not the slightest bit cheaper than the previous demon core. However, looking at the crowd of demon race beings rushing like ducks, Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he opened his mouth to bid. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, once he opened his mouth, the immortal emissary who was suspected to be from the immortal palace immediately bid. Every time he bid, his price would always be higher than Xiaohua's. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed in his heart. This was clearly a troublemaker. Moreover, this immortal emissary had countless primordial stones in his pouch. If he wanted to bid for something in the future, it would be even more difficult. However, Xiaohua was not inexperienced in facing this kind of trouble. He slowly increased the price, bit by bit. In the end, he actually increased the price of the ship to a level that even the demon race beings were shocked. All the demon race beings shut their mouths, waiting to see how the two would end this. This old man bid 6,300,000 sea crystals for this ship. Xiaohua said with a smile, if this immortal friend really wants it, then add a bit more. This old man won't lower himself to the same level as others. Don't you even know the basic etiquette of Confucian cultivators? You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. That person was obviously so angry that he jumped up and shouted, I bid 6,310,000 sea crystals. This old man means what he says. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. This ship is yours. Xiaohua very indifferently flicked his sleeves and replied casually. You. That person obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to really retreat. He shouted a few times helplessly. However, when the demon race beings saw the internal strife of the human race beings, they all cheered and watched the show. Xian Kong also laughed in the distance. After all, with such an episode happening, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became even better. Xiaohua didn't bid for the following ships. The demon race beings and the human race beings already understood that Xiaohua didn't plan to bid for the ship. After bidding for the ship, it was the materials to build the ship. Xiaohua heard that the iron palm wood was among them. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that in addition to the iron palm wood, many of the materials to build the ship could be used to build the thunderboat. Xiaohua almost didn't even think about it and started bidding. As soon as Xiaohua opened his mouth, Xian Kong laughed. Other demon race beings might not care, but Xian Kong knew that Xiaohua had already bid for a cosmos ring containing refining materials. The materials inside that cosmos ring were completely different from the materials used to build the ship. Since Xiaohua liked the previous materials, he might not care about the current ones. Now that Xiaohua started bidding again, it was obvious that he wanted to provoke the other human race being. Sure enough, following the laughter of the demon race beings, the human race cultivator also started to take it seriously. Even when the two were bidding, a few demon race beings also took the opportunity to add a few words, as if they were joining in the fun. After a few rounds of bidding, Xiaohua seemed to have some misgivings. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Fellow immortal, please. Just like before, this old man has to tell you that this is the last time this old man will bid. If you like it, you can increase the price. This old man is a gentleman and will only do things that help others achieve their goals." This. Xiaohua's words made the human race cultivator hesitate. He had just been cheated by Xiaohua. This time, he originally wanted to make a comeback, but the price of the sea crystals clearly wasn't enough to satisfy him. If Xiaohua wanted to bid for these materials, he shouldn't have stopped at this time. However, if Xiaohua didn't want to bid for these materials, Xiaohua shouldn't have said anything. The human race cultivator thought for a moment and raised his hand to bid again. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was suddenly startled. At this crucial moment, the human race cultivator suddenly remembered the first thing Xiaohua bid for. Like Xian Kong, the human race cultivator also thought of the cosmos ring that Xiao Hua bid for. However, his thoughts were different from Xian Kong's. It seems that this guy wants to build a ship. In other words, the ship he bid for just now wasn't necessarily fake. It's just that I obstructed him and he didn't succeed. Perhaps he wants to build a ship to go out to sea, or perhaps he wants to sell it. How can this ship be built with the strength of a single person? It's hard for me to find this guy's origin, but if it's someone who can build a ship, there really aren't many in the hidden immortal continent. As long as he really wants to bid for the materials of the ship, I will naturally know his origin. Even if he doesn't want to build a ship to go out to sea, but wants to sell it, who can build a ship that can compare with the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? What's the value of the ship he builds? After he finished thinking, the human race cultivator smiled and said, "Since it's like this, a gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. I'll give this thing to fellow immortal." Seeing the human race cultivator raise his hand, Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He cursed inwardly. However, after hearing the human race cultivator's words, Xiao Hua was very happy. However, he pretended to jump up and shouted, "What? You really don't want to bid? You won't regret it?" Ha ha ha. All the demon race cultivators laughed loudly. It was all because Xiao Hua tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. He was teased by another human. Only the human race cultivator sneered, and said, "I've already been fooled once, how can I be fooled again?" "All right." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He said helplessly, These materials, I want them." Xian Kong sent the materials over with a smile. Xiao Hua bitterly took the corresponding origin stones and placed them on the water pillar. He sat down on the chair somewhat dejectedly. Others naturally couldn't see Xiao Hua's appearance, but they could still hear Xiao Hua's voice. That voice of regret was also very obvious. "Humph, keep pretending." The human race cultivator sneered. After a few more rounds of bidding, Xiao Hua also opened his mouth. He didn't relax, and the human race cultivator followed suit. However, Xiao Hua didn't bid too much, and the human race cultivator also stopped when they were ahead. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They only made use of the gaps in the demon race's bidding, and neither of them revealed any flaws. After bidding for the materials, Xian Kong clapped his hands, and all the lights and shadows disappeared. Then, dozens of beautiful women dressed in light muslin swam out from the walls. These beauties all had the body of a human and the tail of a fish. Their pure white breasts were covered by palm-sized shells. That touch of darkness was reflected in the pure white curves, and it really attracted the gazes of countless male demon race cultivators. "Thank you for your support, fellow immortals." A cunning light appeared in Xian Kong's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Right now, we're bidding for the magic treasures used by Daoist cultivators, the imperial artifacts used by Confucian cultivators, the Buddhist artifacts used by arhats of the Buddhist sects, and the demonic artifacts used by demon experts. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the quality of these magic tools first. After that, this old man will begin to bid for them one by one." Chapter 39-26. In just a moment, the price of the samsara drum had reached 5.7 million, which was similar to the price of the Buddhist treasure from before. At this time, the demon race was already exhausted. Only 2 or 3 scattered bids could be heard from above. 6 million. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth. All the demon race's spirits were shaken, and they almost reflexively looked in another direction. 1 million. This time, that person learned his lesson. He no longer increased the price by 1 million, but only by 100,000. When these two humans opened their mouths, the other demon race knew that they had no chance, so they simply began to watch the show. 2 million. Xiao Hua casually said. 3 million. 4 million. 5 million. The two people increased the price bit by bit. It was somewhat different from before. As that person increased the price, he muttered in his heart. He couldn't figure out whether Xiao Hua wanted this Buddhist treasure or was provoking him again. 4 million. Xiao Hua shouted without hesitation. Could it be that this guy is a Buddhist monk? This seems impossible. That person looked at Xiao Hua's unclear face and guessed with his head lowered. However, Xian Kong didn't miss the opportunity to shout, 4 million, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 8 million. That person hurriedly said. However, just as he opened his mouth, he regretted it. This time, he increased the price a bit too much. He was afraid that he would be tricked by Xiao Hua again. Sure enough, Xiao Hua smacked his lips again. This soft sound passed into that person's ears. That person's heart slightly trembled, and he felt somewhat cold. He felt that he had been tricked again. Since we're here, it's time for us to decide the winner. Fellow immortal, this old man bids 1 million. If you increase the price again, this Buddhist treasure will be yours. Xiao Hua said as usual, this old man has always been the one to help others achieve their goal. Good. That person immediately relaxed and shouted. Just as he was about to give up, he was suddenly shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, good, then this old man bids 9 million. If you want to help others achieve their goal, then give up. Boom. The crowd of demon race once again exploded. Motherfucker, is this guy crazy? How many times have you been fooled? Why are you still being fooled? This guy isn't sick, he's just brainless. This bastard isn't brainless. His brain has been damaged by his anger. You're wrong. This fellow's brain isn't damaged. He was drugged by old Xian. With old Xian's looks, how could he drug him? I heard humans have different hobbies. Maybe he likes old tortoise? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Although that person's face couldn't be seen clearly, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring straight at Xiao Hua, like a gambler who had lost a bet. Just when the group of demons thought that Xiao Hua would not bid anymore, Xiao Hua actually opened his mouth, sigh, as the saying goes, once and twice, but not thrice. This old man has deceived fellow immortal twice before, causing fellow immortal to take out so many sea crystals for nothing. This old man is truly apologetic. There is a saying in the ancient times, there is nothing greater than acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them. This time, this old man will not deceive you again. 10 million sea crystals. PFFF. When Xiao Hua's words fell into that person's ears, that person almost spat out blood. Xiao Hua had boasted many times that he was a person who helped others achieve their goals, but it turned out that those things were not what he wanted. Now that he saw what he wanted, he began to go back on his words. Moreover, he was so blatantly and righteously remorseful. How could that person not be angered to death? Most of the demons couldn't react to the human's words. They still stared blankly at Xiao Hua, not understanding the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. However, some of the demons had already woken up, especially Xian Kong. He laughed out loud, but then he realized that it was inappropriate and hurriedly said, this fellow immortal has bid 10 million sea crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 11 million. That person clenched his teeth and shouted. The bidding finally returned to its original trajectory, 11,100,000. Fellow immortal, if you raise it again, this old man won't play with you anymore. 12 million. That person didn't care about Xiao Hua's threat and said again. Fellow immortal, can't you just bid properly? Xiao Hua stood up and said, 12,100,000. If you raise it again, this old man really won't play. 13 million. That person seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Xiao Hua didn't say anything. The entire auction house was dead silent. Even the mermaids were staring at Xiao Hua with wide eyes. Xian Kong didn't urge him and quietly waited for Xiao Hua to speak. After a while, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, fellow immortal, this Buddhist treasure went from 4 million to 13 million. You made this old man spend too many sea crystals. This old man swears to Namo Maitreya Buddha that this will be the last time this old man bids. If fellow immortal raises the price again, this old man will definitely help you achieve your goal. 13,100,000. Good. The crowd of monsters understood and cheered loudly. There were even some monsters who didn't mind blowing things up and shouted, "Raise the price, help you achieve your goal, help you achieve your goal." That person's face was as still as water. Naturally, he couldn't tell the true meaning of Xiao Hua's oath to Namo Maitreya Buddha, but he could tell that Xiao Hua was forced into a dead end. Moreover, when bidding for the nascent soul, Xiao Hua had replaced the sea crystals with a jade bottle in advance, which let him know that 13 million sea crystals was really Xiao Hua's limit. It would be unwise for him to increase the price any further. Therefore, that person smiled and said, "Since fellow immortal has the virtue of helping others achieve their goal, why can't this one follow suit? This item belongs to fellow immortal." "Ai, fellow immortal Xian," Xiao Hua complained. "This time, your North Sea Dragon Palace really made a fortune. You let me win, you let me win. This is all thanks to fellow immortal support." Xian Kong couldn't stop smiling. Even he didn't expect that today's auction would be so exciting. Moreover, this was under the condition that the group of nascent soul cultivators didn't win the bid. However, this one has a presumptuous request. Xiao Hua said again. "Can this one bid for the nascent soul, fellow immortal? I'm sorry." Xian Kong immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and immediately interrupted him. Fellow immortal could have mentioned it before the auction ended, but now that the auction has ended, forgive this old man for not being able to change his mind. "Fellow immortal, please take out enough origin stones." "All right." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, but still gave enough origin stones to the mermaid. However, when he took the Buddhist treasure, the reincarnation drum, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. When the mermaid brought this Buddhist treasure over, he had already released a strand of Buddhist awareness to investigate it. This thing's appearance was that of a Buddhist treasure with Buddhist light, but in fact, it wasn't a Buddhist treasure at all. Under his heaven's eye, Xiao Hua discovered that there were traces of green patterns inside the Buddhist treasure. When he used his soul awareness to investigate, Xiao Hua was shocked to discover that this was a strange soul tool. It was also because of this soul tool that the North Sea Dragon Palace treated it as a Buddhist treasure. 13 million sea crystals in exchange for a soul tool. In Xiao Hua's eyes, it was absolutely worth it. Next was the main event of the auction, the demonic treasure. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't get involved with these monsters. Today, the monster race was definitely Xiao Hua's friendly neighbor. If it weren't for these monsters' clamor and instigation, if there weren't these monsters shouting from the side, the person bidding with Xiao Hua might not have fallen into Xiao Hua's trap again and again. Sometimes, it wasn't that there weren't any smart people in this world, but that no one was stupid. The so-called times create bears was perhaps the same as today's situation. Xiao Hua seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. His mind had already entered the space. After all, this was an item exchanged for tens of millions of top-grade origin stones. How could Xiao Hua not care? In particular, this soul tool was the item that Xiao Hua had spent the most money on in history. Looking at Xiao Hua's previous auction history, when he obtained a good item, he had never been so serious about bidding like today. If Xiao Hua really made a mistake, Xiao Hua would want to cry. Xiao Hua took out the soul tool. It was very similar to the one used by the Buddhist sex law protector Heavenly King in the blood pool of gods and demons. However, this will lack the same thin killing weapon. On the wheel, there was a pattern of 6 axes engraved on it. Xiao Hua was very familiar with this pattern. He saw that the innermost axes of the wheel were engraved with the sun and moon revolving around the summit of Mount Meru. On the top of the axes, there was a palace. It was clean, bright, and magnificent. In the Buddhist light, there was a celestial sitting around the mountain. Their faces were filled with peace and benevolence. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the heavenly Tao. Next to the heavenly Tao's axes were engraved with 4 people wearing crowns and robes. They were standing while holding an object. Under the feet of these 4 people, there were mountains, rivers, and all kinds of people clearly visible. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the Tao of Heaven. Next to the Tao of Heaven's axes were engraved with a 3-headed, 6-armed figure holding various kinds of weapons. This figure was like a human but not a human, like a god but not a god. Under this figure, there was a monstrous wave of blood, boundless slaughter everywhere. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the Azura Path. Next to the Azura Path's axes were engraved with the pitch-black gate of hell. A horse-faced jailer was about to throw a sinner into a pot of boiling oil. In addition to the horse-faced jailer and the frying pan, there were 18 layers of hell, where all the sufferings gathered. It was the hell path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. In the axle of the hell path, there was an engraving of a hungry ghost holding a person and biting the person's head. The person's head was burned by fierce fire and was about to be burned to ashes. It was the hungry ghost path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. And in the outermost axle of the wheel, there was an engraving of a lion, an ox, and a horse that were being driven by people and eating each other. Under these eye-catching diagrams, there were many animals either biting, paralyzed, or dying. It was the animal path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. Well, it really looks like the Buddhist sect's 6 paths of reincarnation. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes flashed with starlight, as if he could see the inside of the wheel. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, the Buddhist sect's 6 paths of reincarnation is not so simple. The 6 paths should be intertwined with each other and have their own reincarnation. I'm afraid that when the North Sea Dragon Palace saw the appearance of this Buddhist artifact, they would understand that the Buddhist artifact's 6 paths of reincarnation diagram is known but not the reason. It's impossible for it to be contaminated with the Bodhi Buddha's light of Mahavirakana world venerable who became a Buddha." Chapter 39-27. Xiaohua rotated the wheel with his finger. As the wheel rotated, a faint Buddhist light was emitted from it. At the same time, a faint sound of chanting could be heard. It was even more Buddhist than an ordinary Buddhist instrument. Xiaohua looked at the Buddhist instrument and secretly laughed. "I have already succeeded in soul cultivation, but I don't have any suitable soul instrument or soul technique to use. If these tens of millions of top-grade primordial stones can be exchanged for a soul instrument that can kill people, that would be great. However, since it's a soul instrument, it should still be wielded by a soul cultivator friend." After saying that, Xiaohua's figure flashed and he was already outside the mysterious cloud. At this time, the mysterious cloud was different from the previous one. Although the previous mysterious cloud had begun to condense and the cloud threads began to stabilize, in the end, it didn't take shape. Last time, under the attack of the Hell Judge's soul chain, it even showed signs of collapse. But at this time, the mysterious cloud could no longer be called a cloud. The whole cloud had completely condensed, and the whole body was sparkling and translucent. However, within this sparkling and translucent cloud, there were layers of cloud-shaped crystals in a scattered state. The heavenly patterns and earth deeds that were previously engraved outside the mysterious cloud had deeply integrated into the crystal. Moreover, where Xiaohua's gaze fell on the crystal of the mysterious cloud, there was a colorful brilliance outside the crystal like a small world. He almost felt like he couldn't take his eyes away from it. The soul cultivation realm is unpredictable. It's just the wizard realm, and the mysterious cloud has such changes. Even I can't see through it. If it's cultivated to the extreme, what will it be like? Xiaohua sighed and stepped on the mysterious cloud. Kacha. A dense layer of 3 corpses in thunder was produced from the surface of the crystal like a violent storm. Xiaohua didn't see how the 3 corpses in thunder moved. When the 3 corpses in thunder fell 3 inches away from Xiaohua, it turned into a circle of whirlpools. In this whirlpool, a cloud-shaped passage was born. Fellow Daoist has come? Please. Soul cultivator Xiaohua's cheerful voice rang out from the passage. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked up at the mysterious crystal cloud, which seemed to contain heavenly might, and the 3 corpses in lightning that had disappeared. In his heart, he knew that this was the mysterious cloud's own defense. It wasn't that it had some sort of divine ability to stop the attack, but rather that it had voluntarily retracted the attack because it shared the same origin as Xiaohua. Xiao Hua, quickly come and take a look. Little White Dragon urged from within the passage. Hee, all right. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded and stepped into the passage. Just like the teleportation passage, Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared amidst the billowing dark clouds. Roar. A dragon's roar could be heard from the sea. The little white dragon's body, which was several thousand feet long, soared into the sky. The dragon's body was covered with blood vessels, and it was no longer in the form of a translucent soul. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the blue sea and saw that the tens of millions of soul strands had now turned into liquid. These liquid soul strands were filled with the water of the yellow springs, and the entire blue sea was mixed with countless blood-red strands. These strands of blood-red strands looked like fish swimming in the blue waves. Looking at the sky above the soul formation sky, the sorcerer's codex was like a bright moon, emitting a dark green luster. Within each strand of light, countless green seal characters flashed. The brilliance of the sorcerer's codex illuminated the entire soul formation sky. Layers upon layers of mountains and rivers appeared extremely clearly, and within these drawings, the men plowing and the women weaving also appeared alive. What was special was that after layers upon layers of mountains and rivers were born, layers upon layers of pitch-black hell were born. In the pitch-black darkness, the tragic scenes of the 18 layers of hell flashed one after another. It was the hell of tongue pulling, the hell of scissors, the hell of tree of iron, the hell of mirror of retribution, the fellow Daoist steamer, the hell of bronze pillars, the hell of knife mountain, the hell of ice mountain, the hell of frying pan, the hell of cow pit, the hell of stone pressure, the hell of blood pond, the hell of wrongful death, the hell of dismemberment, the hell of volcano, the hell of stone grinding, or the hell of knife saw. The tragic scenes of the 18 layers of hell were extremely vivid. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in salute. Jade Archive Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the strange scene of the soul formation sky and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua was no longer several zhang tall like a god from before. Instead, he had become the same size as Jade Archive Xiao Hua. His originally somewhat illusory body had completely solidified. What was special was that the rolling green seal characters in his eyes had already disappeared. Except for the occasional green light that overflowed, his black and white eyes were no different from Jade Archive Xiao Hua's. Of course, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's clothes were still the same, but there was an inexplicable crown on his head. This crown was not clear, it seemed to be square and hexagonal. However, a kind of surging aura that made Jade Archive Xiao Hua feel terrified came out of the crown. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for your great progress in cultivation. Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand to return the salute. Hee, congratulations to you too. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's laughter matched his facial expression very well. He was no different from a real person. Congratulations to Xiao Hua for your great progress in cultivation. Little White Dragon circled around in the air, soul threads dancing around his body. He instantly transformed into a human figure identical to Xiao Hua and cupped his hands with a smile. His voice was actually the same as Xiao Hua's. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Why is Little White so naughty? Why does he have to transform into I?" Little White stroked his chin and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. He smiled and said, "There's no other reason. I like it." Jade Archive Xiao Hua almost fell over. He could only put his hand to his forehead and say, "Whatever." Xiao Hua, how's the matter of my body molding coming along? I remember you saying that you had some ideas last time. Little White hurriedly asked before Jade Archive Xiao Hua could say anything. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I did have some ideas, but for some reason, I couldn't make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it this time. I'll contact Jiang Che of the Heavenly Paradise River in the future." Hee, it's fine. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, understood Xiao Hua's hard work and smiled. "I got some good fortune in your soul formation. Don't be too anxious. Don't you Dao cultivators talk about fate? Perhaps I won't have the chance to condense my body. It's good that you have this thought. Xiao Hua nodded. According to Jianghu, if you want to form a dragon body, you have to use the dragon cleansing pool of the Dragon Island. And the Dragon Island? We have no relationship with the Dragon Island at all. How can they let us use it so casually? So we can only act according to circumstances. I naturally understand the difficulty of forming a body. To be honest, with my current memories, forming a body is extremely difficult even in the 10,000 demon realm. So you don't have to worry. If I can't form a body, I'll stay here for the rest of my life. Little White comforted Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua was speechless. Little White Dragon's soul could stay in his mysterious cloud for the rest of his life. He didn't care, but what about him? How could he let him stay here forever? I wonder why fellow Daoist came here today. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua covered his mouth and asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua ignored Little White and said to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua with a smile, I came to find fellow Daoist today because I have a happy occasion. Oh, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I just had an earth-shaking change here, and now there's a happy occasion. It's really a double blessing. Ha! Seeing that Soul Cultivator Xiaohua could speak so eloquently, Jade Archive Xiaohua was quite happy. He waved his hand and took out the reincarnation drum from his Daoist robe. This is a soul tool. Take a look. Can it be compared with the soul falling lamp in the back earth village of Meng Mountain? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua took the reincarnation drum, looked it up and down, and said with a smile, this soul tool is really exquisite. If fellow Daoist wasn't so familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, I'm afraid you would have mistaken it for a Buddhist tool. After saying that, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and several green seal characters flew out. These green seal characters caused a strange sound and then fell in one place, forming an even bigger green seal character. The space around this green seal character was distorted abnormally, and a soul-shaking sound was heard as the green seal character fell on the soul tool. Swoosh! Like a wind blowing on dust, the surface of the soul tool was shaved off layer by layer. The 6 paths of reincarnation quickly shrank, and the Buddhist light and the sound of chanting turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. In front of Xiaohua and Jade Archive Xiaohua, a 3-foot-long writing brush appeared in the air. This. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes fell on the shaft of the brush. This shaft was as thick as a fist and had the same 6 paths engraved on it. However, this 6 paths of reincarnation diagram was very strange and different from the previous one. The lines of the diagram were so thin that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Furthermore, these diagrams were simple and cold to the extreme. Even Jade Archive Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine when he looked at them. However, there was something different about this brush shaft. The tip of the brush was a bright green color that was so dazzling that it looked like a budding flower. Wait! Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and waved his hand, causing the brush to land in his hand. Fellow Daoist Soul Cultivator, please come with me. However, Xiaohua had just moved the Jade Archive when he stopped and laughed bitterly. I forgot that fellow Immortal Confucian Cultivator is in closed-door cultivation right now. Oh. Why is fellow Daoist looking for fellow Daoist Confucian? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua asked curiously, this is clearly a soul tool. Fellow Daoist Soul Cultivator. Jade Archive Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled. Have you ever heard fellow Daoist Confucian talk about the story of painting sage Maoyang? Of course I have. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua laughed. That guy is always bored when he's not cultivating. He would always tell me about Confucian classics and anecdotes. Of course I have heard about the story of Magic Brush Maoyang. At this point, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua suddenly understood. He looked at the brush in Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand and asked curiously, could this be the Magic Brush Maoyang's magic brush? This. How is this possible? Chapter 39-28. That's right. If I guessed correctly, this is the brush used by the divine brush Maoyang. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. "You brush?" Soul Cultivator Xiaohua frowned slightly. If this brush was used by the painting Saint Maoyang, it should be an imperial item. The problem is, the reason why the painting sage Maoyang is known as the divine brush is because the paintings he makes can become real, alive. Can an imperial item have such an effect? Jade Archive Xiaohua explained. Also, fellow Daoist must have heard of the story of the finishing touch, right? Of course, it's the story of Zhang Xingyao painting 4 dragons on the wall of the Annal Temple in Jinling, but he didn't add the finishing touch. Every day, touch it and it will fly away. People thought it was absurd, so they insisted on adding the finishing touch. In a flash, thunder and lightning broke the wall, and the 2 dragons soared into the sky on clouds. The 2 dragons that didn't add the finishing touch were all there. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. That's right. Zhang Senjiu's dragon painting brush was ordinary, but the finishing touch was the brush. So Maoyang and Zhang Xingyao should also know about soul cultivation? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua realized something. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the brush in his hand and smiled bitterly. If I guessed correctly, Xiaoyu continent is originally together with the other 3 continents. Since Xiaoyu continent has millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain, it's not strange that the other 3 continents also know about soul cultivation. But, speaking up to here, Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely distressed. But I spent tens of millions of supreme-grade vitality stones to buy a soul tool that can kill people. But for no reason, he bought a brush that can add the finishing touch. What's the use of that? Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. Heaven and earth have spirits. Life is the right path, but life is limited. That is death. Therefore, the Tao of life and death is the head of the 3,000 Taos. In this world, there must be life before death. Death is something cultivators can control, but life is controlled by the great Tao. Now that we have the chance to control the origin of life, this is truly a joyous occasion. Fellow Daoist, why are you so dejected that you have one less way to die? Isn't this buying the casket and returning the pearl? Isn't this neglecting the essentials? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and placed the subbrush in his hand. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua waved the subbrush and strange sounds were heard. Strands of dark green light flashed from the subbrush and at the same time, vivid images of birds and beasts were born under the subbrush. However, as soon as these images appeared, they disappeared. They didn't become real creatures as Jade Archive Xiaohua had expected. Sigh. The Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. Who in this world would still think about these things? Which one of them didn't want to improve their cultivation so that they could have another way to kill? Who would still think about the source of the great Tao? The Confucian cultivators had been passed down for billions of years, but now, they had even lost the true essence of their cultivation. I just want to have one more life-saving method. It's not wrong. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. Left and right, he had already obtained them. Fellow Daoist, you don't need to think too much. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua raised the subbrush in his hand and smiled. The Underworld Magistrate has a soul-hooking brush, and I have a subbrush in my hand. One dies and one lives, it's really interesting. Oh, right, fellow Daoist. You trapped the Underworld Magistrate's clone in the inside of space. Did you get anything? Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, the mystery of the underworld is unspeakable. If one day we have a trip to the underworld, fellow Daoist subbrush will still have to contribute. Fellow Daoist, cultivate well. Good. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green light. The subbrush returned to his body and nodded. I'm afraid that only a late-stage wizard can activate the subbrush. I will do my best. Good, fellow Daoist, thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands towards Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, then looked at the little white dragon and left. Xiao Hua's mind left the space. The Yazi auction house's demonic weapon auction had already ended. Now, they were bidding for some cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators, Daoist sects, Buddhist sects, and demonic beasts. The demonic beasts' cultivation mainly depended on inheritance. The cultivation methods recorded were all low-level, suitable for those demonic beasts who didn't get the inheritance to shed their hair and open their wisdom. Therefore, there were many demonic beasts bidding around Xiao Hua. The human race didn't have as many cultivation methods as the demonic beasts, but there were all kinds of cultivation methods from low level to high level. Moreover, many of them were relatively rare. Therefore, when Xiao Hua opened his eyes, many human cultivators had already begun to bid. Xiao Hua listened for a while. Although these cultivation methods were good, they were useless to him. He thought a little and casually bid for a few cultivation methods. The strange thing was, even if the demonic beasts were very cooperative and looked at the human cultivator who had been singing a show with Xiao Hua, that human cultivator didn't say anything. Xiao Hua also didn't waste any effort and took a few cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators, including the high-level water escape technique of Confucian cultivators. After probing, Xiao Hua's heart was also relieved. Just now, tens of millions of top-grade primordial stones let that human cultivator vent his anger. Presumably, the future bidding wouldn't be particularly difficult, so Xiao Hua put his attention on the following Daoist cultivation methods. Sure enough, in the following Daoist cultivation methods, not only were there cultivation methods for yuanying and out-of-body cultivators, but there were also some secret techniques and magical abilities. After these, there was actually a rare gold escape technique and a high-level cultivation method. After Xiao Hua pretended to bid for a secret technique, he quietly waited for the gold escape technique. What Xiao Hua thought was that this gold escape technique actually didn't have anyone bidding for it. Helpless, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. As soon as Xiao Hua opened his mouth, the human cultivator on the opposite side spoke again, as if he was sure that Xiao Hua would bid for this gold escape technique. Xiao Hua had no choice but to pinch his nose and be led away by the human cultivator. Fortunately, the gold escape technique starting price wasn't high, and the human cultivator seemed to be warning him more. Therefore, although this gold escape technique cost Xiao Hua some primordial stones, it was still in Xiao Hua's pocket. It's really better to squash enmity than keep it alive. When Xiao Hua handed over the gold and water escape techniques to the green-robed Xiao Hua, he sighed in his heart. Now, this Xiao has gathered all 5 elements escape techniques, and the lightning escape technique has also reached the high level. These are useful for this Xiao's light escape technique. However, the wind escape technique given by the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is still at the elementary level. The wind escape technique is as rare as the gold escape technique, and the wind escape technique should exist in the demonic beasts. Let's see if I can get it in today's auction. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's good luck came to an end today. Even after all the cultivation techniques were sold out, there was still no wind escape technique to be seen. Okay, now that the cultivation technique has been sold, it's time to bid for formations, demonic formations, primordial formations, Buddhist formations, and sea maps. Xian Kong raised the walking stick in his hand, and a gust of wind swept through the entire auction hall. Within the gust of wind, various array diagrams appeared before everyone's eyes. They were either surging waves or submerged reefs on the surface of the sea. Xian Kong pointed at the dozen sea maps and said, "These are the sea maps of the Forbidden Seas under the jurisdiction of my North Sea Dragon Palace. They aren't too detailed, but only my North Sea Dragon Palace has the ability to draw the sea maps of these Forbidden Seas. Especially the 4 Forbidden Seas, Umo Forbidden Sea, Chun Che Forbidden Sea, Fini Forbidden Sea, and Jingqing Forbidden Sea. For many years, there hasn't been any sea maps. Now, fellow immortals are lucky. My North Sea Patrol envoy has the opportunity to enter one of these Forbidden Seas and draw the sea maps. If any fellow immortals are interested, you can bid. The sea maps of the 4 Forbidden Seas are 800,000 sea crystals each, and the other sea maps are 300,000 sea crystals each." Old Xian. A demonic beast laughed. "What do we need these sea maps for?" If you take out the sea map of your North Sea Dragon Palace, this old man is willing to exchange it for 10 million sea crystals. Hee hee. Xiankong also laughed. My North Sea Dragon Palace's sea map can be exchanged for 10 million sea crystals. Fellow immortal, you're joking too much. This sea map, I'll pay 300,000 sea crystals. Since the Yazzie auction house was willing to take out sea maps, naturally there would be demonic beasts who needed them. As soon as Xiankong's sea map appeared, there were demonic beasts bidding for it. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of demonic beasts bidding for it. After the normal sea maps were auctioned, it was time for the sea maps of the 4 Forbidden Seas. Umo Forbidden Sea, Fini Forbidden Sea, and Jingqing Forbidden Sea were all auctioned by demonic beasts. However, no one was interested in the sea map of the Chun-Che Forbidden Sea. Alright, fellow immortal Xian. The Chun-Che Forbidden Sea is filled with ghostly whales and howls all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea accidentally passes by, it will trigger a lightning bolt. If they're lucky, even if their ship is destroyed and they're heavily injured, they can still appear from other places. If they're unlucky, they won't even be able to find a piece of their wreckage. Who would go there? Who knows if your sea map of the Chun-Che Forbidden Sea is real or fake? Xian Kong laughed. Of course this sea map of the Chun-Che Forbidden Sea is real. However, there's no detailed information on it. It's just a map drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy recently. How about this? This sea map costs 500,000 sea crystals. However, even if it was 500,000 sea crystals, none of the demonic beasts would waste it. This old man bids 500,000 sea crystals. Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth, causing the crowd of demonic beasts to laugh. They couldn't help but look at the person opposite Xiaohua. Although that person's lungs were about to explode from anger, he couldn't say anything. He could only squint his eyes as he looked at the sea map and ponder over Xiaohua's intentions. It seems like this guy is preparing to bid for the formation map. He's trying to tempt me into making a move, and then he'll withdraw as soon as I open my mouth. Damn it, but what if he really wants this sea map? After thinking about it for a while, facing the gazes of countless demonic beasts, that person clenched his teeth and said, 510,000 sea crystals. All right. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this old man bids 600,000 sea crystals. If you raise the price again, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Ha! The crowd of demonic beasts laughed as usual, waiting for Xiaohua to say, there's only one more time, there's no third or fourth time. Unfortunately, faced with Xiaohua's repeated bluffs, that person really couldn't figure out what Xiaohua was trying to do. Thinking about how he had forced Xiaohua to spend a lot of source stones to bid for the metal evasion technique, that person could already feel the aura of Xiaohua's scheme. Thus, that person laughed and said, this old man will fulfill your wish, there's no need for you to think too highly of yourself. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and said, then this old man thanks fellow immortal. This sea map is something this old man must obtain. After saying that, Xiaohua immediately took out some source stones and handed it over to Xian Kong. Unfortunately, no matter how happy Xiaohua was, in the eyes of that person, Xiaohua was just putting on an act. He was just trying to act as a cover for bidding for the formation map in the future. A good activity like a pie falling from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 39-29. Sure enough, after several rounds of bidding, it was the turn of a formation diagram called the 13 Buddhist Clouds Formation. The Buddhist formations of the Buddhist sect were naturally not as good as the relics of the Buddhist sect. The monster race was not interested in it and there were not many humans who understood formations, so the previous bidding was relatively quiet. When it came to this formation diagram, no one bid, even though Xian Kong's bid was only 200,000 sea crystals. Seeing that Xian Kong was about to change the Buddhist formation to a Buddhist formation, Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, fellow immortal Xian, the things in your Yazi auction house today have really opened this old man's eyes. This old man has gained a lot from you. How about this, since no one is bidding for this Buddhist formation, this scene is too awkward. This old man will join in the fun and bid for this Buddhist formation. Oh. Thank you, fellow immortal. Xian Kong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and the strange expression in his eyes became even stronger. Xiao Hua's move was really, everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Not to mention the humans, even the monster race who never used their brains to speak and do things could see Xiao Hua's thoughts. Needless to say, all the monster race naturally looked at Xiao Hua in an instant. Oh. This fellow immortal is starting to get closer to fellow immortal Xian? The corners of that person's mouth rose slightly and he said indifferently, in that case, this old man can't be left behind. This old man bids 210,000 sea crystals. Fellow immortal, aren't you being too obvious? Xiao Hua muttered unwillingly. This old man bids 300,000. 310,000, 400,000. 410,000, 500,000. As Xiao Hua and that person bid one price after another, the heads of all the monster race and human race in the entire auction field nodded left and right like little chicks. The rhythm was uniform and quite orderly. 510,000, 600,000. 610,000. Seeing that person being so aggressive, Xiao Hua was also very anxious. His tone was very angry and his whole body stood up from the chair. The speed of his bidding also increased. 900,000. 910,000. 1 million. 1,010,000. After that person finished announcing the price, all the humans and demons looked at Xiao Hua's figure. Then, as usual, they paused at Xiao Hua's position and turned to look at that person. That person also shouted, 11 million. However, just as everyone and the demons turned to look at Xiao Hua again, they suddenly came to a realization. Xiao Hua wasn't bidding. The crowd of demons and humans came to their senses, and so did the man himself. An extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of the man's heart. He almost said angrily, why didn't you bid? Oh. Why should this old man bid? Xiao Hua replied casually, this old man can't outbid you, so I can only give you this incomparably precious Buddha array. You. Why aren't you? That person was at a loss for words. He almost stuttered as he asked, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Xiao Hua said with a smile, what? Are you still waiting for this old man to say something? N. Without waiting for that person to speak, the nearby demons all nodded, agreeing with Xiao Hua's opinion. Didn't this old man say it already? There can only be 1 and 2 times, but not 3 and 4 times. Xiao Hua said very innocently, this old man has said so many times, how can I say it again? That person almost vomited blood when he heard this, because Xiao Hua had to say, how many millions of sea crystals is this old man going to bid at the end? If you raise the price again, then this old man will have to fulfill your wish. In order to end it, he took it for granted that Xiao Hua would say it this time, so he didn't even consider bidding with Xiao Hua. Of course, Xiao Hua's bidding speed was also extremely fast. Even if he sensed it in his heart, he didn't react. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would suddenly stop bidding? Not to mention him, even the crowd of demons who were watching the show didn't have any reaction. They even used their gazes to urge him to bid. Ah. Ha ha ha. The demons understood, and they all laughed loudly. The atmosphere of the entire Yazi auction house suddenly reached its peak. Unfortunately, this peak wasn't brought to them by bidding. It was purely formed by the invisible battle between the bidders. Xian Kong also couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. A Buddhist formation of 200,000 sea crystals was bid for 1,010,000, which was 5 times the previous price. Oh, it should be 1,010,000 for no reason, because Xian Kong could see that Xiao Hua had no intention of bidding for this Buddhist formation. In fact, it was destined that no one would bid for this Buddhist formation. 1,010,000 sea crystals might not be much to that person, but the anger in his chest was really choking. At this time, Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Fellow immortals, I wonder if you have raised chickens when you were young? We don't have any. Some of the more outspoken demons were puzzled. What's a chicken? Two of the humans asked. Fellow Daoist, we did eat chicken when we were young, but we've never raised a chicken before. Xiaohua nodded and said with a very serious expression, and, when this old man was young, he lived in a village and raised a few chickens at home. This old man was responsible for feeding them grass. When the demons heard Xiaohua's serious tone, they naturally listened attentively. Every time this old man fed the chickens, he would use chopsticks to knock on the broken bowl, and then sprinkle the grass around the broken bowl. After feeding them a few times, as long as the chickens heard the sound of this old man knocking on the bowl, they would run over. This old man didn't even need to call them. Xiaohua said, however, once this old man was lazy and didn't gather grass. When it was time to feed the chickens, this old man was afraid of being spanked by my parents, so as long as I knocked on the bowl again, there was no grass around the broken bowl. However, those chickens still ran over. Fellow immortals, what breed of chickens do you think this old man raised at home? The demons were dumbfounded. Xiaohua's question clearly had nothing to do with this story. They really didn't know how to answer. Several human cultivators also asked curiously, fellow immortal, what breed of chickens do you have? Stupid chicken. Xiaohua replied resolutely and decisively, and then sat down calmly. Ha. Not to mention the others and the demons, even Fujiwen, who was beside Xiaohua, laughed so hard that he held his stomach and said, Master, you old man are really too funny. Is that so? Xiaohua shrugged. This old man doesn't think so. This old man is just putting some jokes on other people's pain. Especially those who like the nascent souls of Daoist cultivators. As he said this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the human cultivators in the distance who didn't seem to be very clear. The demons naturally reacted slowly. After a while, they started laughing. This laughter lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Xiaohua's story sounded very ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, it would definitely be interesting. The more the demons thought about it, the more interesting it became. For a moment, they actually couldn't stop laughing. Xian Kong laughed for a while and sent the Buddhist formation to that person. That person helplessly took out 1,010,000 sea crystals and put the Buddhist formation away. Fellow immortals. Xian Kong coughed a few times. His voice was like thunder, and it finally suppressed the laughter of the demons. The bidding for the Buddhist formation has ended. Next is the demonic formation. Actually, according to the order, the Buddhist formation would be followed by the formation and the origin formation. This Xian Kong was also a clever person. How could he not know how to take advantage of the situation? He hurriedly placed the demonic formation in front of him. Needless to say, the bidding that followed was very intense. It was really rare to see such a scene in an ordinary auction. Not only were the demons bidding loudly, but they were also shouting, "Stupid chicken," loudly. Their satisfaction was self-evident. Xiaohua sat there lazily. What formation, demonic formation, Buddhist formation, and origin formation? How could they enter his eyes? The innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace was enough for him to comprehend for a lifetime. He didn't have any reason to spend origin stones on it. The human cultivator who bid against Xiaohua gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaohua, quietly waiting for him to bid again. Unfortunately, while he was waiting, the bidding for the formation had already ended. Fellow immortals. Xian Kong smiled and spoke again. Now, it's time for the final round of the auction. However, before he could finish speaking, a small swordfish suddenly swam over from a corner of the auction house and landed in front of Xian Kong. When Xian Kong saw the swordfish, he raised his head slightly and glanced in Xiaohua's direction. Xiaohua straightened his back. He understood that the swordfish had brought news of his soul-nourishing pill. Sure enough, Xian Kong took the swordfish and held it in his hand for a moment. The swordfish turned into demon runes and landed on the back of his hand. Xian Kong nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fellow immortals, the nascent soul that was previously put on hold can now be auctioned. However, in view of the confidentiality of this fellow immortal's transaction, the Yazi auction house won't announce the specific details. Please understand, fellow immortals." Wait. The demons didn't say anything, but that person stood up and said, "What? Fellow immortal, do you have any objections?" Xian Kong wasn't surprised and asked with a smile. That person said, "No matter what this fellow immortal offers the North Sea Dragon Palace, this old man can also offer it. Moreover, I can offer 10% more to the North Sea Dragon Palace." Boom. The group of demons were elated once more. This human was way too cocky. In fact, some of the demons even laughed out, "Fellow immortal, have you been angered to the point of losing your mind? Why are you so arrogant?" "That's right. Fellow immortal, your words are too arrogant," Xian Kong said disapprovingly. That person took out an item from his bosom and was about to give it to Xian Kong. However, he hesitated slightly and took out a heaven and earth bangle. He put the item into the heaven and earth bangle and smiled as he handed the heaven and earth bangle to Xian Kong. He said, "I'm speaking with this item. I don't know if it's trustworthy." "Oh." Xian Kong seemed to be lost in thought as he received the world bracelet, and then he glanced at it before a wave of surprise and solemnity appeared on his face. He thought for a moment before he laughed bitterly and said, "Fellow Daoist, please wait for a moment. I'm unable to make the decision in this matter. A good activity where a pie falls from the sky, a cool phone awaits you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account immediately." Chapter 39:30. Oh. After hearing Xian Kong's words, Xiaohua was naturally even more certain that this person was an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace. However, the crowd of demons was somewhat surprised. All the demons' heads habitually looked towards that person. Of course, this time they were not urging that person to bid. As he spoke, Xian Kong pointed his hand and a wave appeared out of thin air. Xian Kong placed the heaven and earth bracelet on top of the wave. That wave swirled in the air and disappeared. "My apologies, fellow immortals. Please wait for a moment. There should be a reply soon." As Xian Kong spoke, he simply stopped hosting the auction and stood there waiting. Sure enough, in just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another swordfish swam back with the heaven and earth bracelet in its mouth. All the demons were eagerly waiting. They all anxiously watched the swordfish land in Xian Kong's hand and quietly waited for Xian Kong's explanation. Xian Kong took the heaven and earth bracelet. The swordfish also turned into demon runes and disappeared on the back of his hand. Xian Kong did not hesitate to raise his hand to control the wave and send the heaven and earth bracelet back to that person. He said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't take what this fellow immortal offers. Therefore, my Yazi auction house will only trade with this fellow immortal." "How is that possible?" That person stood up in surprise and shouted, "How can the hidden immortal continent have something that this old man can't provide?" Although that person was cautious and did not say the two words, "Immortal Palace," from his tone, other than the demons who did not understand, perhaps some humans had already begun to think about it. "That's right. Fellow immortal really can't provide it," Xian Kong said and then transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. "The soul-nourishing pill provided by fellow immortal is indeed not bad, but it hasn't reached the effect of the 4 revolutions soul-nourishing pill. Therefore, my Yazi auction house can trade with fellow immortal, but the amount." After saying that, Xian Kong also cautiously told him the number. If the Immortal Palace hadn't interfered, Xiaohua might not have known the importance of his soul-nourishing pills, and he might have been bewitched by Xian Kong. However, since the Immortal Palace couldn't provide it, he could only compete with Yazi in this world. Therefore, Xiaohua began to bargain without hesitation. However, after a few exchanges, Xiaohua was defeated. After all, the yuaning was something that Xiaohua had to obtain. Xian Kong, who had grasped this crucial point, didn't care about Xiao Hua's tricks at all. He casually made some concessions and refused to relent. Xiao Hua had no choice but to follow Xian Kong's instructions and take out a sufficient amount of soul-nourishing pills. However, when Xiao Hua sent the souls of the 13 Yuaning into his lower dantian to nourish them, a smile appeared on his face again. Refining the soul-nourishing pill was as easy as lifting a finger for the green-robed Xiao Hua. If not for the lack of time, Xiao Hua was prepared to let the soul cultivator Xiao Hua refine the soul-nourishing pill. Presumably, the soul-nourishing pill refined by the old man would be even better than this soul-nourishing pill, right? In exchange for 13 nascent soul spirit bodies that can cultivate scattered soul, no matter how you look at it, Xiao Hua has gained a huge advantage. These are the credentials of the two distinguished guests. Xian Kong looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the somewhat dazed person from the Immortal Palace. He took out 2 silver Yazi statues from his bosom, waved his hand, and gave them to the 2 people, saying, "Since the 2 immortal friends stepped out of the auction, as long as you bid in the business of my North Sea Dragon Palace, you will enjoy a certain discount. For the specific list and content, please refer to the records in the credentials." Immortal friend Xian. How could the person from the Immortal Palace care about some small favor from the North Sea Dragon Palace? He took the credentials and asked with extreme unwillingness, "I don't know what that immortal friend used." This person from the Immortal Palace had been sitting there like a mountain and bidding with Xiao Hua. Although he had been teased by Xiao Hua time and time again, he was still able to maintain his composure and did not force Xian Kong to trade his nascent soul as soon as possible. This was because he believed that there was nothing the Immortal Palace couldn't take out. Even when he later realized that Xiao Hua might be a Buddhist cultivator, he didn't panic too much. After all, on the hidden immortal continent, the token of the Immortal Palace was much more useful than a Buddhist cultivator. But he really didn't expect that in the end, things would actually fall short of success. He really couldn't figure out what good thing a Buddhist cultivator could give to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Xian Kong waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is a secret of my North Sea Dragon Palace, it has nothing to do with others. Immortal friends, next is the fish slave auction that you have been waiting for a long time. Are you ready?" "We are ready." Several monsters with loud voices roared in unison. Their eyes were immediately filled with bestial bloodlust. Clap. Clap. Xian Kong chuckled. He clapped his hands lightly, and the entire auction hall suddenly turned dark. At the instant darkness enveloped it, the sound of a flute leisurely resounded from the darkness, and the clamorous auction hall hurriedly quieted down. After that, a ray of light that seemed like a dream appeared at the center of the auction hall. As the light scattered, a pure white body that seemed like a crystal appeared within the light. The body was as white as jade, and traces of red were faintly discernible within the whiteness. Moreover, a naked mermaid had appeared within the light. 1,000,000 sea crystals. Just as the entire auction hall was swallowing saliva, a faint voice broke the silence of the auction hall. The legendary, throwing a brick to attract jade, was probably like this. After 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000, etc., all of them were attracted. What the monsters couldn't stand the most was that whenever a monster made a bid, the mermaid would swing her tail and swim towards that monster. And when a new bid was made, the mermaid would glare at that monster with hidden bitterness and swim to another place. The entire auction hall was pitch black. The mermaid, cloaked in multicolored light, could be seen seductively swimming around above the heads of the monsters. It was as if the darkness was the sea she was swimming in. Disciple. In the darkness, Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. He transmitted his voice, "This mermaid. What's the use of bidding for it?" "That. Master, if you want to know, why don't you bid for one? Disciple doesn't have a master's wife." "Shut up." Xiao Hua scolded, "Be careful, or I'll buy one for you. Let Mo ignore you again." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen was well behaved, but his eyes were dishonestly sweeping over the mermaid's body. This kind of tofu, any male who had touched meat, would not let it go. In the end, this lovely mermaid was bought by a monster with a price that made Xiao Hua's throat dry. Cough cough, actually, the price was not necessarily high. The problem was that Xiao Hua's throat had been dry ever since the mermaid came out. Of course, not all monsters and humans were attracted by this extremely tempting mermaid. The immortal envoy from the immortal palace sat on the chair and used his hand to pinch his chin as he secretly pondered. No matter if it was pondering about Xiao Hua's origin or how to snatch the nascent soul from Xiao Hua's hands. Unfortunately, although the restrictions of the Yazi auction hall looked simple and didn't have any special places to hide the figures of humans or monsters, the key point was that the faces were blurred. Moreover, he also knew that after the auction, the entire auction hall would have more than 10 exits. At that time, the lights and shadows would change, and no one would know who left from where. He really wouldn't be able to find where Xiao Hua went. Perhaps. I can only go out and make arrangements in advance. The immortal envoy from the immortal palace was somewhat helpless. Although he also knew that after the auction, who knew how many monsters would leave from here? How could he possibly find traces of Xiao Hua? However, since he knew that Xiao Hua was the Buddhist sect's bodhisattva, perhaps it would be of some help. There were a total of 8 mermaids who acted as fish slaves, and each of them bid an extremely high price. Among these 8 mermaids, there were also some rare and valiant demonic beasts. However, those were just decorations and couldn't even be considered as green leaves. When the last mermaid fell into the arms of a monster, the entire auction hall was filled with light. Xian Kong flew out from the center of the auction hall and said with a smile, "Many thanks for your support, fellow immortals. Tonight's auction is over. Next will be the Yazi Battle Hall's Battle Hall. Fellow immortals are welcome to participate. If you don't want to participate, you can leave when the demonic formation in the auction hall changes. Fellow immortals, please don't worry. The changes in the demonic formation will completely conceal your whereabouts. No one will know where you will leave from. Fellow immortals who don't want to leave, please don't worry. Your seats will also change when the demonic formation changes. No one will know where you will sit in a while." After saying that, Xian Kong nodded a few times. He raised his hands and cupped them before his figure disappeared. Looking back at the auction ground that was originally as smooth as flowing water, there were some changes slowly taking place in the center of the auction ground. Several holes with fences appeared on the 4 walls. Every fence had a water blue brilliance on it, blocking the yuan senses and vision of the demons. However, from the holes, a series of deafening roars came out. Hearing that the auction had ended, Xiao Hua stood up. However, when he heard Xian Kong mention the wrestling competition, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the 2 demonic beasts, the Kunli and the rhinoceros, who were fighting each other at the beginning of the auction. The fight between the 2 demonic beasts should be the so-called wrestling competition. However, Xiao Hua was thinking more than that. He clearly remembered that when he met Xiao Jian and Yuanya in the early years, Xiao Jian once said that Yuanya was picked up in a battle hall. Moreover, when he picked up Yuanya, he also promised the battle hall that when Yuanya came back to life, he would go to the battle hall to participate in a battle hall. This was the price he had to pay for taking Yuanya away. Although this period of time should have already passed, and Xiao Hua had not seen an arena in the hidden immortal continent for so many years, Xiao Hua had almost forgotten about it. However, the appearance of the Yazi arena once again brought back this not-so-distant memory. A good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Chapter 39-31. Xiao Hua thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Disciple, I have some things to ask Yuanya to come out. You go back to the Kunlun Wonderland to cultivate first." "Yes, Master." Fujiwen looked at the changing scenery around him and knew that the demon formation had been activated. It was a good opportunity for him to leave. Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness and formed a seal with his hands. He sent Fujiwen back to the space with a wave of his sleeve and then pulled Yuanya out. Xiao Hua's actions were very secretive. His current cultivation was high enough. This moment of action did not attract the attention of any demon race or even the North Sea Dragon Palace. "Master." Yuanya was a little stunned when he was suddenly pulled out. When he looked around, he hurriedly bowed. "No need to be so polite," Xiao Hua said. His eyes turned slightly. The mana around his body flashed and his face turned into Xiao Jian's appearance. Yuanya was naturally puzzled when he saw Xiao Hua's transformation. However, looking at Xiao Jian's familiar face, Yuanya's eyes were filled with sadness and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Disciple, don't be anxious. Wait a while and look around," Xiao Hua said in a low voice. "I remember that you came from the arena. You still owe the arena a fight. This kind of thing is karma. If you don't understand it, it might have nothing to do with your current cultivation. However, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause in the future." Yuanya looked around. The demon matrix was still changing, and there were also water ripples beneath him. He couldn't see anything, so he said, "Master told me about this. I had already fainted and didn't know anything. I don't know if what Master said is true." The master Yuanya mentioned was naturally Xiao Jian. At this time, Yuanya still called Xiao Jian master. This was also his nature. Xiao Hua also sighed slightly when he heard this. Whether Xiao Jian's words were true or false, only he himself knew. The karma between Yuanya and the arena might be made up by Xiao Jian. "No matter what, just believe it for now." Xiao Hua sighed. Yuanya nodded. "I will listen to Master's instructions. I will return it to them. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. It's just that, this disciple doesn't know where the gladiator arena is, and I don't know how to return it to him. Hee, take a look over there." Xiao Hua laughed as he raised his hand and pointed at the center of the auction hall. Hiss. Yuanya raised his head to look and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists and the veins on his arms bulged like dragons. Even his body was trembling slightly and his teeth were tightly clenched together. Where Yuanya's gaze landed, the originally flat ground was now filled with many stones. The stones were in an irregular shape. There was grass, mud, and even some sharp spikes on the ground between the stones. In addition to the stones, there was some scarlet water around the ground. Some white bones that had not been corroded floated on the water. Some bubbles appeared in the water. It looked extremely poisonous. On the left side of the holes in the walls, there were bloodstains all over. There were even some skeletons and white bones scattered on the ground. It looked very eerie. Seeing Yuanya's strange behavior, Xiao Hua already understood. Even if this gladiator arena was not the gladiator arena that Yuanya used to be in, it must have some connection to that place. "Master." Yuanya calmed down with great difficulty. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This gladiator arena is very similar to the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in, but it is not the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Sit here and take a look. Master will think about what to do." "Yes, Master." Yuanya gently sat down and looked at the gladiator arena that was gradually becoming clear. He gradually became confused, cold, nostalgic, and confused. All kinds of emotions surged out like bubbles. Xiao Hua paid attention to Yuanya's expression and secretly nodded. He understood that this gladiator arena was where Yuanya went after leaving the mystic Jade Dark Forest. Other than Jianghu, this gladiator arena was probably one of Yuanya's worries. Jianghu's worries had already been solved by Jianghu, and the gladiator arena's worries would also be solved today. Calling Yuanya out was definitely the right decision. A moment later, all the seats became clear. The figures of the monster race and human race on the seats also began to appear. Sure enough, as Xian Kong said, the seats were completely messed up. Xiao Hua had already moved to another place and was much closer to the gladiator arena. Even if Xiao Hua spoke now, the celestial emissaries of the celestial palace would not be able to find him. Dong dong dong. A series of military drums sounded and a bloody color suddenly appeared in the center of the gladiator arena. The bloody color became even bigger and in a moment, it formed a ball of blood that was dozens of feet large in the air. Dong. The military drums sounded in unison, and then two large hands stretched out from the center of the blood ball. These large hands were furry and had sharp armor that flashed with a cold light. The large hands tore left and right, and the entire blood ball opened like a curtain of snow. A flood dragon wearing blood armor rushed out from within. This flood dragon's blood armor was engraved with complicated demon characters. The demon characters were covered with thick blood marks, and a strong murderous aura was emitted from this blood armor. Not to mention this flood dragon's huge body, on its ferocious flood dragon face, there was a deep blood mark that cut its entire face in half. Its already terrifying face revealed a murderous aura. When the flood dragon walked out of the blood ball, the entire blood ball turned into a blood cloud and landed under the flood dragon's feet. The flood dragon raised its head and swept its cold gaze across the faces of all the monster race. Then, it cupped its hands and said, "This old man is Ao Feng from the Yazi Gladiator Arena. Greetings, fellow immortals." However, before the demon race could make a move, Ma Yingfeng said again, "Before the auction, I believe all of you have already seen the battle between Kunli and the rhinoceros. This old man can guarantee that it was merely an appetizer. The following battle will be 100 times more exciting than the previous one." "Good." The monster race loudly shouted. The blood chi that they did not vent on the mermaid rushed to their heads again. Today's battle will be divided into 10 battles. Ma Yingfeng's expression did not change. He still said coldly, "Every round has 2 demon beasts, or many demon beasts fighting. Fellow immortals, you can bet on which demon beast will win based on your own judgment." Ao Feng then said a lot more. It was nothing more than how to bet, how to win, and how to get the sea crystals that you won. However, Xiaohua did not hear any of this. He was thinking about how to negotiate with the Yazi Gladiator Arena about Yuanya. In the end, Ao Feng said, "The corpse of the defeated monster will be the same as the previous auction. Fellow immortals who are interested can bid. As for the winning monster, if any fellow immortals are not satisfied, they can also come out and challenge. However, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will not be responsible for the life and death of the fellow immortals. Of course, if fellow immortals win, then fellow immortals can take away 70% of the bets that fellow immortals have placed on fellow immortals. Damn it, the last time I saw a bear spirit, he earned 2 million sea crystals. That bear spirit wasn't beaten down by a demonic beast, but was beaten down by sea crystals." A demonic beast with a loud voice shouted, "Today, I want to challenge too." "Good, if fellow immortals are interested, you can go to the side door to register now. Because there are only 10 matches, only 10 immortal friends can participate in the matches tonight." Just as Ma Yingfeng finished speaking, several whirlwinds appeared and several demons flew towards the side door that was shining with light. See. Hearing that there were so many benefits to challenging, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. Could it be, this is Xiao Jian's lie? He said there was a battle with the arena. Could it be that he wants to earn primeval stones? Is he trying to deceive Yuanya? Damn it, don't push, don't push. Xiaohua looked over. In just an instant, there were already dozens of large monsters piled up at the side door. A few monsters were squeezed in the middle and shouted. Ao Feng glanced at them and said, "However, fellow immortals who are preparing for the battle, please pay attention. In my Yazi Gladiator Arena, no demonic techniques can be used. As long as you enter the arena, all of your cultivation will be restricted. All of your fights will have to rely on your body. Also, my Yazi Gladiator Arena divides the monster race into 8 levels. If fellow immortal's body is stronger than the monster race, then you can only be restricted again until your body reaches the same level." Why didn't you say so earlier? When the demon clan members who were huddled together heard this, they were all shocked. Of course, their physical bodies were strong, but they were still inferior to Kuan Lai and the male rhinoceros in the arena. Moreover, Ma Jinfeng's last words had killed off the idea of some monster race cultivators who wanted to rely on their bodies that had been tempered for countless years to bully monster beasts. Fellow immortals, go back to your seats and think about it. It won't be too late to make a decision after the battle starts. Ao Feng did not miss the opportunity to say. Since there was a way out, the dozens of demons naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Ao Feng didn't delay and pointed at the bloody walls and said, "Fellow immortals, today's first battle is Ku Pai against Jianghu." Dong, dong, dong. Following the beating of the war drums, dark green demonic clouds emerged from the two holes. Furious roars resounded throughout the entire arena. Then, two huge cages flew out from the holes. The cages were made of thick ice pillars. There was a layer of demonic runes on the pillars. Looking inside the cages, one was the huge Ku Pai and the other was the bad-tempered Jianghu. Ku Pai was close to 100 feet in size. Its 4 legs were as solid as stone pillars. On its back, there were 4 layers of scales that looked like iron sheets. The edges of each scale were extremely sharp. Ku Pai's head was like a snake's head. On its huge head, there was a 1-meter-long spike. At this moment, Ku Pai was lazily standing in the cage. Its snake-like head peeked out of the cage and its dark eyes looked around. Jianghu was a square-shaped monster. Its body was covered in scales, and its head, which had almost no neck, was hexagonal. There was a sharp mane at the junction of each side, and the mane was flashing with a blue luster. At this moment, Jianghu was not as calm as Ku Pai. Instead, it roared and slammed into the ice pillars of the cage. Every time it slammed into the ice pillars, the demonic runes on them flashed rapidly. What a good event for a pie in the sky. Cool phones waiting for you. Chapter 39-32. Fellow immortals, you can place your bets and see which demonic beast will win. Ma Yingfeng urged the blood-red demonic cloud and flew to the left of the 2 cages. He took out a steel spear from his heaven and earth bracelet and waved it. The 2 cages flew out of the arena and floated in front of the eyes of the entire demon race and human race so that the demons could see clearly. Come, disciple, follow your master. Regardless of whether there is one or not, we still have to confirm it first. Xiao Hua looked at the cages flying around and felt disgust in his heart. He stood up and said while walking towards the side door. Yes, Yuanya responded and stood up to follow him. Walking to the side door, there was a shrimp soldier standing there bored to death. Seeing the 2 humans coming over, he pointed the halberd in his hand and said, "Human, stop. This is the arena's forbidden area, humans are not allowed to enter. This old man's disciple wants to challenge a demonic beast." Xiao Hua looked at the halberd and said indifferently without stopping his steps. You want to challenge a demonic beast?" That shrimp soldier was stunned. He had never heard of a human challenging a demonic beast in the arena. "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded. "However, the demonic beast my disciple wants to challenge might not be the one in the arena. You may not be able to make the decision on this matter, call the manager over." Hee. That shrimp soldier laughed nastily and said, "This old man has seen a lot of people, but I have never seen a person who wants to court death so much. This old man is responsible for registering the demonic beasts that want to challenge. If your disciple wants to challenge, he can do so. If he doesn't want to challenge, he can also scram. As for finding a manager, do you humans think you have the qualifications? How dare you?" Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. That shrimp soldier suddenly felt an aura that was even more vast than the waves coming from Xiao Hua's body. Moreover, this aura seemed to have grown sharp teeth and bit out his fear in an instant. The shrimp soldier was horrified, and the halberd in his hand fell to the ground. His body trembled as he quickly retreated. "Humph." Xiao Hua coldly snorted, withdrew his pressure, and coldly said, "Damn thing, why aren't you calling out the person in charge?" Yes, I'll go now." That shrimp soldier didn't even care about his halberd as he hurriedly ran over. In just a short moment, Xian Kong actually flew out from inside. He looked at Xiao Hua with a frown and said, "Fellow immortal, if you want to fight, you can register. Why do you need me to come out?" "Fellow immortal Xian. I am Xiao Jian." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This auction allowed me to witness fellow immortal's elegance. Although I didn't bid for anything, fellow immortal left a deep impression on me. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person. Even though Xian Kong frowned when he heard Xiao Hua speak like this, he couldn't bring himself to flare up, so he could only nod and say, fellow immortal, feel free to speak your mind. Oh, it's like this. Xiao Hua told him about Abyss Cliff, and then he said in the end, even though I remember this agreement with the arena, I've always been drifting outside all these years, and I didn't have the time to return. When I saw the Yazi arena tonight, I thought of this, so I came to look for fellow immortal Xian. Is that arena the North Sea Dragon Palace's arena? If this disciple of mine is at the Yazi arena, can he fulfill the agreement as well? I see. Xian Kong nodded when he heard this and said, my Northern Sea Dragon Palace has the Chunyo Arena, Yanzi Arena, Bai, an arena, Paleo Arena, Taotai Arena, Baxia Arena, Bai, an arena, Fu, an arena, and Qi, an arena within the 9 prefectures of Hidden Immortal Continent. If what fellow immortal said is true, then it's one of the other 8 arenas. Could it be that there aren't any other arenas on Hidden Immortal Continent? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xian Kong nodded and said proudly, that's right. Since my North Sea Dragon Palace wants to build an arena, how can any other demon race or human race build an arena? As he spoke, Xian Kong looked at Xiao Hua from top to bottom, and then looked at Abyss Cliff, and said meaningfully, it seems that fellow immortal is a man of his word. You still remember the promise you made with my North Sea Dragon Palace. In this way, you've profited from a disaster. This old man has made the decision to temporarily exempt the 2 of you from the 10,000 kill order. Similarly, according to the previous agreement, this Do Nu must have his final battle in my Yazi arena. As long as he wins, this old man can remove the Do slave seal from my North Sea Dragon Palace. He can then leave this place safely and regain his freedom. Oh. 10,000 kill order? Warrior slave seal? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets. Moreover, Abyss Cliff had been following Xiao Jian, so Xiao Hua didn't carefully investigate whether there were any restrictions in Abyss Cliff's body. However, Xiao Hua also believed that even if he really did investigate, with the methods of the North Sea Dragon Palace, he definitely wouldn't find anything strange. Xian Kong said proudly, of course. Fellow immortal, do you think it's so easy to get out of my North Sea Dragon Palace's arena? If it weren't for the warrior slave seal, how could the dragon generals of other arenas dare to easily release the warrior slave recorded in the battle strategy? Moreover, fellow immortal, you didn't come to my North Sea Dragon Palace at the agreed time. Your name and the warrior slave's name have already been on the arena's 10,000 kill order. Perhaps the arena didn't have time to find you, or maybe they didn't find you. But if you didn't take the initiative to come to my Yazi arena, I'm afraid that the next time you see the demon race in the arena, you will be killed as soon as you see them. I'm lucky. Xiao Hua had already concealed his cultivation at this time. Even Xian Kong could only see that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the early yuanying stage. He was so lucky that Xian Kong couldn't see any flaws. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. As Xian Kong spoke, he took out something that looked like a dragon horn from the cosmos bracelet on his arm. With a pu, he spat out a mouthful of demon chi, and the dragon horn let out a clear cry. Soon after, a triangular bronze mirror shot out from the dragon horn. There were 3 Yazis coiled around the edges of the bronze mirror, and their heads and tails were connected. Moreover, there was also a faint opening of a Yazi's mouth in the bronze mirror. A flickering jade sword could be seen faintly within the mouth. Fellow immortal, you don't have to resist. This old man's Yazi battle strategy is to check fellow immortal's appearance and the record of the warrior slave. Xian Kong reminded. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he shook his hand and the so-called battle strategy flashed out a golden light curtain that covered Xiao Hua and Yuanya. Xiao Hua frowned and then relaxed. He was extremely uncomfortable with Xian Kong's contempt. But thinking that it was for the sake of Yuanya's warrior slave seal and to avoid trouble in the future, he ignored it. Clang! A sword cry came from the battle strategy. Dozens of swordlights that looked like swimming dragons shot out from the Yazi's mouth and pierced towards Xiaohua and Yuanya. At this moment, the battle strategy in Xian Kong's hand had turned blood red. "Return," Xian Kong roared. The battle strategy in his hand produced a blood-red suction force. The dozens of swordlights shattered and returned to the battle strategy. Xiaohua's face was pale as he said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal Xian, what's going on?" Xian Kong looked at Xiaohua and said indifferently, "Sure enough, it's not out of my expectations. You two have already been placed on the 10,000 kill command. But now, this old man has temporarily suppressed the 10,000 kill command. As long as this warrior slave wins a battle, this old man can remove the warrior slave seal for him." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's do it according to the rules of the North Sea Dragon Palace." At this point, Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Oh, right. If this disciple of I wins, can I take the bet? Let this old man take a look." Xian Kong didn't find it strange at all. His gaze fell onto the battle strategy. At this moment, the battle strategy had the image of Xiao Jian and Yuanya on it. There were also some densely packed demon characters below. Wuxia, level 4 gladiator beast, was taken away from the arena by the cultivator of the Dao sect, Xiao Jian, because he was seriously ill. Before he left, he made an agreement that if he recovered from his illness, he would return to the arena 3 years later for the final battle. 20% of the bet would belong to Xiao Jian. Wuxia's warrior slave seal hasn't been removed, and he hasn't returned as promised. I hereby issue the 10,000 kill command. Anyone who sees him is to kill him and receive a reward of 5,000. Xian Kong spoke word by word in an extremely cold manner. "Ha, good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. That laughter of his had a profound meaning. When he looked at Yuanya again, the reluctance in his eyes had gradually disappeared. At this moment, he finally understood why Xiao Jian had rescued him from the arena. "Fellow immortal, did you hear?" Xian Kong looked up at Xiaohua and said, "Wuxia's warrior slave seal won't be removed as long as he doesn't die. Therefore, fellow immortal coming to my Yazi arena today was the most correct choice." Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal." Xiaohua's smile was so wretched that it was no different from Xiao Jian's. Xian Kong looked at Yuanya and said, Wuxia, come with me." "Yes." Yuanya replied expressionlessly. "That." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Xian, I wonder how my disciple will fight? Can you tell I a little bit?" Xian Kong was a bit impatient and said indifferently, "It's just a level 4 gladiator beast. This old man will arrange a level 4 gladiator beast to fight with him. I won't make things too difficult for him." Yes, Xiaohua nodded and asked carefully, "Then can he use weapons?" "Of course he can't use weapons. Even Dao sect cultivation methods can't." Xian Kong waved his hand and said, "Before entering the arena, a demon general will seal his lower dantian." "Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal Xian." Xiaohua smiled and said again. Then, he patted Yuanya and said, "Disciple, the happiness of the rest of Master's life is in your hands. In a while, Master will bet more on you." "Yes." Yuanya hated Xiao Jian's appearance. Although he knew that this was Xiaohua, he still replied indifferently. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't be at ease with Xian Kong taking Yuanya away like this. Instead, he secretly placed a strand of soul consciousness on Yuanya's body. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, Xiaohua was still worried and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space. He had him control the formless nascent soul and follow behind Yuanya. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Chapter 39-33. When Xiaohua returned to the arena and sat back in his seat, he could no longer sense that strand of soul consciousness. The North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array restriction had indeed exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. However, with the green-robed Xiaohua by Yuanya's side, Xiaohua was not afraid of any special accidents. When Xiaohua sat down, the battle between Ku Pai and Jianghu was nearing its end. The two demonic beasts were covered in wounds and blood. However, for the sake of survival, they continued to roar and pounce at each other. Every time they attacked, the two demonic beasts would spill a lot of blood and flesh from their bodies. AI, such a bloody battle. No wonder Yuanya doesn't want to remember it. In this cruel battle arena, he doesn't even have a name. Xiao Hua looked at the bloody battle and thought to himself, Baxia 4, 7, 8, 8, 6, 9, 8, 6, 9, which is the Baxia Gladiator Arena. Furthermore, it's a level 4 gladiator beast. Jianghu was like a small mountain, fiercely charging at Ku Pai. Ku Pai stretched out his head and bit Jianghu's back. Even his sharp thorns tore off large chunks of Jianghu's flesh. However, Jianghu stubbornly held on to Ku Pai's heart. Boom! A loud sound sent Ku Pai crashing into the wall of the arena. The entire arena seemed to be shaking. Ku Pai struggled for a moment before finally lowering his unyielding head. Boom! All the beasts were excited. The screams and roars from before became louder and louder. Perhaps it was because they won the bet, or perhaps it was because of the excitement. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He sat on his seat and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Hee, fellow immortal. Do you feel that it's a bit bloody? Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes. His consciousness entered his body and saw that the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was already standing in his middle dantian with a smile on his face. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua from before didn't have the same outstanding appearance as before. All the sword chi and sword forms had disappeared. Only the pages of his book remained. Inscriptions of armor flashed in his eyes. The aura of the inscriptions of armor was far stronger than that of ordinary scholarly cultivators. However, the current Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was no different from an ordinary Confucian scholar. He wore a light cyan Confucian robe, and his refined temperament was revealed from his clear black and white eyes. That upright and plain-spoken aura could only be faintly seen between his brows. As for the sharp sword from before, it was still hanging at his waist. The scabbard was also gone. However, the sword didn't have any sword chi. It looked no different from an ordinary sword. Fellow immortal, fellow immortal. Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect fellow immortal to enter the state of concealing his divine splendor in just a few days. Of course, of course. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua lightly returned the greeting. Before I started cultivating as a Confucian cultivator, I was originally residing within sword intent. My understanding of sword intent and sword chi has already penetrated deep into my bones. Although the sword intent of Cast Emotion Mountain was formed by heaven and earth, in my eyes, it was just a shocking sword strike. Fellow immortal, you've already comprehended this heaven sword. Now that I've entered seclusion to comprehend it, it's a matter of course. Of course, the comprehension of the heaven earth sword is far from something we can achieve in one go. I still have a long way to go. The sword Dao is also the Confucian Dao, and it's also the heavenly Dao. I've obtained the soul of heaven and the soul of the earth. I've obtained the true essence of scholarly cultivation. My current cultivation has reached a higher level. This is what we should celebrate. Indeed. Jade Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. With a calm heart, all things will not perish. With a clear heart, there won't be a speck of dust. Monk Subhoodie has been in seclusion for so long, yet he still hasn't come out. His path in the Buddhist sect is too difficult. Xiao Hua said, however, some of the words of the Buddhist sect are very reasonable. If I had seen such bloodshed before, I would have wanted to use my sword to kill all these demons and monsters. But now that I've grasped the heaven earth sword, I somewhat understand that killing and bloodshed are a part of the world. They can never be eliminated by killing to stop killing. Previously, on the Dawn Rain continent, only sword transformation realm cultivators participated in the sword Dao battle. Those spirit swords and divine swords simply disdained to participate. And, even in the eyes of Dao sect cultivators like deity transformation realm cultivators, I'm afraid they also have such thoughts, right? I'm just soft-hearted. I can't see killing. Jade Xiaohua said with a smile, I can't wait for the people of the world to sing and laugh happily. Harmony breeds wealth. Singing and laughing isn't necessarily what fellow immortal pursues. Xiaohua said with a smile, harmony breeds wealth. The same. Jade Xiaohua clapped. Then, Xiaohua said with a serious expression, fellow immortal, when fellow immortal tempered bones asked you for a cultivation method, I thought it was a bit funny. But now, in my Confucian cultivation method, the heaven soul is complete and the earth soul is missing. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is still missing the water cheese unifications. Of the 5 heavenly hearts, besides the new heavenly heart which is half a piece, I still lack a piece of heavenly heart. Fellow immortal, why is it so difficult for you to get a cultivation method? Jade Xiaohua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point at Xiaohua, fellow immortal, you're not satisfied. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is the top cultivation method for Confucian cultivators. How could it be easy to get? Fellow immortal, you're already lucky to be able to see the secret inside. Especially, the mystery of the heavenly book's true solution is a secret that even Zhu Zi, Xing Zi, and Sun Zi couldn't comprehend. We actually managed to see it by chance. The path to heaven has already appeared under our feet. Why should we be in a hurry? Haste makes waste. It's always been a big taboo in cultivation. I know. Xiaohua said with a smile, I'm just reminding fellow immortal. When you're proud, don't forget about me. You and I are the right path. I understand. Jade Xiaohua waved his hand and prepared to leave. After the auction, I will go look for the Yu province cauldron. Heavens will can only rely on chance. I can't promise you anything. Thank you for your trouble, fellow immortal. Xiaohua returned the greeting with a smile. Xiaohua's mind left his middle dantian. The entire arena was still noisy like fire. There was simply no one sitting quietly like Xiaohua. After all, those who didn't leave the auction and participated in the arena were all here for this kind of blood and excitement. How could they give up on a regular scene? After another half an hour, seeing a large rock-like demonic beast tearing apart and devouring a duck-like demonic beast, Ma Yingfeng once again stepped on a blood cloud and appeared in the sky above the arena. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng's face was still cold. He said word by word, previously, this old man said that my Yazi arena arranged 10 matches for fellow immortals to enjoy. However, today, there is a beast that is about to leave the arena for its last match. Therefore, my Yazi arena temporarily added a match. Please enjoy. As he spoke, 2 cages flew out from the distant stone wall. One of them was naturally Yuanya. At this time, Yuanya had already changed his Daoist robe and was wearing some clothes sewn from beast skin. It only covered his vital parts. Yuanya looked very calm inside the cage, but a kind of barbaric and bloody aura uncontrollably rushed out from his body. Looking at the other cage, there was a huge sea python. Not to mention the length of the sea python, its body was thicker than Yuanya's. What was special was that the sea python was constantly swimming in the cage. The cage's restriction was slightly swaying. Layers of demonic characters flashed from time to time, as if the cage's restriction was unable to trap the sea python. Human. Seeing Yuanya, the crowd of demonic beasts and humans were all shocked. They had seen demonic beasts and sea beasts fighting in the arena, but they had never seen a human before. Even though it was their former residence, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng explained, this human race's gladiator beast is not from my Yazi gladiator arena. He belongs to Hidden Immortal Continent's inland Ba Shang gladiator arena. In the inland gladiator arena, other than demonic beasts, there are also some humans. These humans are usually gifted and different from ordinary cultivators. This gladiator beast was Wuxia 4, 7, 8, 8, 6, 9. It was a grade 4 demonic beast. Today is this beast's last match. If he wins, he can regain his freedom. Good. The crowd of demonic beasts shouted and became increasingly excited. The majority of them had never seen a battle between a human and a demonic beast. Thinking that such a small human was going to face such a huge sea beast, how could he suppress himself? Okay, fellow immortals, you can place your bets. Ma Yingfeng said indifferently. He waved his hand and the two cages landed on the arena. I throw the horned python. A demonic beast hurriedly patted his seat and took out a universe bangle. A bubble emerged from the seat. The demonic beast threw the universe bangle into the bubble and shouted, "This horned python's godly strength is astonishing. Even I had to escape when facing it. How can a human be its match?" That's right. This horned python is much more powerful than the male rhinoceros. Once it coils around you, even the male rhinoceros will end up with broken bones. Hehe, the Yazzie gladiator arena sure is scheming. Many demons were even muttering softly. This is the final battle of the human race. They actually arranged for a horned python. How can this human escape from the arena's grasp? Not necessarily. Some demonic beasts laughed and said, "Don't forget that this human is Baksang, a level 4 demonic beast. If he doesn't have some strength, how can he be a level 4 demonic beast? What's more special is that this human is the arena beast of Baksang Arena. After living for so long, he actually made it to the last match. I don't believe that he doesn't have any special talents." That's right, that's right. Another demonic beast chimed in, "Humans are the most cunning. This fellow's head is comparable to a demonic beast. We will also bet on this human's victory." Nonsense. Another demonic beast shouted, "No matter how cunning this human is or how special his talents are, just look at the size of this horned python. It's only in the arena now. If it was placed in the ocean, any ship would be crushed by it. Baksang is a human and has some brains, but what's the use of his brains when facing such a gigantic beast? In the words of the human race, put yourself in its shoes. If you and I were facing this horned python, without using demonic arts or demon weapons, what are our chances of victory?" Chapter 39-34. Yes, yes. Following which, a few brainless demons chimed in. It was as though these demons were the brains of the Yazzie gladiator arena. After a while, the Jianghu rings were taken away by the Yazzie gladiator arena one by one. Xiaohua was originally resting with his eyes closed, but when he heard that Yuanya came out, he could no longer calm down and opened his eyes. When he heard the unscrupulous whispers of the nearby demons, he couldn't help but frown. What the demons said was not without reason. Although Yuanya was gifted, he had not been Xiaohua's disciple for a long time, and during this period, Xiaohua did not give him any special guidance. To be honest, Xiaohua was not confident about Yuanya's strength. But thinking about it, Yuanya was recorded as a level 4 gladiator beast in the arena's fighting strategy. Even if he did not practice the Fist of the North Star, his strength should still be at the level of a level 4 gladiator beast. From the style of the Yazzie gladiator arena, it should be considered fair. Therefore, this horned python looked a little arrogant and should also be a level 4 gladiator beast. Yuanya should not be at a disadvantage against this horned python. The only thing Xiaohua was worried about was that the Wuxia gladiator arena was located in the interior of the hidden immortal continent. There should be fewer demons in the arena, and there should be more humans like Yuanya. Yuanya could dominate among the level 4 gladiator beasts, but that was only against humans. If he faced this horned python, he might be at a disadvantage in terms of size. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Green Robe has already gone, and others can't see what he does. If he doesn't succeed, this old man will also take action. It's fine if Yuanya suffers some minor injuries, but we can't let Yuanya die here. Dong. A military drum sounded. In the arena, whether it was Yuanya's cage or the horned python's cage, they suddenly disappeared, and one man and one beast fell from the sky. The horned python was originally rolling in the cage, but now that it was free, its entire body danced in the arena. Woo! A loud wind blew. Before Yuanya landed on the mountain rock, the horned python's tail drew a black line in the air and whipped towards his waist. Yuanya hurriedly urged his true energy to dodge, but his true energy was already confined by the Yazi gladiator arena. How could he still use his flying technique? Seeing the python's tail, which was larger than his body, sweeping towards him fiercer than a mountain, Yuanya had an idea. He hurriedly curled up and rolled, falling down. Just as Yuanya dodged half of the snake's tail, the snake's tail had already reached him. Yuanya's back was facing the snake's tail, making it difficult for him to move his body. He could only use his elbows to block the snake's tail. Pung! A loud sound was heard as the snake's tail vibrated in the air and struck forward again. Yuanya was sent flying like a bullet. Boom! Another loud sound was heard as Yuanya's body was smashed into a large rock. The boulder was even harder than diamond. When Yuanya's body fell, he knocked a few pieces of the boulder away. Then, Yuanya's body softly slid down the stone wall. Looking at Yuanya's back, it was already a bloody mess. There was also a pool of blood on the stone wall. Damn it! Xiao Hua's heart ached. He stood up and secretly complained to himself, am I too cruel? What kind of bullshit karma is this? When this old man's cultivation is deeper, I will directly use the hand of karma to block it. There is no reason for this poor child to suffer the torment of a demon beast. Good. A group of demons saw the man and the python fight and saw blood. They all shouted in ecstasy. Many demons also stood up. Looking at the horned python, it was obviously experienced in fighting. After its huge tail hit Yuanya, it swept him onto a pile of boulders. The python's body also nimbly flipped over, opened its mouth, flashed its ferocious fangs, and pounced towards Yuanya. Not good. Xiao Hua was anxious. His figure was about to flash. At this time, Yuanya, who was originally soft, just happened to land on the ground. His feet bounced on the ground, and with a whoosh, his figure suddenly flashed to the side of the boulder. Pooh! The python's head fell and hit the boulder. At the same time, the python's head rubbed against the boulder. Damn it! Xiao Hua smiled and stood still. He knew that his concern made him confused. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Like I said, Yuanya has the strength of a 4th-level fighting beast. How could he be killed in the first battle? Now that he is injured. I'm afraid it's a trick to lure the enemy. The horned python's pounce missed and it rolled on the boulder again. Not only did it pounce towards Yuanya with a roar, its powerful tail also whipped towards Yuanya from time to time. Looking at Yuanya again, his figure was as nimble as an ape and as alert as a squirrel. His whole body was moving around the boulder, and he always avoided the horned python's fatal attack at the most critical moment. He seemed to be handling it with ease. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yuanya escaped to a boulder. The horned python's tail wrapped around the boulder and cut off Yuanya's escape route. The python's head once again moved towards Yuanya's waist, which was climbing on top of the boulder, and fiercely bit down. Good. Seeing that the horned python had coiled up and Yuanya had no way out, the group of demons cheered loudly again. They were ready to see how Yuanya would be bitten into two by the horned python. However, out of all the demons' expectations, Yuanya didn't dodge like before. Instead, he stomped his feet on the boulder and his whole body shot towards the python's head like a sharp arrow. The horned python hissed and its shiny black scales trembled in excitement. Its pair of fangs were about to pierce into Yuanya's waist. At this moment, Yuanya suddenly moved his feet and his body swayed mysteriously. He suddenly executed the ethereal steps in mid-air and dodged the horned python's attack in an instant. He rushed into the horned python's neck. Ah! The group of demons exclaimed in disappointment. However, their exclamations had just begun when they saw Yuanya rushing into the horned python's body. His 10 fingers spread open like a pair of iron claws clasping onto the horned python's scales. With a muffled sound, green blood splattered and Yuanya's hands actually pierced into the horned python's body. Impossible. How is this possible? A few demons shouted, "The horned python doesn't just have tough skin and thick flesh, its scales are even comparable to a demon artifact. Not to mention human hands, even demon beasts or demon artifacts would only cause sparks to fly when they hit it." Roar. The horned python was in pain. Its entire body rolled on the boulder and smashed towards the ground with Yuanya. At this moment, Yuanya's arms had already completely penetrated the horned python's body, which was the so-called 3 inches of the horned python's body. However, seeing that he was about to be smashed to the ground by the horned python, Yuanya didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly pulled his arms out of the horned python's body and his entire body shot out from the horned python's neck. Boom! The horned python's head hit the ground and blood splattered everywhere. Not only was blood flowing out from the 2 bloody holes in its neck, even the sharp edges of the boulder had pierced the python's head. Even though the horned python was injured, it didn't let go of the chance to attack Yuanya. The python's tail that was coiled on the ground stood up again and slammed straight towards Xiaohua, who had just stabilized himself. With another loud bang, the python's tail smashed down and actually created a shockwave that sent the gravel flying. Yuanya's figure dodged to the side in the nick of time. Sigh. Another group of demons sighed in unison. It wasn't clear whether they were sighing because Yuanya couldn't injure the horned python or because the horned python couldn't kill Yuanya. However, all of the demons could see that even if Yuanya could injure the horned python's enormous body wouldn't give Yuanya a chance to do so. The possibility of Yuanya being killed in this battle was too high. Just as these demons had this thought, the scene before their eyes almost caused their eyeballs to fall out of their sockets. Yuanya had just dodged the python's tail when he suddenly pounced towards it. His 2 large hands were once again inserted into the python's tail like a pitchfork. Not only that, Yuanya stood firmly on the ground and suddenly raised his arms. Like a dancing snake, he actually shook the horned python's enormous body into the air. Ah! The crowd of demons fell into a deathly silence at first. Then, the entire arena erupted into cries of disbelief. How is this possible? This human. How can this human be so strong? Roar. The horned python's body was shaken into the air by Yuanya. It roared and twisted, trying its best to turn its head and pounce towards Yuanya. However, Yuanya's arms had already pierced deeply into the python's tail. Even though he couldn't stand firmly on the ground due to the horned python's immense struggle and was staggering, his arms were as strong as cast iron. They continuously rolled the python's body and forced the horned python to not turn its head. Roar! The horned python roared. With a forceful turn, its body almost split into 2 as it pounced towards Yuanya. Yuanya's eyes widened. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he took a slight step and swung his arms in the direction of the horned python's charge. Like swinging a noodle, he smashed the horned python's enormous body onto the ground. There were naturally huge rocks and sharp spikes on the ground. In an instant, the python's entire body was covered in blood. Then, Yuanya decided to go all the way. Just like that, he tossed the horned python left and right with all his might. In less than half a meal's worth of time, the horned python was already powerless and motionless, allowing Yuanya to trample on it as he wished. Go! Seeing that the horned python's body was badly mutilated, Yuanya shouted and swung his arm. Boom! The horned python flew across half of the arena and smashed into the stone wall. Just like when Yuanya first entered the arena, the horned python fell limply under the stone wall. Green blood flowed out. Although it wasn't dead, it no longer had the strength to move. Wuxia wins. Ma Jinfeng naturally stood high up in the air above the arena. When he saw how Yuanya defeated the horned python so easily, a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, he still landed calmly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yuanya, who was covered in blood, to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 39-35. Sigh. The crowd of monsters sighed. After all, only a few believed that Yuanya could win. Suddenly, another monster cried out, "No, no, this Wuxia is so strong. How could it be a level 4 gladiator beast? If it was level 5 or level 6, I would believe it. North Sea Dragon Palace. You have to give us an explanation. Sorry. Ma Yingfeng said indifferently, there's nothing to explain. It's recorded in my North Sea Dragon Palace's strategy book. No. The monsters who lost the bet were dissatisfied. Humph. Ma Yingfeng snorted coldly, if you think Baxia isn't a level 4 gladiator beast, you can bet on him. If you win, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will compensate you. Now that you have no choice, how can you blame my Yazi Gladiator Arena? All of the demons were speechless. However, looking at the expressions of these demons, they were still somewhat indignant. Why would Xiaohua care about these monsters? He happily got up and was about to walk to the side door, but at this moment, Ma Yingfeng said, if fellow immortals are unwilling, then watch the next battle. Perhaps fellow immortals will have another surprise. As he spoke, Ma Yingfeng raised his hand and pointed. Aoo. A loud and clear lion's roar came from the hole where Yuanya had disappeared, and from another hole, a small cage flew out. When Xiaohua saw the demonic beast in the cage, he couldn't help but be stunned. The cage was extremely small, even smaller than the one Yuanya was in. Inside the cage, there was a dwarf that was only 3 feet tall lying on the ground. Wasn't this the Heavenly River Water tribe that Xiaohua saw in the Immortal Town? At that moment, the dwarf was naked and covered in scales. Some of the scales had been peeled off, and some of them were damaged and bloodstained. There was a tear on his right arm, and the top of his head, which was originally covered in armor, was now empty. A pair of branches that looked like dragon horns had poked out. However, a small part of the dragon horns was broken, and there were bloodstains on them. Looking at the dwarf's lower body, other than the 2 legs that were similar to dragon claws, a dragon tail poked out from behind him. Jiangsheng. Xiaohua stopped and looked at the arena in shock. He thought to himself, isn't he the dragon general of the Heavenly Abode River? How did it fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood that the water tribe of the Dongtian River was stirring up trouble everywhere. They wanted to incite internal strife in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas so that they could benefit from it. However, since they were stirring up trouble, it was inevitable that they would give themselves away. It was not too strange that Jiangsheng was captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, seeing Jiangsheng in such a miserable state, and thinking back to the battle he had with him that day, Xiaohua felt very uncomfortable in his heart. If Jiangsheng flooded Longevity Town, Xiaohua should hate Jiangsheng. But if he put himself in Jiangsheng's shoes, wouldn't that dragon girl named Jianghong be 10,000 times more important than the people of Longevity Town? In particular, just a moment ago, when Yuanya was in danger, Xiaohua almost wanted to take action. That feeling of guilt had just disappeared because of Yuanya's victory. Therefore, Xiaohua understood Jiangsheng's feelings very well at that time, so it was difficult for him to feel any disgust. Since he is a hero, killing him or cutting him up is just a word. Why do you have to humiliate him like this? Xiaohua stood on the spot and looked at the introduction of Ma Jinfeng. He couldn't help but sneer, the actions of the North Sea Dragon Palace are really disappointing. In the arena, Ma Jinfeng raised his hand and pointed at Jiangsheng. He sneered and said, this is a remnant of the Dongtian River, named Jiangsheng. He was born from the mating of the dragon race and the human race, which is the commonly seen dragon man. This dragon man has boundless strength, and in my Yazi arena, he is classified as a Class 5 monster beast. This guy killed the dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace and violated the dragon law of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, considering that he has the bloodline of the dragon race, we gave him a special favor and did not kill him immediately. We allowed him to fight in the arena to atone for his crime. This fire lion, there is no need for this old man to say more. You can bet on it yourself. Perhaps it was because the crowd of monsters was a little agitated, or perhaps it was because Ma Jinfeng wanted Jiangsheng to die earlier, but the introduction of this battle was especially short. Xiaohua didn't move anymore. The crowd of monsters had already finished placing their bets. In the arena, 2 cages had already been opened. Jiang Sheng was thrown to the ground. In the other cage, a fire lion with flickering flames around its body leaped into the air vigorously. It rushed out from the huge rocks and pounced towards Jiang Sheng. Bite him to death, bite him to death. Seeing Jiang Sheng covered in wounds, how could the monsters not know that the North Sea Dragon Palace was humiliating Jiang Sheng? Jiang Sheng was definitely going to die in this arena. They had already placed their sea crystals on the fire lion. Seeing Jiang Sheng's short body fall to the ground, the fire lion pounced towards him crazily. The monsters all shouted loudly. Woo! Before the fire lion pounced, it had already spat out scarlet flames from its mouth and enveloped Jiang Sheng. Ao ao! Jiang Sheng cried out loudly. He rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. However, when the fire lion opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Sheng, the flames on Jiang Sheng's body still hadn't been extinguished. Roar! Seeing that he was about to be bitten into 2, Jiang Sheng also roared loudly. He jumped up from the ground in extreme madness and pounced towards the fire lion. He grew 2 hands and bit the fire lion. The battle between Jiang Sheng and the fire lion was different from the battle between Yuanya and the horned python. The 2 monsters were completely close to each other. Not only was the fire lion's body torn by Jiang Sheng's bare hands, but Jiang Sheng's body was also torn by the fire lion's iron claws. Xiao Hua's gaze was attracted by this unusually bloody and intense battle. He was worried for his former opponent. This fire lion was very powerful. If Jiang Sheng wasn't careful, he would be torn apart by the fire lion. Roar! The fire lion roared. It waved its left claw like a slap and slapped Jiang Sheng to the ground. Then, it pounced forward and stepped on Jiang Sheng's chest with its right claw. Pung! Just as the fire lion was about to pounce, Jiang Sheng lifted his leg and kicked the fire lion's abdomen. Then, Jiang Sheng's dragon tail suddenly swung, and the fire lion's body was thrown high into the sky. Before the fire lion could stabilize its body, Jiang Sheng suddenly pounced on it. Similar to how Yuanya dealt with the horned python, Jiang Sheng immediately plunged his hands into the fire lion's neck. Then, with a pu sound, his dragon tail directly stabbed into the fire lion's eyes. Ao ao! The fire lion screamed and rolled on the ground. However, Jiang Sheng hugged the fire lion's neck tightly and didn't let go. In just half a cup of tea's time, the fire lion's aura disappeared. It was strangled to death by Jiang Sheng. Humph! Jiang Sheng coldly raised his head and grabbed the fire lion. Woo! A gust of wind blew and the fire lion's corpse flew toward Sifeng above the blood clouds. How dare you! Sifeng coldly rebuked. He lifted his hand and pointed. Several blue streams of water appeared out of thin air and trapped Jiang Sheng. Those streams of water quickly flowed deep into Jiang Sheng's body. Not only were his scales torn off, even more blood flowed out from his wounds. Jiang Sheng rolled on the ground in pain. However, he still clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Sifeng. Damn it! Xiao Hua and Jiang Sheng could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Now, they felt like heroes cherishing heroes. However, just as Xiao Hua angrily cursed, he suddenly realized that it had been a long time since the end of Yuanya's battle. Why hasn't Yuanya returned? Moreover, the green-robed Xiao Hua didn't make any movements. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong and hastily walked to the side door. Sure enough, the smiling Xian Kong was already waiting there with the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand. Seeing Xiao Hua walk over, he smiled and waved the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand and said, "Immortal friend, why did you only come now? This old man thought that you had forgotten about the bet." "Hee, not at all, not at all." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The battles in the Yazi Gladiator arena were really too exciting. I took a few more glances and almost forgot about it." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, a trace of contempt flashed through Xian Kong's eyes. He handed the heaven and earth bracelet to Xiao Hua and said, "This is the agreement between Immortal Friend and my North Sea Dragon Palace. 20% of the bet is immortal friends. Xiaohua took the heaven and earth bracelet and released a slightly weak divine sense. After taking a look, he was so surprised that his eyes narrowed. He cried out, "Why, is it so much? Hee, Baxia's strength is a little beyond our expectations. That's why almost all of our fellow immortals have placed their bets on the horned python. Just 20% of the bets is already shocking enough." Xian Kong's smile was still the same as before. He said, "However, this is only 20%. Immortal friend, have you thought of earning more?" "Oh. Immortal friend Xian, what do you mean?" Xiaohua put the heaven and earth bracelet into his bosom. He looked behind Xian Kong and asked curiously, "Where's Ai's disciple? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Don't worry. Xian Kong said in a low voice, "Baxia's fine now. However, this old man wants to discuss something with you, so he hasn't come out yet." "Oh, what does a mortal friend want to say?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice. Xian Kong stared into Xiaohua's eyes and probed, "Immortal friend, have you thought of letting Baxia participate in another battle?" "Why?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Ai's disciple has already participated in the last battle. His agreement with the North Sea Dragon Palace has ended. Immortal friend, you should remove the warrior slave seal for Ai's disciple and return his freedom." This old man didn't say that he wouldn't remove the warrior slave seal for Baxia. This old man just wants to suggest that immortal friend let him participate in another battle. Could it be that immortal friend didn't see it? Until now, no immortal friend has participated in the battle. If Baxia's disciple can participate, he'll definitely earn a lot of sea crystals. No. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "My disciple has already been injured in the previous battle. If he participates in another battle, won't he die here? Immortal friend, don't you think you can earn more sea crystals if you participate in another battle?" Xian Kong asked with a smile. No. I still have to rely on this disciple to earn more origin stones in the future." Xiaohua waved his hand and objected. Xian Kong's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Actually, this old man doesn't want to fall out with a mortal friend. I want to discuss this properly. However, since a mortal friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, this old man will just tell you directly." "Tell me what?" Xiaohua said coldly.